the sky fall and the sun turned black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze. Ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We are here and ready to cast T1 up against Live Sandbox. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler once again here, but this time on the caster desk. And this one is going to be, on paper, a huge stomp for T1. But let's see what Live Sandbox have to do coming back from quarantine and how they're feeling.
Not pulling any punches there, are you, Valdez? But honestly,
No.
I've been a fan of Live Sandbox in my time. Everyone knows how big a fan of the Croco fan club I've been, president even. This should be a stomp. And that is, unfortunately, as we get deeper and deeper into the split, we've seen T1 stomp really good teams. And Live Sandbox, they have a lot of issues. And those are not really anything you can afford against T1.
Live Sandbox, I mean, they're coming into tonight basically saying, let's get some good practice, right? They've got their main roster back. They're going to try their best, but, it is what it is. We'll have to wait and see how it goes on the Rift. But let's take a look at the points of the match here. First LCK team to hit 16 win streak and secure first place in the regular season already.
And will T1 showcase new strategies? I personally am hoping for an Echo support. Why not? Carry has played, I think it's 15 unique champions already.
Yeah.
So why not 16? Might as well go for it, Keep online with the wins.
While we're setting records, I mean, you might as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can actually set the record for biggest champ pool for a sport in the split, but...
He should try, regardless. And honestly, I think they should have the space as well. There we go, a little bit of spoiler on my end, but yeah, we're hoping for Echo. That's the 16th one. I do think, when you talk about giving away strategies for T1, it doesn't seem to matter because they have so many. There is such a wide variety of champion pool available, not just for Carrier, but Carrier in the support role, I think the most notable in a meta that's been dictated by Nautilus and Leona for the entirety of the split. And, a little bit of Kench, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, Gumayusi even said in an interview that it's like, even if we reveal stuff, I'm not confident that our opponents can actually prepare for it, right? They're not going to know how to do anything against this, and we have so many strategies that, what are you going to do? Live Sandbox main roster returns tonight. Will they finish strong against rank 1 T1? They're on a 5-match and 9-game losing streak slump, dropping to 9th upon defeat. And yes, they have been hit pretty largely by the COVID issues, of course. A lot of subs, emergency call-ups. They haven't had to forfeit any matches, but they haven't had any wins during that time either.
And it's to be expected, as it wasn't even the full challenger call-up, right? It was just a variety of players as, this is mean, LCK. This is bullying.
I was holding no punches, but LCK have taken it a step further.
Wow. Come on, production.
I mean, there's really not much else to say, guys. Like, this is just the way it's gonna go.
We've even highlighted like gold at 10 and gold at 20. Generally, we don't even touch of them. There's just to show.
Just to show how dominant T1 is, I suppose.
Well, yeah, and also, I think understandably, Live Sandbox is a team that has many an issue, right? The synergy hasn't been there, and they've been plagued by COVID. It's been problem upon problem compounded for T1. Hey, that's Peter's move. Oh, they're doing... Oh, look at that.
Oh, my... Wow.
I love Marvel movies, Brandon. That was amazing.
That was great. Owner even gave us a second shot of his thing. Very enjoyable.
Okay, this means that Owner's playing Elise, clearly. There's no other explanation.
Yeah.
Not too sure what it means for Gumayusi.
Carry is playing Echo.
Yeah. Maybe it's mages in the bot lane finally, I haven't really given that a go yet. Why not?
Sure. By the way, guys, another thing to note on a serious note, T1 do have a chance to achieve another record, which is plus 30 in a one split. They're at plus 26. If they get 2 2-0s tonight, or 1 2-0 tonight and then 1 2-0 later on this week, they will hit plus 30 in game score for the first time ever.
It was already such a dominant split coming in from T1, right? But now it actually provides them with an even further incentive to really showcase why this team has been as dominant as they has been over the course of this split. And unfortunately for them, the one standing up to this might, this titan, is Live Sandbox. A team that had a lot of experiments going into it. Obviously, Dove role swapping, closer playing against his former team now, and a challenger's bot lane. And whereas some of the challengers experienced this split have worked out pretty well, unfortunately the bot lane is not one. We haven't seen Envy for quite a while. It's been Ice who is also playing here today, but
yeah.
He manages a little bit better to get through the laning phase, but what happens afterwards is pretty much the same, and it's hard to imagine an angle for Liv Sandbox here. And again, if you're as big a fan of Croco as I am and you still don't see a way, good luck.
Yes, very true. And yeah, it's nice to see the roster back here in full form. It has been quite a while. As we are going to highlight the jungle matchup, I feel like Owner kind of gets overshadowed by some of the other players on the roster, but he is fantastic in his own right. And of course, on a winning team, he has some really great stats to back it up. And Croco, he oftentimes makes the action for his team.
Yeah, to the detriment of himself at times as well. There's been a heightened level of desperation in many of his plays, which again is understandable if you have every single lane basically losing by default, which has been kind of the state for Liv Sandbox. As a jungler, try and flip plays, and otherwise you're just not really going to get anything done. Owner, on the other hand, coming in last year, of course, has been such a pivotal force in stabilizing the then ever influx T1 roster, and has been incredibly consistent throughout the entirety of this split.
Yeah, the sign game, the fan sign game, is really going up and up. We saw yesterday 3 in a row by one person. A lot of double signs nowadays, which I feel like is kind of the new standard. If you're not at least using 2 signs, are you even trying? Is a question we may need to ask ourselves.
It's like Lee Sin mechanics, right? Back in the day, doing an insect was good enough that the player got the plane named after them.
Yeah.
And now you go to Korean solo queue and you're in silver. Might happen to you as well.
And if you don't do it, you're going to get question marks.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Better have those perfect insects. And the fan sign game, no different.
Absolutely. As it's all smiles here on the side of T1. Everybody is very lighthearted. I hope that means that they will come in here with still some very strong League of Legends. You know, we've seen teams get upset in the past. Again, unexpected today, but we'll see. You know, definitely got to stay focused here on the side of T1. As Faker stronger than ever when they need him.
And again, even getting a single game would be a huge upset for Liv Sandbox, right? Like I don't think we can realistically ever talk about them winning the series. That is something that under no circumstances should come to fruition. But even a single game against a team with as much resilience as T1 is going to be so hard, because I've criticized their drafting in the past. Become a lot better, become a lot more stable. They actually started to rely a lot more on the flexibility that they have. And even when they find themselves in subpar drafts or awkward positions where it looks like the enemy is collapsing on them, as it turns out, it's all part of the plan, all part of the trap, and they make it work regardless.
Yeah, you know, we saw yesterday Kwangdo Freaks really struggling with cross-map plays. I think that T1 by and far is the best at that. You know, if cross-map play is happening, even if they fall behind somewhere, they're going to get a huge lead elsewhere and eventually come out on top. We do have T1 with side selection tonight as well, so they will select blue side. And we'll see what they get their hands on. We've seen a lot of, you know, Jinx first picking, some Aries that do come out, the Hekarims, even the Rise from time to time, but we'll have to wait and see what is left available here by Liv Sandbox.
Expecting Sandbox to somehow try and get themselves the Hecarim for Croco. One of the strongest junglers in the meta at the moment, and again, Liv Sandbox, for better or worse, I think stand and fall with Croco, and if he can't get himself a comfortable matchup, then it's going to be incredibly hard, but unfortunately, that might mean giving over T1 picks like Jinx, or Fresh, or Ahri, or Jace, or I mean, I can keep going on, and that's kind of the problem that a lot of teams have been facing into T1. Feels like there's simply too much to ban away.
It is rough. In terms of banning here for T1, they take away closers Irelia. They're not going to mess around with that. Not even going to allow him to have that, or the Akali. Dove can play the Akali, especially. Caitlyn going to be taken off the board here, too.
Ooh, and that is feeling like a boon for T1 if they do want to look into a first pick Zeri angle. Of course, Karma's still available, and that's a pick that can at least moderately help apply some pressure in that lane, but with Ahri still up, Hecarim still available, Ryze still being very high on the priority list. Other picks here that Liv Sandbox have to consider. Who are we going to trade for? And I really like the two bans, specifically towards Closer. I think Closer has been the most comfortable on specifically these type of melee assassins. When put on other characters, when put on mages, he just doesn't really seem to have a similar impact, as it is going to be the Zeri ban away regardless, even with Karma still up. And I'm thinking Ahri. I think Hecarim is the more well-rounded choice, but the Ahri is the one that T1 in the past have really highly prioritized for Faker.
Zeus and Owner having a lot of fun tonight. Owner obviously always hovers the Nidalee, and I think Zeus was giving him a little shout out here once again with his own hover on the Nidalee. It will be Hecarim with widget left available. I think is definitely a good choice. You take it away from Kroko, as you were mentioning before. Does leave the Ahri here available, but there is still the Ryze that is unbanned, which could be an answer.
I personally really like the Ahri pick away here. Even with how good the Ryze has been, the Ahri has been expertly utilized by many a team, but it was Faker that really started off showcasing us what the Ahri could truly do when it is played around, when there's actually follow-up, when there is a lot of attention paid to the pick. And then later on we saw Lava follow in his footsteps, but started off with the mid laner for T1 specifically, of course, goes way back when it comes to the Ahri. Lee, really good combo, so one we've seen before. I think in terms of 100-0 potential, very, very strong. Not quite the flexibility of the LeBlanc, which is something you often also see. And I'm wondering if T1's going to go into the Vex here, which has been one of the main answers into this Ahri.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Faker definitely someone who has showcased the Vex as well. And yeah, I think another thing that T1 has done pretty well in this season has been shoring up their drafts a bit. You know, in the past, they've been so strong in general that their players could kind of play anything out and get away with it, but their drafting, I feel like they have a really good read on the meta. I don't know if that's Polt coming in and giving us a lot of, you know, back up there in the drafts, but overall, it's been really good for them.
You know what I'm going to be asking for, Valdez? When Tryndamere and Jinx are
Maokai?
locked in? Close. Not the tree. Obviously, Malphite, strong pick here. I would not be shocked if we see Dove go into, I was going to say the Gragas. No, I think is a little bit more conditional and is a pick that we've actually seen struggle into the Tryndamere as well. Mininar does leave some windows and Gragas is a lot more stable, so it's the second best pick, I'd personally say. And honestly, what T1 have thus far is pretty insane, and I think it's hard to ban out as well, right? I would 100% want a ban of the Thresh here. I think that combined with what T1 already have is going to be really hard to deal with. But that also leaves Liv Sandbox in maybe kind of an awkward position if they are not able to get themselves hands on, for example, a Leona when it comes to the bot lane.
Yeah, and it's rough. I mean, I agree with the Thresh ban, but like nobody else is really even playing it nowadays, but at the same time it's Keria, so you kind of have to. But they will leave it available, so yeah. That feels very scary if you are a Liv Sandbox fan. Although, who knows what Keria will play tonight. Ryze going to be taken off the board here. They want to ban out Faker's two main picks that could be chosen in response to this Ahri.
I can feel the Aphelios. I can feel it, Valdez. And I'm not particularly excited about it, but I would not be shocked to see if that is the direction that Liv Sandbox go in here. For T1, still a lot of options available. Leona pickup if Liv Sandbox picked here away, takes away most of the highest tier supports, although of course we have the Tahm Kench still available. That is something that Keria has gone back to many a time in the past, and I would be my expected pickup here to provide a little bit more survivability. Although, honestly, I do think that Karma into situations like this does provide a lot of value into a lane that's probably going to struggle. Renata in lane, not something that you're going to be particularly excited about.
Will it actually be the Zac? It will be the Kai'Sa mid for Faker. And we have seen this before. Seraphine got some buffs and he's playing it. He's going to add number 16 now to the list on Spring.
Makes me very happy, as I have been a big advocate of the Seraphine. Works really well together with what T1 have here already. And as you pointed out, the buffs to the W means that it is now a viable option. I'm also wondering what build we're going to see Carrier go for, as the Rylai's buffs a couple of patches ago have also been very big. That's more on the farm Seraphine, because of course a little bit more resource heavy, so don't expect to see Carrier go into that direction. But T1 having a comp that is very execution heavy. When mispositions arise, you get punished very, very hard. And you do have some item spikes that need to be hit, barring the Hecarim. Obviously, Guma needs to get some. Faker is looking for the 2-item spike. Of course, Aphelios is locked in, as expected, to my dismay. And actually, I do think the Lift Sandbox has a pretty alright matchup into here as very, very nice. No
Very
echo
nice.
just yet, but this is the 16th pick here for Carrier, regardless.
That is a crocodile. I could tell it's not an alligator because we have Croco on the Rift.
No, of course.
Yeah, just some really good drawings overall. Fantastic Photoshop from our fans as well for the T1 players. And we see this. I mean, this isn't... I don't feel like this is 100% like we are going to get the most tryhard best composition ever.
No.
But T1, extremely confident at the moment, and they're just throwing more pocket picks into the pot and saying, hey, think about this, think about that. You know, are you going to ban away mid Kai'Sa now? It's a lot.
It's a really interesting draft from T1, and I'm really going to be looking at how to play it out, because there's multiple arguments to be made. You can 1-3-1 it with Kai'Sa in the side lane, augmenting the Tryndamere as well with the Killer Instinct, or you can Death Ball up with the Hecarim, with the Seraphine. Both of those are distinct possibilities, and I can't wait to see what's actually going to happen as... there we go. If you were wondering why Summoner's Rift was a little bit sepia tinted.
Yeah. This isn't Instagram, but we can do it too with the pause button. And I don't know, with how fast we paused, it seems like it shouldn't be too difficult of an issue to solve. But we'll get some more information about that as soon as possible. You see those two signs in the back with like so many drawings over them? I want to see that one.
Yeah. Come on, give us a zoom in.
Zoom in.
Ah. Maybe later. Maybe later. Just hold on, Lift Sandbox. Hold on for the fan signs. Yeah,
Yes.
Owner didn't buy any items, so maybe some difficulty actually getting into the game. Generally, even if people do have issues, yeah, Owner did get DC'd, so it's hard to buy items when you're not actually in the Rift, but should be loading in shortly. And
T17.
It's looking likely, Veldes, because we haven't really talked about the draft as much, and I do think that... Oh, there's another one!
I love T1.
Look at the onesies!
Nobody can stop T1. Okay, we're doing this again. This time for real, guys. As we get the zoom in on Summoner's Rift. Good to have Owner in the game and not in the game. Make this a fair fight.
Generally preferable. And taking a look at the lanes, obviously Dove going to have the most comfortable matchup, I do think. I expect Ice and Kael to get bullied pretty hard. The range advantage for Gumayushi and Carrier is pretty sizable, and I think one of the reasons why Seraphine generally expected to have a good matchup into the Renata is because the poke from the Renata is not too impressive, and Seraphine is able to get rid of that pretty easily, especially with Guardian. And as I said, I'm expecting a W max second at the latest. Wondering whether he'll go first. There's being a lot of spinning here. The key thing there is that you don't really get any pressure, and obviously Jinx into Aphelios is going to always be a hard matchup for the Aphelios unless he finds all-in windows. Then to add to that, we've seen many Kaisers just go for the cleanse, and with that, there's not that much room for the Ahri to actually find a punish. And as we pointed out many times in the past, once 6 is hit, Kai'Sa still doesn't have that much power, but it's really hard to punish her. And then she can just kind of cruise to a power spike. And then once that is hit, we are seeing some Corki-esque scenarios. As closer, yeah, you still have to respect isolated Qs, even though...
hey, there was one minion.
Yeah, well, I guess it was
a little bit of it.
Technically not isolated, just a little bit lonely.
Yeah. And this lane, by the way, you know, the Jinx going to feel pretty nice into the Aphelios in general, but then also the Seraphine is quite annoying. It's no Karma, but it still has a lot of poke potential. It still can be oppressive in the lane. So, as you mentioned, a lot of priority down here for the Team 1 bottom side. It's just going to make things even more difficult. We'll have to wait and see how many plates Gumayusi will pick up. He has been a little bit of a plate connoisseur as of late, and for good reason.
And we also have Croco popping towards top side. Wonder whether they can actually get Dove low enough to get any play. Whereas if Ice and Kael are taking too many trades here early on, there is actually a possibility for Oner to get off an early dive. Liking this here from Dove, trying to trade as much I think is beneficial, provided Zeus can't get the crash before Croco actually makes his way up. But with Croco being spotted by that ward earlier on that Faker plays down thanks to his prio, we're actually going to see the pivot here from Croco, and pretty high risk considering that your bot side has no prio, again, as expected, but might be able to sneak away the crab here before Oner makes his way over. We'll be able to do so.
He's able to grab that one. Oner looking to get on in here. He's not going to actually go for any dive or anything like that. A pretty sparse wave that is coming to the bottom side. So just going to go back. Very fast clear. Croco going for the double scuttle and should get away with it.
Yeah. Sakarim, you have the luxury of saying, yeah, you know, what if I don't get scuttle? Should still be able to remain parity with Croco just based off of the clear speed that Hecarim has and the edge that he has over the Lee Sin. And I do think it's a mid-jungle duo, or specifically the top side. Dove, if he can join the play, can have a lot of great setup as well, where I'm expecting to see the edge for Sandbox, and an edge that they need to find. I'm just going to say hello.
Very scary, actually. Imagine if you saw Hecarim sprinting at you in real life.
Aww.
Yep, it's Closer does have teleport though, but the lane is going to be obviously in a not great spot. He doesn't have any vision on the top side of him as well.
It's just lovely, right? Oner, his camp timers are mostly still down, so there's not that many camps for him to farm, and Sakarim, you're going to be able to make your way down the Raptors by the time it respawns, or at least relatively close to anyway, so might as well help Faker get into a more advantageous lane state. Of course, Closer with the teleport will be able to crash the wave, but just means that Faker is able to actually get the most minions possible. And wasn't that much to do outside of that. And now we are already looking at a full 500 gold lead at 5 minutes, just from nothing happening, literally just laning.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest difference is the top lane and the bottom lane at the moment. And, I mean, somewhat to be expected, what with the pushing and the prio down in the bottom side especially. The Seraphine, I think, is going to get a lot of value in this game. With the Encore, it's going to make it pretty difficult for the side of Live Sandbox to really get too many engages off. I feel like it's just going to be a better version of Renata's ultimate at this point.
Well, it's really interesting, right? Because I kind of wonder how the interaction works as, oh boy. Yep.
Oh man. Already has to flash there. As the Flame Chompers were down in position. The second Q didn't quite land, but it's okay. Still got the slowdown, and that was enough for Guma to get on in there. As Croco is nearby, Closer level 6. Will they be able to pull this off as the wave slightly heads forward? There it is, looking for the charm here, will miss. As Cleanse still available, Faker just going to ult away as he hits 6. And the Sonic Wave just says no, and that's the value of mid Kai'Sa.
And even if that Charm had it, Faker would have cleansed, and then you would have had the exact same issue. And this is what we talked about. It is actually really hard to punish, and I'm wondering, maybe mid Kai'Sa actually is going to be the main answer into the Ahri blind now. Owner seeing some low health bars here, but doesn't have Onslaught of Shadows yet.
That's fine. He can zone the two of them away. He's actually looking for the kill. He's going in on ice here with no flash. As that will be first blood. Owner just runs at him and takes him down. All he needed was the cleanse. Or the ghost, rather. Still thinking about that cleanse in the mid lane.
Yeah, understandably. Didn't even have to use it. That's the crazy part. And this is what we were kind of afraid of in any given matchup. And it wasn't even the like, imagine if this was a Karma. Would have been even worse, as I would love if we can see the little hover on Seraphine, assuming it's going to be the Q-Max. That actually does help you a lot with the shoving power that it does provide. But honestly, like 3 plates down already is very hard to come back from. And this type of continuous trading, Renata notoriously doesn't have the greatest laning phase, right? Her cooldowns are kind of high, and it's really post-laning phase where she really hits a stride. And I don't know. I don't know what you do here. Was the flash already being burned by Keria and Gumayusi in that 2v2? It's a really free pickup. At least you get a Drake, but it's not really anything in the grand scheme of things here for Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a chance of a Cloud Soul here.
Oh.
Very exciting. As it is 8 minutes, and you see Keria has made his way up to the mid lane just to say, okay, you guys got the Drake, but we're going to take the Rift Heralds here. And honestly, that just has so much more value, especially with the momentum that T1 have at this point in time. They can easily drop it down bot and get an early turret extremely early on in this game and just continue snowballing that lead.
Keria setting up some wards, but post 6 becomes a lot harder to dive this lane. Croco will be spotted thanks to that ward that Keria did put down, but just going to be aware of it, not actually going to be able to do anything. And of course, the cross-map play is coming through. Herald has been picked up. Will probably be thrown down towards top side. Now Keria Guma just need to clear this wave.
Well, Dove, you're in a little bit of trouble here as they are going for the dive. Owner picked up the aggro. That was a really nice cast, but Zay is still with his ultimate, looking for the damage. Flash on in. Not the cleanest here, but he will pick up the kill and give his life for it.
As well played by Dove as could be. That was really nicely done. Gets the even trade. Unfortunately, he loses a wave and a half and plates, and it's still, it doesn't feel good, but honestly, not more than you really could have asked for from him in that scenario. Croco gonna be on the top side of the map, but not actually able to get anything. As
I was hoping that Owner would just drop the Rift Herald for himself and say, hey guys, look at me. I'm the carry now. Because honestly, I mean, he's already 1-0-1. But we'll take another look at this stuff.
As first the flash comes through, then the cask makes sure that Zeus crucially doesn't get the reset on the turret aggro. So he's forced to use his ultimate way too early. Zeus also recognizing he's dead, so I'll try and get a play. And he does. Certainly gets there. Actually has to be Owner that picks it up. But as I mentioned previously, I think the T1 composition is a little bit reliant on hitting spikes. And if they get that, then they're incredibly strong. Well, those spikes are approaching. Faker is cruising onwards, you know, not under any pressure in any situation. As we did see there, Keria did indeed go for the build that gives him the most prio, as expected. Actually has some relevant damage as well. And honestly, it's just waiting for the first turret to drop. Herald on bot side is an immediate pickup. Even Herald on top side, I think, unless Liv Sandbox have a play at the ready, is going to lead to T1 getting first turret blood there. And from that point on, all bets are off in terms of what we're actually going to see Liv Sandbox to be able to do, because their pick potential was good, right? And their team, their composition team fights okay, but it's just hard to see it work into T1, right? It's
It's a rough spot. Owner is looking to the top side again. Looks like he wants to get his Tryndamere fed as the Ghost will be popped. Running on into Dove, who does not have it. A really nice cast once again. It's very difficult to get away from this Horsey as he will Chilling Smite, but it's not quite enough damage The Bomby Cinder and the tankiness of the Gragas will be enough to keep him alive.
Oh, and because they spend this much time trying to kill Dove, they're not actually able to get the Herald on the turret, so Liv Sandbox holding on to their deficit, which sounds bad, but I think in the circumstances of this game, it's pretty good, Valdez.
Overall,
we'll take it.
Better than expected.
Yes.
Let's say.
For now.
For now, yes. Curious to see where this will actually be dropped. You could expect that owner just runs bot and drops it down, especially with the lack of time on that objective. And yeah, not a bad idea. I mean, just get Guma fed. Might as well. You saw he was looking for the top side gank a couple of times. Didn't quite work out as expected, so just go to where you know that Liv Sandbox are already a bit behind.
And there we can already see the impact coming through here from the buffs that Seraphine received on this patch. Carrier going for the W max second. Previously was effectively useless. Didn't give you anything that you could really benefit from. And now T1 get the first turbo buff. That is a lot of gold into Guma. And as I was saying before, I think T1, they can still choose to play 1-3-1 with Tryndamere inside, especially once the whole breaker is finished. They can try and play around the pressure that is now available here, that Faker and Guma will have. Or they just try the 5v5. And honestly, even into a comp that has Berserk available, Seraphine looks pretty good.
It is. Dove has just been smurfing it up on the top side, man. Like, yes, he died the first time, but he also took one with him. And his casts have been literally perfect.
They have.
Both times, knocking them both in the exact way you would want them to go at the exact right time. And that has made that top lane not just a, free farm fest for Zeus. It actually has been Dove with a little bit of prio up here. He's been pushing it in, even picked up a plate as well. The Gragas doing well into the Tryndamere, even with a bunch of focus up there.
Just really nicely done. Happy to see Dove, after some subpar games, having a bit of a more comfortable one, getting the counter pick and actually utilizing it very, very well. And if Liv Sandbox can start stacking Drakes, then maybe they can force T1 into some awkward positions, but we haven't actually seen this T1 composition fight. Wondering whether this is going to be the first time.
It's looking like it. Liv Sandbox really tunneling onto this Drake, but Guma is staying mid, and Faker decides, well, no reason to go all in on this, and it will be Infernal Soul that does come in. I'm glad I was able to get that curse, that caster curse in early, just to make sure it wasn't Cloud. Sorry,
well done, Valdez.
Yeah, just got to do my job,
Doing the important work.
And yeah, T1 say, sure, go ahead, take those two Drakes. But the next Drakes are ours, because no doubt they will be fighting over the next Infernals.
Save that, Valdez. Save that. I don't think that giving over Infernal Drakes and or Souls is something that T1 is going to be looking to do. And again, T1 don't really need to do too much. They are perfectly happy scaling into the mid to late game. It's more on Liv Sandbox to try and find as many openings. And these two Drakes, if they play it out well, they provide them an opportunity. Croco is going to say hello to Faker, but again, there is a lack of vision control, so I don't think Liv Sandbox can really push as much as they maybe would like to in this scenario, and are going to get themselves a turret here.
Yeah, it's a good job. They play around the lack of vision down there for T1, and Croco just able to walk on in and take it down. Owner here on vision, but with the Lee Sin down on the bottom side, it's not like Liv Sandbox are going to fight over this objective. And this could be good. You don't see a lot of second Heralds get too much value, but with T1 and the amount of map control they have, they can easily take this, run top, take the top turret already, or even throw it mid and try to take that early if you're feeling aggressive. As a big trade here, Zeus going for the kill onto Dove. The Chem Tank trying to keep Dove alive, and he will flash at the right time with even the rocket sailing by. And Dove survives again.
Holding on stalwartly is Dove in the top lane of the map. No matter the all-ins, no matter the amount of Yanks he's had to live through, he is still standing strong on the Gragas here. And honestly, Liv Sandbox, it's a 2k gold deficit, but it has been for a little while now. And while that composition, like I said, I think is going to struggle into T1s, if executed well, which again it's T1, so you're always going to err on the side of caution in favor of them. Overall, someone walks into a charm or Ice gets engaged on but not quite well enough, then there is still a window for Sandbox. I just hope that they are able to utilize the window before Faker hits 2 items, because at that point things become a whole lot harder to play out, because your neutral is going to be not great. Although I guess if Dove can find a key engage with how he's playing right now, might be a possibility. Could look towards actually finding a good fight here for Sandbox. So it's possible.
I mean, you were just talking about it, and look at this. The cast is perfect right into the Gravitum, and he is dead. Gumayusi goes down, and all of a sudden, Live Sandbox. They've got some fight in them. They're looking for plays, and Dove single-handedly trying to carry this one through.
Really nice setup there. And with that, Live Sandbox pick up a crucial kill. Unfortunately for them, doesn't really lead to an objective, and that's the key thing. They can pick up Faker here as well, though.
Oh, and they're going for it. The Everfrost lands, and Cleanse be damned. Even the Berserk is coming through. Kyle is going to have to go on in there to try to get that one, and now Owner is 1v3. He will get the fear down onto Kyle, but Handshake comes through, and Owner's taking too much damage. That's another kill given over to Kroko.
And Zeus, again, he's not going to kill Dove. Dove is way too tanky. He has been able to pick up a lead, and Sandbox, that gold deficit, now gone. Couple of, honestly, T1, I think, not really counting on Sandbox to really turn on the aggression the way that they did, but this is where the Sandbox comes themselves. If you're able to find these 2v2s, these 3v3s, and just pick up individual targets, you see the CC chain, really hard to deal with.
Okay, teleport coming on in, and this feels a little bit too late. But there is a dragon that is coming up here soon, so I suppose not a 100% waste. He can be here, clear out some vision, and be ready for the fight.
Yeah, this. Okay, I'm not saying I'm believing yet, but if there is a way that Sandbox win this game, it started with that play. As then subsequently, Faker just getting 100-0 here, able to stay alive for a little bit longer, thanks to his killer instinct, but going down in the end. Crucially, no waiver, so the L almost gets down, but it's actually an elaborate bait, as that is a sign for Owner to try and take down the Renata, of course, going for the Resolve Shield, a little bit tankier. But crucially, Live Sandbox are now on even footing, and they might get Infernal Soul Point here.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, they are spiking at exactly the right time in their play. And as you're pointing out to me, Faker, he's not hit his spike, right? So a little bit difficult, and T1 will have to give this objective up. Live Sandbox, they're coming through at exactly the right time. Infernal Drake picked up here, Infernal Soul Points.
And that changes things, Valdez, because a lot of the things I mentioned earlier now become a necessity for T1. There is no more, you can side lane, you know, you can try and play around Zeus, Faker can hover, you can just sit and play it slow and go for continuous poke with the... No, you're going to have to fight in 4.5 minutes, because if you don't, you're going to give over the Infernal Soul, and while it's not a guaranteed win condition, when it comes to Drakes, as much as Atlas try to convince us otherwise, Infernal Soul is a pretty good way to up your win chances by a lot, as the amount of damage that they're going to get on Kroko, on Closer, on Ice, going to be really hard to deal with for T1.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, and just the way they're playing too, like the execution has been pretty solid on their side, and I think it's, as you mentioned, it kind of took T1 by surprise. They are like, oh, okay, I guess we gotta really try now, and no doubt they will be looking to do exactly that. Let's see how that goes, though.
One of the key things here for Live Sandbox is to maintain Baron control, because Gumayusi, going for 3 points into Q and now has been maxing W, can actually keep his entire team full health if they do decide to go for a Baron, right? And that is something that generally is going to be a lot harder, especially this early in the game. If you do try pick up the Baron, you will take a lot of damage. With the Seraphine, that is not as much of a concern, and it is something that Live Sandbox is going to be very vigilant about, because especially with a Kai'Sa and Jinx, both of which have insane amounts of damage when it comes to taking down the Baron, I'd be a little scared. That will be, I think, the most T1 thing where it feels like they're behind and then they just like 2 or 3 men Baron and then they just win the game.
Yeah.
But Sandbox, that's the one thing you need to avoid. You can keep a tight grip on that top side, not run into any team fights before this 2.5 minutes have passed. Kind of go from there. You're going to be feeling a lot better. But one item spike has just been hit, as those just showed us. Yeah.
Yeah. We saw it there. Faker picked it up. He didn't have it for the last fight. And I think it was actually overall an intelligent decision for T1 to say, okay, just give them Infernal Drake because we need our spike. And the spike is hit now. So Muramasa also completed. Kraka loses more than half his health with 2 Ws. And the cooldown is incredibly low as well, about 6 seconds. So we're just going to be seeing this. And that's another thing that Live Sandbox have to deal with, right? So you can't just sit around here and get poked all day long. You have to pull the trigger and get something done. But it's such a thin line because if you mess it up, you know that T1, they're such good team fighters that you might just lose the team fight if you try to rush it.
Yeah, with this items spike not hit on Kai'Sa, it basically becomes a question of can Dove find the, or Kroko find the flank, but mainly I expect Dove, can he find the engage? Right, because if he gets Faker or Guma in, then they're good, but I don't know about defending this turret.
Hey, Encore coming on in, and Dove, this time you can't outplay 4 of them as a really nice kick does come through. Closer teleporting in, gets the charm down. Kyle is here as well, and Zeus with the aggro on the turret, but he does have some backup from his fellow teammates. As T1 will pull off the dive and take down Dove.
Oh, I don't actually know if that's worth it though, because while they get the kill onto Dove, even if they get the turret here, crucially, that's no Encore. Actually, it might just be available at when the dragon spawns. That's the main thing. If those cooldowns are available, then display, in the grand scheme of things, not too relevant. Get the kill on Dove. But the response from Sandbox is as good as could be expected, and the trade a teleport for it as well, which means that Closer now going to be more limited in where he moves around the map as that final Drake, or possible final Drake I should say, will come up. But nice little pick off there from T1. But again, it all comes down to this next fight in about 40 seconds. Don't think the Encore is going to be available, but Super Mega Death Rocket should be there. That is a big team fight ultimate that is not there for T1, and there's Sandbox. Could they do it, Valdez?
I think that T1 can drag this out. I think they will have enough time. As you can see, the roots are coming down. The poke is incredibly oppressive. And thankfully, they have some plants in the river to help out with that one. But the angles that Faker is finding here have been pretty stellar. He's hitting every single one of these right now. As, don't forget that, okay, he can just do that, pull the trigger, and see you later, enemy mid laner. Just like that, Faker takes out Closer.
And with that, possibility for the Sandbox to contest for this Drake. Not happening. T1 immediately moving in, and we might have seen T1 get picked off left and right, but little did we know, kind of saw it coming. Just wait till Faker hits his 2-item power spike and we'll be fine. And as it turns out, it's definitely true. Closer had Sonya's as well.
Yeah, it was just so unexpected, it felt like, for Live Sandbox. For Closer especially, it's like, he can't just do this, right? But the second that Closer went alone, Faker just presses R because the W was already there. He already had the Void on him, so it's just an easy one-shot kill for Faker. Hits it. Closer goes alone. You're dead.
Yeah, just honestly, I don't know.
Bumpy.
And this is, of course, the key issue is that it's understandable that the Closer wants to go away, but going away from people is actually worse because that means Kai'Sa can hit an isolated Q, as we saw there. So you need to find a way to, like, at least get to your minion wave. Wasn't able to do so as Live Sandbox. Is this the hill you want to die on?
They really don't want to give out this turret. Every single time that T1 come up here, Live Sandbox are there in droves. And, I mean, with the Baron, the only objective on the map, I suppose it makes sense to be up on the top side. But, yeah, got to be careful about that. Dove, incredibly tanky at this point in time. Pinflinter, he does have the Warden's Mail available. What item do you think he's going to build here, Chronicler?
Well, you know what I want. What I want is Frozen Heart. But he's going to build Randuin. I don't know why you'd ask me, because I was...
Why do you think that is?
Because I was explicitly not going to mention it. Well, because, like, Renderance isn't a bad item, right? Because you're playing into 2 crit characters. I get it. But especially with Fimbulwinter, like, Frozen Hop gives you so much value, and the attack speed slow is incredible on all the auto attackers on T1 side. But I've talked about this a lot, and I don't appreciate you bringing it up. There is the Kindle Gem, so let's put it and not talk about it anymore.
Yeah, I just thought it was pretty relevant for where we were at in the game. Just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about it, since I know you're very passionate about that item choice in particular. And here we go, once again. There's no objective on the map. You see Dove, this is what I was talking about, right? He's like, I gotta do something. I gotta engage. I have to make a play.
He has to.
And it's true, but you can see him kind of forcing it, and maybe you get a great engage, maybe you don't. And now Dove is in a rough spot. Owner is blocking the body slam, but Blast Cone exists, and thankfully because of that, he will get away.
And what we saw right there is one of the crucial ways in which I think Kai'Sa, even outside of the poke, is just such a suffocating character to play against when she is ahead, or when a team is ahead. Because Faker could have joined there, right? There were plasma stacks on Dove. Faker can just trust the Killer Instinct and join that at a moment's notice. Doesn't even have level 3 on his ultimate yet. It's level 15. It's only going to get worse. And
yeah.
With that and the poke being as strong as it is right now, Faker, without a doubt, going to go into a Void Staff second as the Blinding Jewel is picked up. And itemization, kind of a nuisance, because I don't think into a single AP source you really want to itemize a Ma, because there is also a Fed Jinx on the enemy team. And, you know, Tryndamere exists, so...
Yeah.
It's not going to feel great either way. And Liv Sandbox, there was a glimmer of hope, but the spikes have been hit. And although there were some good moments, I'm starting to feel the inevitable onset of T1's victory here.
It's, you know, inevitability is something we talked about a lot in the last couple of years. And now T1 take that, as Owner is just walking into a brush with no vision, but he has backup.
Man.
And he is quite tanky at the moment, so he will be fine.
Isn't Seraphine a good character? Wish it was played more.
Yeah.
Right?
I think it's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially with the buffs. The way it goes here, especially in the LCK, is if something gets a buff, the players will play it again. Otherwise, they will stick to what is tried and true.
Yeah. There's been so many examples of picks that have just not been touched. They got like 3 buffs back in 2020, you know, and then like, no, it's gonna ignore it, and then all of a sudden becomes mandatory. Tryndamere, obviously the prime example in this game. Hecarim comes to mind as well.
Kai'Sa's on the Rift in this one, though. I don't think she had any gigantic changes or buffs over the last, unless I'm forgetting. I mean, there's so many patches.
Oh boy.
Well, here we go. There's the root. And the Encore is flashed, as we do have a big engage in the back line as Ice has to flash away. Owner will get burst down, though, as
hold on,
Deus doesn't press his ultimate ability, and now with Infernal Drake on the Rift. And a soul pickup here for Liv Sandbox, potentially, as Faker still exists, and he still is hitting those W's.
Oh, come on. He keeps hitting them. Are they going to be able to get this? Faker looking for the assassination.
Oh, man. He doesn't have his ultimate yet, though. But the Jinx is available. The Seraphine is alive. 3v5. Can they do it? The Flash Charm will miss, as it will be flashed. And T1 have to give this away. The Gale Force here. Not enough to get Guma to safety as Krako gets the kick down. Faker will be assassinated. And Guma goes down as well. This could be a huge upset. Closer takes him down. And that is all of T1 wiped off the Rift.
And that might be the Baron as well. Inferno Soul picked up for Sandbox. Actually reaping the rewards of those crucial errors in the mid-game, right? Where they were able to get that third Drake, where they were able to get to this position. T1 still have an incredible teamfight Owner making his way over, but not going to be in time. But honestly, like I said, even winning a single game would be a monumental win here for Sandbox. And this is one thing that we've seen Aphelios do so many times in the past.
Dove again.
Don't get the perfect engage. And Dove, as you point out, with a beautiful cast, breaking up the fight. You're gonna get taken down. Really nice angle from Ice here with a full vision on Guma. They're able to hit the grab at the middle. And that just turns into everyone getting taken down.
Yeah.
Venusaur and Baron. 4-lift sandbox. If you can't do it from here on out.
And that's the thing, you know, T1, I mean, they didn't have to go for that dive, as Faker now is going super deep. They want to get a huge punish off now. The Encore will hit one. The Berserk is pretty good, but Kyle at least will go down. And Zeus, he is angry. He will take down 3. As T1 say, I don't give a damn what objectives you take. I am going to take you down.
All that matters is winning the fight. And that is something that T1 is doing right now. Only closer. And Dove alive, and I don't know if the two of them can hold on.
They might be trying to end
Come
here.
on!
And this is against Baron buff right now. The negative 1,500 gold. T1 might just be able to do it, and you better well know that they are going for it. The cast will come through as the root goes down onto closer. And the two of them might just be dead here. The damage numbers are gigantic. Closer trying to take out Keria, but he will not be able to. But at least they stop the push. And T1 cannot end the game.
Honestly, I thought it was over there. I was ready for the end to come through there, and it is. Previously, we had a possible game-winning play from Dove. This time around, it might be a game-winning flank from Zeus that is able to get 2 crucial assassinations right from the get-go, right? And then Ice is desperately attempting to kite back, not able to actually do so, as these casts from Dove, man, have been exceptional. Really nice stopwatch from Closer, and with the cooldowns coming back up and the other turrets still getting a lot of work done here, T1 not actually going to be able to take them down convincingly, but after that fight, even with a Baron power play, T1 still ahead in gold.
I mean, look at the Baron power play.
I know. But like, I mean more getting the Baron and then...
Yeah.
Look at this gold graph! What is this?
It's Liv Sandbox playing a very strong game after a long break. And it's T1 just pressing all their buttons and saying, we're going to take you out. And a couple of times Liv Sandbox have called their bluff. And that's really the game that we have here. Props to Liv Sandbox is standing up to them, but T1, you know, they're already secured for first place. They didn't have the most, you know, hardcore draft, as we already talked about. And they might still just be able to win this game anyway.
Yeah, they're playing for the 30-0 at this point, right? For the perfect streak.
I just, you know, honestly, you know, I think we're all looking at that and we want that. But I feel like as the players, you know, how much are they necessarily thinking about that? I think they're just really happy to be where they're at right now.
No, I don't think it matters for the players. It's just for us, all this. for the viewers. Because the players have been very outspoken, right, in interviews and whatnot, that it's all about winning Spring. It's about playoffs. Regular split, once you get first spot, like everything that you do past that is nice, but it's not really the main point. But don't we all love records?
We do.
Isn't it just great?
I mean, it's great for us, especially as casters, right? Yeah. We love to quote the big numbers, the records.
Narrative.
Exactly.
Narrative.
We need to push that narrative forward and tell you guys about this historic moment. And it would be. It absolutely would be if they do get it, and the undefeated season on top of it, which has never happened. But in terms of the players, you know, they're just playing their best. And I think they've been pretty fast and loose in this game number 1. Has not been the supreme lockdown here, but they are still probably going to take this win. So we'll see how they do it.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Dove is, he's playing the game of his life, man. This is pretty insane.
Oh, is it going to be an Elder Flip? Is that what we're going?
It's the season of Elder Flips, you know? You've got Christmas season. You have
Easter.
Easter, yeah. You've got stuff, I don't know, Halloween.
Are you a big Halloween guy?
It's okay. I used to like candy when I was a kid.
Fair enough.
But here in spring, it's all about the Elder Flip. It's Elder Flip season. I don't know why. A lot of these games have really come down to the wire.
Oh boy. All or nothing. Faker though, again, amount of damage he has is incredible, but they need to hurry up.
That was just some extra leashing here from Faker. It's getting incredibly low. Live Sandbox just waiting to call the bluff. The Berserk comes in, and the smite will go to Owner! And just like that on the flip, the Elder Drake should get the job done. A lot of damage though. Kroko looking for the kill. He gets one,
Wait.
He gets two, and Ice is gonna stand up to him as well. And Zeus and Faker here with the Elder buff. Can they even win the fight 2v5? The stopwatch comes in. Faker's gonna get one. Goes invisible, but the Q is going to land. Flash over the wall, and Kroko gets another one. And the game will not end.
I don't think they can end though. I don't know if they have the waves. Zeus is still there. He's on the hunt for Ice. Crucially, still has the Elder buff available.
Speaking of Halloween, they're being chased right now by the villain, Elder buff Tryndamere. And they're trying to fight. Kroko wants to fight here. There's no ultimate for Zeus. And that's not as scary as he could be.
What?
Ice says, let's just do the Baron then.
This game is wild, Valdez.
Oh boy. And they're gonna get it. I mean, well, Zeus is, he's threatening.
Way.
Zeus is here. He's looking for the kills at least, and that's gonna be the rocket blocked. The ultimate is not gonna be used. And down will go Zeus again.
I don't know. I don't know, Valdez. Like, honestly, I don't know what to tell you, because the fact that this Drake goes to Owner should be the end of it, right? But it's actually Ice that sees 3 targets, goes in and blows half of them up, and with that amount of damage already done, honestly, what a heroic play. And then Dove with the disengage on the side, just wonderful. I don't know how they won that, right? It's something that we've seen in the past at times where a team is able to get the Elder, but then is in a disadvantaged position. I didn't even feel like that was really the case here. I felt like T1 just got surprised by the damage coming out from the Aphelios, and you know, if every Aphelios plays like this, then maybe we can feel a little bit better about it being locked in disadvantaged positions like this. And honestly, I don't know.
This game can go to anyone now. There is Infernal Soul on Live Sandbox. They have Baron for 2 minutes. There is no more Elder buff, okay? T1, they've made some mistakes in this game, and it might come back to bite them. Live Sandbox are playing the game of their lives right now. As the Kai'Sa poke begins to matter less and less, the game goes on. The Gragas can stand in front. Closer, he has a death cap. Ice is going to miss on the Moonlight Vigil. Doesn't really do too much in that one. And the Baron push is not exactly as strong as we expected.
No.
The rockets are coming out here. And the Spirit Rush will be used on the defense.
And here you see Half Boss full, Value of the Seraphine coming through here. T1 still on the chase.
You got to be so careful about this, though. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
yes,
Oh,
the Moonlight
yeah.
Vigil is down, but he's still Aphelios.
Yeah, I don't think they go for this.
They're just Baron recalling
They don't
out.
know.
Oh, no, they're not. It was a bait. It was a bait all along. Will Faker go down, though, is the question. In goes Kroko, and Faker gets taken out. Live Sandbox. They catch one, and they're looking for more. Karia's going to go down here and make that 2,
Look
but
at
look
the
at the face. Zeus says you have to back. Zeus has declared that you cannot end the game right now.
They're still pushing on top, Valdez.
I don't know. Kroko and Ice pushing in now with Kyle. Do they have the damage? This is a Jinx they're going up against. Teleport now coming in. Kroko nearly dies, but he has GA. The damage onto the turret might just be enough. The handshake onto the horse, and the engage from Dove again. He does it again. And this game is over. Live Sandbox will take the win in game number 1 against T1.
Coming into this game, Even a single win would be a victory for Liv Sandbox. Well, I don't care how the rest of the series goes. This is a victory that I'm sure we're all going to remember, because that was a wild game, Valdez.
It always seems to happen, and this is why we don't have undefeated teams in the LCK, because even with how strong you are and how confident you can be, any team can upset you at any given time, and we see that Liv Sandbox does it here tonight.
Honestly, Dove and Croco, absolute clinic here. Shocking performance from Ice as well. That 3-man Gravitum ultimate he was able to hit around that Elder Pit. That didn't hit. Game is over, right? The smite goes to owner. That's going to be the end of it. Now, in the context of this series, of course, the expected response is still T1 with the bounce back. This was a draft where they took certain liberties, and the liberties in the end were kind of coming back to haunt them. I think the Infernal Soul, the most obvious one. And going from an early game draft should suit them well, or at least something that is a little bit more cohesive. But man, Sandbox, as you point out, showing that no LCK team can be disrespected.
I mean, look at the gold graph. It didn't have to be that way, you know. T1 had a very healthy lead. They had their Kai'Sa, their Jinx slowly coming online. And then they went for a dive and they got caught out. And then Liv Sandbox took a little bit more. They took a turret, they took a thing here and there, a couple kills, and they got strong enough to make it to the late game and take out T1 here in this game. Even one win is an upset. They have not taken the series just yet. We will have to wait what the guys on the carpet space have to say. We'll be right back.
그라텔 생각해보자.
그라텔 생각해. 연타하면 기다려. 쌍타로 맞춰봐. 쌍타 들어갈 때, 쌍타 들어갈 때. 쌍타 들어올 때 해봐. 쌍타 들어올 때 해봐. 타워 쳐봐.
타워 줄게.
때린다면.
파이팅.
야, 징크스. 나이스. 야, 우리 이거 치자 그냥.
나이스.
빼봐. 03초.
우리 팀 화이팅.
죽어.
화이팅.
잘했다.
Another fantastic segue given to me this time by Chronicler, where we get to talk about is T1 just really, really good, or does every other team suck and our region is getting worse?
I
don't want to take it first.
I'll take point on this. Well, obviously, as we saw last year, where there were similar issues with Damwon kind of being ahead of the curve. I think maybe after like all our teams made it to quarters, and we had 3 teams in the semis of Worlds, not winning Worlds by 1 game, and not winning MSI by 1 game shouldn't be a definitive, take like, oh yeah, see, the LCK sucks after all because they haven't won anything since 2020 Damwon, and that was just
Have you
the
seen
only good
V5?
Well,
I mean,
no. Like, I don't even like the LPL is also an incredibly strong region, but my
they
main
took
point
our
is,
best top laner, Rich.
Shut up, Max.
Oh my god.
Don't talk to me
Any
about
summit
Rich.
enjoyers in the chat?
But honestly, this is a team that was 1 game away from making it to the finals of Worlds last split, right? Like, that in of itself, they just have maintained the same force, and they've upgraded their top side. So, like, yes, of course the team is ludicrously good, but you can put a DRX and a Damwon Kia that sometimes look weak within the context of the LCK in any other region. I'd be feeling pretty confident, honestly. I think the LCK is still really strong. The only really big difference with summer, as will happen, I think, a lot in spring, it's just a lot more inconsistent, right? Teams are still meshing together. I think Damwon and DRX both are incredible examples of this, where it's like, how do we work together? Because these players are good, but is it going to work? Nongshim is the bad example of this, where in their case it hasn't worked, and maybe it will in summer. And the only thing that I think is justified criticism for T1 is not their first place and how far ahead they are of everyone. It's their undefeated streak, which according to the players, I don't think they care about as much. No. That's the only thing where I'd be like, would Gen.G really not have taken one of those series? We will never know. There is no doubt in my mind that T1 is the best team in the LCK at this given point. The only thing is they might not have gone undefeated. I don't think that much would have changed. And
yeah, I don't want to add an asterisk. I think we've had conversations about the asterisk, and I just don't think that we need to. I think that T1 have performed extraordinarily well, and it was interesting. We had the chance to chat to Joe Marsh here at LoL Park and had a bit of a discussion with him about current form T1 and what he expects of the rest of the league. And we had a conversation about the strength of the LCK a little bit that we touched on. And he was just talking about the fact that, like, T1 kept their roster for a reason, right? They didn't need to build the synergy. They wanted to build up Zeus, who was already there and already starting to develop the end of last year. But what they wanted to do was really nail home a set group of players that could really begin to work together. And we've seen that already. Like, the macro play is just amazing. But another thing that he mentioned was the fact that all of these other teams were going to be coming for them eventually, right? Like, they needed to build up. They needed to get to the point where they're getting to now. And illustrated, like, I think his example was Kwangdong Freaks, and that's one that I'd like to use as well. This is a team that started off looking terrible. DRX, very similar situation, but Kwangdong Freaks, like, observing their development over the season has been really, really fun because, like, think of it like a gold graph, right? Like, they're down 4,000 gold at the start, but it's linear. It's growing. It's growing. Whereas T1, it's hard to know, like, what's the scale of this graph of, like, more winning equals this amount of winning, but winning's binary, and the amount of winning we don't really know, and it's all compared to, like, all these teams that are starting to ramp up. And so, yes, maybe it's exponential, but we don't necessarily know by how much. And are these other teams improving more? Like, it's such a cool thing to watch. But when you've got a region that's so top heavy, and you see, like, how much has that team changed? What has made this team so much better this season? And the answer is more synergy, more time together, and no actual change of roster. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf, and we were expecting this to be a very quick T1 2-0, but it started off with a Live Sandbox win. What an unbelievable game.
And that means that the plus 30 scoreline no longer possible for T1 this season. They're not going to be breaking that record. And we have seen some somewhat disrespectful drafting from T1, but I think it's okay because you're in a position where you're the expected winner. You're also trying to hide strategies going into playoffs, for example. So
and they've already locked first place.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, there's only these records that we love. As Brendan actually pointed out, it's like, well, we're the ones that are chasing narrative and things like this.
Yeah.
T1 aren't. They just want to get the cup.
Yeah, so like T1 are in a position with this draft where there's a lot of problems later on in team fights if they can't actually blow up somebody first with that poke that comes through in the Kai'Sa ultimate, because you're running into a Lee Sin, an Ahri, a Gragas, so much disengage, the Renata Glask ultimate as well.
Yeah.
So in those team fights we saw Live Sandbox take, Faker's hitting decent poke, but it's not enough to actually execute somebody. And then when they actually have to 5v5 brawl, there's just too much disengage on the side of Live Sandbox.
Not to mention, they had Dove. And Dove's Gragas this game was absolutely sick. It was ridiculous. Blew my mind. We've got a bit of a highlight reel. And we'd set this up already. And we were thinking, well, let's do the Dove highlight reel before Live Sandbox inevitably lose the game.
He was living up to the alternate pronunciation of his name because he was Dove quite a bit this game. And he flash cast this so perfectly. Zeus, because of the cask, actually holds turret aggro here and has to finish the kill. Doesn't have a choice, so does die. This time he actually goes down and gets away from this. They don't know where the enemy Lee Sin is. The following ultimate here from Owner a little bit too slow. And with this barrel connecting, they just decide, okay, we can't chase this any further. Don't know who's in that jungle, so he survives there. And then this time, once again, so, I mean, the guy just will not die under these turrets. He's just trading this back, almost gets a solo kill in this third one here. Really nice cast on the Zeus into the turret.
I thought this was his death, but that body slam right there was so sick.
And then he flashes back. The guy was out of control. And this is just him surviving in lane. So many of those team fights were decided by really good casts and body slams from him, getting on top of the enemy AD carry, getting on top of Faker. He had such a fantastic game, huge stand-up performance for this guy who's finally really coming together on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and this is against a Zeus that has really been stepping up this season, especially in round 2, right? We have been singing his praises over and over again, and I don't think he necessarily had an awful game or anything like that, but sometimes you just have one of those incredible performances, and it was augmented by the rest of his team. Let's jump into the next replay here, and this was a fight for a soul that Live Sandbox were going for here, and I thought this was going to be dicey as well. And look at the low health bars, right? The poke was starting to work.
As soon as Faker doesn't hit his Void Seeker, he actually has a longer cooldown, won't be able to hit. This gives a little bit of time, and then Ice actually hits a fantastic maximum range ult here, and then Dove instantly claps in. He has almost no health, but he knows that if he gets the body slam, sets up time for Krako's kick, and then get on top of these squishy backline carries. And it's just great ball from Krako. I think Krako might get a vote or two here, honestly, in this first game, because his follow-ups on Dove's engages were so perfect. Like, he did not miss. This was both, I think, a somewhat disrespectful draft from T1, hiding strategies and stuff, but also a huge overperformance for Live Sandbox.
No, absolutely.
Like, their best game of the whole year so far.
And I don't even necessarily feel like the draft is like super disrespectful or anything like that. Yes, there are some picks that maybe took some liberties and things like this, but it's still fun. You could see how it was working, and honestly, T1 had a lead throughout almost all of that game, regardless of what else had happened, right? They were able to poke people out, they were able to get a lot of vision deep in the jungle, but the answers, like you were talking about, the disengage and these like micro moments where Live Sandbox just like, I don't know, they just went to like galaxy brain level of team fighting. And it was unbelievable to watch.
It looks like they've really been scrimming against this Kai'Sa, AP Kai'Sa a lot, whether it's an AD carry or the mid laner. She functions the same way in these team fights. And every time Faker missed one Void Seeker, they're like, all right, now's our chance. We're moving, we're closing that gap because he's got that longer cooldown now. Oh, it was just so beautiful to watch. Like, this is the kind of game you get chills in, not because of necessarily the implications and the records that can't be set for T1 anymore, but just because Live Sandbox played like so much better than we'd ever expect from them. It's just unreal.
It's really, really cool, and it's just great to see them stepping up here. Let's jump into our last replay here. It was so hard choosing these replays, to be perfectly honest. We can't actually have all of them, and there were so many huge moments, even some great ones for T1 as well, but this was the game-winning play where T1 were trying to corral a Live Sandbox looking to try and get out. And
look at this.
Once again, heroism for both Croco and...
So they check this with the blue trinket, and it looks like, okay, they're going to complete the backs here. Faker goes just once to get the full check with his Void Seekers. Like, I can check both brushes here that way, and steps up just one step too far. And you can see Guma's trying to peel, he's trying to put the chompers on here, but the follow-up is just too fast and too quick here. And when a poke champion is the one that's standing next to the brush, you will get punished.
Oh, plus, Infernal Soul is pretty busted.
It's pretty busted, but Faker had no chance once he was caught there by the body slam, and they just take him out, get the second kill here onto the Keria, and that's it, like, push to win.
Yeah.
Very clean game from Live Sandbox, super good punishes, and as much as it's fun, I don't want to see any more mid-Kaisa until it's a little bit more figured out here, especially heading into playoffs. Like, there's some time before playoffs for teams to get figured out, but at the moment, I think still a little bit fragile.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see whether they can draft around it if it is going to be picked again. Let's check out our Dove of the game, player of the Dove, top lane guy. Really great Gragas performance from this gentleman right here. He was down 6,000 gold at the end, but it did not matter because he used his kit so incredibly well.
He was the main reason why they had an early Drake lead and were able to push for that Infernal Soul so early, because
this was a weak side masterclass.
Yeah, weak side masterclass, because while Owner is making all these aggressive dives trying to get the Tryndamere ahead and failing at it, the bottom side of the map, you know, Croco's getting Drakes. He's getting a little bit of pressure relief for that bot duo. Notice at this stage, the bot duo is actually pushing in. And that's another thing we didn't really talk about in this draft too much, is the Seraphine operates like a Karma. That bot duo was pushed in so hard, so they had a lot of power to actually try to make those top dives happen. But when Dove relieved all that pressure, the bot duo suddenly had a lot more, and it is the 13 for 13 here for Dove. Extremely well-deserved, man.
He was just so good, but they're going to have to do it in back-to-back games if they want to take down T1. T1 raring to go for game number 2, so let's throw it over to the casters to get into it.
Thank you, Carpet Spacers, for your wonderful breakdown and an absolute masterclass. 100% agree. Something we really haven't seen from Dove too often or at all this season, and it's so great to see him really come into his own here after switching to top lane against such a strong team.
I was hoping for some Croco votes, but I couldn't vote for it,
No.
so I'm not surprised no one else did, because honestly, Dove, when it came to the game-winning plays, you saw he had 3 of them, right? His catches, his catch on Gumayushi in mid, his catch on Faker on top, those were some of the most defining plays, and he has been very hard to call, that has to be said, but the level play he showed on that Gragas was, I think, the main thing that made Live Sandbox win this game. Was the main thing that T1, I think, kind of disrespected, walked into a little bit too much, but it, in theory, should not have any bearing on this series. T1, they've been down before, right?
We'll see.
We'll see how this game number 2 goes.
Look
That's
at
all I'm
that.
saying, and look at the respect.
I mean-
16-0 team immediately banning the pick you just hard carried on.
Yeah, even
Gotta
on
love
red
it.
side, it's like, I don't know if we've seen a player get this much respect for a Gragas before, maybe since Score, right? And this is after just one game, right?
Okay.
Zeri is going to be banned away, and Caitlyn also taken off the board, so this is really going to be interesting. By the way, guys, T1 did select red side, and now maybe they got that kind of, oh, the plus 30 pressure is off our back, right? They still have the undefeated pressure, undefeated season pressure on them, but I think that will be a wake-up call in game number 1 where they can kind of settle down and say, okay, that was a little bit fast and loose. Let's go back to, you know, what we're doing. T1's still the expected winners here, but I don't know. Live Sandbox they're playing like 100 out of 100 right now.
Live Sandbox, I think, looking for the Jinx or Phidios first pick. Expecting Jinx with the Hecarim getting banned away here now, because the Phidios into Jinx, obviously, matchup that can be somewhat rough. And with the Hecarim also being banned away, there is no reason for you to, or no reason, rather no possibility for you to lock in what has been a phenomenal jungler, especially for Croco as well, who actually has looked really good on the Hecarim in a carry position. And I was expecting the Jinx, but Sandbox is saying no, we are just going to go for the Ahri again. And while the laning phase didn't prove to be a problem, Closer, his setup in subsequent fights was something that was heavily relied upon by Live Sandbox. So wonder whether we're going to see that Kai'Sa mid again, because as mentioned previously, there were some crucial difficulties in the pre-2 item spike point for the Kai'Sa, and I think T1 probably going to look for something a little bit more stable, as you know my opinion on Blind Jace, Valdez.
I know your opinion on Blind Jace. The fact of the matter in the LCK is that it very rarely gets countered here. But after what Dove did just
recently,
with the Gragas band as well, maybe that's where he's like, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time I show them my Malphite. It could be. I mean, who knows? Maybe he plays Wukong. Maybe he plays one of the other counters. There are ways to get ahead of this Jace, though it is extreme comfort for both Zeus and Owner here in Game 2.
Yeah, that's the key thing here, and while you might be able to mitigate the pressure that the Jace is going to have, his poke, unless you completely shut him out of the game, is always going to be relevant. So Volley Barrier for Croco ties in with the priority that we've been seeing recently. Volley Barrier steadily rising again, great early dueling, able to set up dives when you do find yourself in a lead, and Dove has not been allowed to play this for quite a while. I don't love the matchup into the Jace specifically, but we do know it's extreme comfort for Dove. Remember the first week of spring?
Yeah.
When he got like, was it 1 or 2 POGs on this pick, and then we were like, oh, Sandbox, and then that was basically the highlight until just now.
Yeah.
Although there was a Jace 1v2. I guess we, Dove has had some moments, but LeBlanc and Lee is a tried and true combination. Already an incredibly strong topside here for T1. Great poke, great damage, mixed profile, and a lot of prio to be expected from that.
Yeah, and I kind of like doing this, especially with the champion Ocean that Keria has, and we know that Gumayusi is comfortable to play pretty much anything as well. So you can pick for topside. Yeah, they're going to take away some of the bigger AD carry bans, but on the side of Live Sandbox, they don't have their AD carry either. So T1 will get first pick on the AD carry. Might even see Kai'Sa in the bottom lane. You know, that could be an option if we do see a lot of bans that come through here onto the AD carry role.
Also, now Leona's still open, so might see a swap of that. With the Fido's ban is looking more and more likely here. And that's the one thing that both these two comps are lacking right now. I think for T1 it's not as much of a problem because they do have a lot of poke and their neutral is really strong. They can just sit and throw out chains, try and hit Shock Blast. But with Sandbox, unless you want to fully commit to 1-3-1, I do think that they need to find themselves with a little bit more engaged. So either Nautilus or Leona is going to make you very happy, so don't expect them to be added to the ban list. Instead, it's going to be the Kai'Sa here. And then you can pick up whichever is left over and still have a very well-rounded team comp. As like the Xayah a lot here, I think that you want to play towards your top side with what you've drafted it thus far, and Xayah very, very comfortable to just being left on her own.
Yeah, it's a great pick to take here. The Kai'Sa gets taken off the board, as I mentioned. The Jhin, which we don't see too often nowadays, but it comes out every once in a while when there are a lot of AD carry bans. We saw it yesterday out of Teddy. They did lose with this pick, by the way. But it will be selected here for Ice, and when you have a front line that loves to dive and loves to go in, Jhin is actually really good behind that because you can set up, you can be great utility, you can look for picks for your team to follow up on, and it should not be bad here for the side of Live Sandbox.
Wonder whether they're going to prioritize I was going to say Nautilus or Leona. That's still my expected outcome. I do think that you need some pressure and you need a way to hard engage. This would be forfeiting laning pressure, but the Yuumi obviously with Volibear, with Tryndamere, insanely strong synergy.
I really like what they've built for themselves. You know, the Yuumi Jhin, we've seen it be powerful in the past. Yes, you're not going to be super having a ton of fun in the lane, but I don't know. I just really like it. For everything you mentioned, the Yuumi can enable, alongside of the Jhin, so many of those plays with Tryndamere, Volibear, and Ahri. It will be the Nautilus here for Keria, alongside of Xayah, so they can definitely make their plays.
Does mean that T1 rounds out the composition with hard engage, something that they were lacking up until that point, and their setup around objectives extremely strong. A lot of poke, a lot of range, a lot of safety built in. But looking at Sandbox, if they are able to find themselves a 1-3-1, do think that in terms of side lane pressure, they are hard to deal with. And if anyone on Live Sandbox gets fed, Yuumi basically turns you into an absolute 1v9 machine. So that is going to be something that I think might become a problem for T1. But with the power that they have, I think early skirmishes should be a lot more comfortable for them. This time, no Kai'Sa that needs to wait until the 2-item spike is hit. I think you're going to be able to impact the game right from the get-go this time around.
Let's take a look once again at Live Sandbox's comp. You can have some really nice side lane pressure if you do get ahead. And even as a 5, so much big potential. So many abilities to make your Volibear unkillable, your Tryndamere unkillable. And we'll see how they get into the mid-game. T1 were able to take a lead in game 1, but Sandbox clawed their way back.
I think T1 was able to get, like, what, 3 leads? Overall, and then every single time Sandbox said, no, I'm not going to let you keep that one. The fact that Dove got POG with 6,000 gold, that really says it all. So, see if Live Sandbox can repeat the miracle of game number 1.
Absolutely. And the stakes here, of course, T1, they have first place. They want to get their undefeated season, but if they don't get it, it's not the end of the world, right? They still have first place here, locked in for the LCK playoffs. For Live Sandbox, they're not going to playoffs. They just got all their players out of quarantine. They took a long break because of that. Maybe they were playing solo queue in their spare time while they were taking that break. And they don't have anything to lose, right? They're just coming in here, they're just playing their hearts out, and it has been one of the best series that they've had so far. So, curious to see if they can actually pull it off here against T1. But I think T1 just overall being the better team and having the pride on the line as well and wanting that undefeated season, I'm expecting them to come out extremely strong here for game 2.
Wondering where Bailcal is going to go. Has gone for Ari, which of course pretty standard, but also picking up the Relic Shield here, so going to help him have a little bit more shove into Gumayushi and Carrier with the Execute. And going for Gathering Storm, so expecting him to opt into a P build here, which is okay. I think that with the Ari also being there, it's not a necessity whatsoever, but can still provide you with a lot of additional, very relevant poke, which I do think you're going to really enjoy. Zeus has gone Flash Ignite, and if I've ever seen a sign of him being like, I'm going to win this lane, and good luck with it, Dove, it's that, because we've seen Ghost in response, right? And Ghost has a lot of utility in terms of what it provides to you in teamfights as well, as you can give yourself continuous boosts of mobility. But Ignite has one purpose, and it is kill Dove.
Kill Dove, and look for better trades. Don't just have to back away and only poke. 14-4 is Carrier on the Nautilus. Here is another hook that will go down into the Jhin. Huge burst damage goes in. Kyle is trying to trade back and block some of those projectiles. But Ice will take a big chunk of damage at the end of the day. By the way, Zeus did go Acceleration Gate first. Very nice to do against Tryndamere, who wants to spin on you at level 1. You can just use that speed boost to get away.
Yeah, I've been seeing that a lot more. Really, really liking it, Zeus. Of course, as you pointed out, extreme comfort on this Jace pick. I think barring the Gnar, maybe his most iconic pick that we've seen him have the most consistent performances on. Yeah, some early trading here. A lot of back and forth, but neither, especially with all the summoners up, looking to get too much done. As yep, that's fake as LeBlanc. It's very good.
Yeah.
I don't really know what to tell you.
6 KDA over, I guess, what was it, 38 games, 40 games?
Yep.
Kind of insane.
Very much so. As, again, Croco able to get the early scuttle. Don't think that he will be able to double scuttle here. And unlike last time around, Owner is playing Lee, so has a lot more fighting power in terms of the 1v1. But with botline Prio being in the favor of Ice and KL, who after those early trades on bot found themselves the bounce. It's going to be a double scuttle start here. Closer playing pretty defensively. Lane is shoving into him.
Yeah, Owner is still here. I mean, this is a lot of time trying to look for this gank, and Owner says, well, the 2 scuttles are gone. I'm not going to get this bottom side. Gone. And, yeah, just looks for the gank. Nothing happens. He doesn't lose too much other than the scuttle, of course, because he can just go back to when his camps do spawn. and be on time for that. So Closer plays it out pretty well in terms of his positioning in this lane.
As he should, of course, post-6, Ari has an insane amount of build-in safety, but pre-6, your flash is still a very valuable commodity.
Oh, and get the spin there. A little extra auto comes in from Dove. And as you mentioned, I mean, talking about comfort, Dove is going to be extremely happy on that. As the scanner comes in, they will get the engage, but of course, Keria just hooks away, and Krako's flash is now down.
Yeah, especially with the E already being used, not quite sure whether they were expecting that one to work out. Kroko also not going for the Hex Flash, which we have actually seen on the Volibear. If I remember correctly, it was on Fleek. And
yes.
Owner getting the immediate punish here, which is very, very nice, as the gank fails. A bit trading, but not going to be leading to too much. Owner now, crucially, even with the early double scuttle, with a little bit of an experience lead. Of course, also hanging around mid lane for a wee bit. Able to pick up some experience there, and ㅣ still hanging in there. There's the hook.
Ooh, really nice dredge line. Immediate exhaust goes down onto Guma, and Kyle is just going to get blade called on top of. He cannot get on top of Ice here. Still waiting on that cooldown. Finally gets it. And now Ice is going to try to turn this one around. Flash away from Keria. And they get baited in on that one. Should be a double kill potentially. Couple of feathers come out, and Guma will pick up the 2 in the bottom lane.
And there's the 2v2 we were expecting here today. Ice and KL get very close, but some crucial vision juggling there coming through from Keria. And man, that hook, as you pointed out, very nicely done, immediately forcing the double summoners. And then initially here, it looks like there is an opportunity, right? Want to try and take down Keria. But Ice, I think, looking for the 4th shot here. Not able to actually get it off. Keria is standing on the wall, but flashing out of range crucially, doesn't get taken down. And then that's of course the downside of Yuumi. Once you do get CC, which Nautilus does so well, you have such a long time before you can actually return to Ice. And that is exactly the type of break that T1, I think we're also expecting to get in this matchup. Ice and KL have had their fair share of struggles, and 2-0 Guma, pretty good way to start the game.
Yeah, Ice just got to be more careful about standing right in front of the minions. Thought he was safe enough. The dredge line being, a little bit of a thick hitbox, but Keria just makes it look so easy as he's able to land that one in. Now he shows his face in the mid lane. So, yeah, a lot of pressure taken away here for T1 now with the lead. They should be able to get some of those Drakes now, as long as Owner does make his way over there. You see that Krako is around the area for now. It's top lane going slightly better for Dove. Seems like he enjoys this lane in terms of the Tryndamere versus Jace matchup.
Yeah. I mean, Dove has always also been very comfortable. Oh, Closer!
Hey, here it is. The chains come in, but the kick onto Krako, and Krako says hello, jumps on back in. Closer gets a little bit too close to the sun, though, as Faker one more auto should do it. He picks it up. And Closer's mistake will net the kill here for Faker.
And this is much more akin to what we expected coming into this game, which is T1 just straight up outplaying their opponents. This is now the 2nd skirmish in a row that they win. ㅅ, man, getting so much value out of phase rush and the immediate disengage that Jace provides. Faker not done just yet.
Uh-oh, this is a level 5 Jin under the turret. They just do not care. Level 6 here for the Xayah, and that is going to be another kill. Double for Faker as he picks him up underneath the turret. Now 3-0 on the LeBlanc.
And this game is quickly spinning out of control, whereas the previous one saw a relatively even game state until the mid-game, where we actually saw Sandbox get a couple of key picks. This is a 3k gold lead at 9 minutes, which is a lot. Man, moments like this, if this is played out a little bit differently, right? If Closer is able to get a bit more damage in, if Owner doesn't flash that ultimate from Kroko, then you might have an entirely different situation in your hand. But crucially, Kroko doesn't have the stun. This is, I'm not going to explain this because this is, as you pointed out, level 5 gym. They have no summoners. Even without Faker, this would have been...
Uh-oh. Owner on live. Gets over the wall. Closer still hunting, but Keria is there.
Wait. Zeus?
Zeus is, as they say it, he's between a rock and a hard place. This time, he's between a big sword and a bear. And down he will go. Krako picks up the kill. That means that no Rift Herald just yet.
Looking like we're going to get the full commit here.
Okay, Hex Flash again. This time, not going to hit the target.
Saved by the minion. There was Dove. Could have been taken down otherwise. And Live Sandbox, they need this Herald. Normally, I'm all for giving up Herald, but everyone is rotated. If you lose this, Goldleaf for T1 becomes way too big. T1 are still looking to contest. Zeus, crucially, can't join, has Ignite.
He's running. Dove is way in the enemy jungle, maybe looking to pick off Zeus or go for a huge flank around the back. The Rift Herald goes the way of Live Sandbox as Dove now going on in there. The flank not really working out, as the depth charge will be enough, and Zeus gets here on time, and that Tryndamere just not doing damage in the backline. Will be able to take out Faker's clone, but that is it, and that doesn't count, as that will be T1 cleaning up the fight.
A little bit of disjointedness there coming through, but a beautiful fight from T1. Sure to give the Herald, but if you pick up 3 kills to go with it, you're still going to be feeding Peachy as, oh boy. Not going to go for it. Keria just backed. Thank you, Jonas Strong.
Yeah.
For again showcasing us the fog of war and what lack of vision can actually do. As the start of this, starting off quite nicely. Crucially, Owner is able to get out with his life, and although Zeus gets taken down, there is a lot of time invested here. And Kroko also, at this point, doesn't have the ultimate available just yet. They do get the kill here, but this gives T1 the opportunity to actually get the setup that they're looking for. And if Dove is a split second earlier, I think if he flashes in right from the get-go, they might have actually found a target there. And then the fight could be completely different. It's just a little bit disjointed, and those type of tiny mistakes get punished, as you pointed out. So hilariously, Dove gets the clone, which doesn't really do anything.
Doesn't count. Faker, he's going to double distort away. He says, no thank you.
Oh, it's the Goon Squad. They're at the ready.
They're going up against a Goon and a Cat, though. Let's see if the Bear can survive. Krako with no ult available, though, and I don't think the Yuumi will help. He's got a nice shield, and Flash, actually, will get him to survive. Closer, though, trying to eke on over, will take some big damage, and now Ice has to back out of the bottom lane. Still a win here.
Uh-oh.
For T1. They're looking for another one. No dredge line, because he just used it to get close. But that's just fine. They zone him out of the bottom lane.
And that is going to be a bunch of plates going over. Punish opportunity, maybe on top side. I'm pretty sure Zeus is just going to vacate his turret, and they trade on bot already. Guma's getting more and more fed, so you don't really need to contest on top side. T1, again, 5k gold lead. These skirmishes are becoming more and more one-sided, and looking a lot more reminiscent of the game we were expecting today.
Uh-oh, Closer, that's not the right way. Actually nearly catches someone, so maybe he was correct. Owner is going to get shot in the back here, but Faker will just block the last one. And no catch will happen underneath. You see Faker, or rather, Keria is still looking for those Hex Flash plays. Love that summoner.
Extremely proactive.
Big trade up on the top side. Here comes a Bear and a Cat as Zeus just avoids it, and the Ignite is going to tick down and take away the Tryndamere and make it a 1-for-1.
Hold up.
3. Here comes Owner with the teleport. Coming on in as well. Owner still looking for it. The kick comes in. The Cat is going to block the Q. Will it matter, though? The damage looking to come on in as Faker will try to get in there onto Kyle as well. This will be the both of them going down. They have incredible chase with the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin.
Unironically, great Yuumi mechanics there from Kel, but it doesn't matter. It's not enough, as the whole problem with that play was that Dove died. And Zeus showcasing the Ignite. Value of, oh boy. Close is gonna...
Saying hello.
Hello. Yeah, pieces out. Again, this is a lot of moments where it looks like Sandbox can maybe eke by, but then the response is just so much better, right? And crucially, Dove goes in early here and has to pop his ultimate very early on. Also, a little bit of miscommunication. Zay's great movement. And I think because Dove is actually not able to get a lot of damage done, not able to get the full Fury bar to use, and the Ignite, of course, also reducing healing from the Yuumi and his Q, so nicely done. And then, yeah, when Faker gets here, no amount of movement is going to save either Kyle or Croco, as the overall play, again, won extremely hard by T1, who are now knocking on some inner turrets in the bot side.
Yeah, and you see that carry is kind of going from mid to bot, as trying to control all the vision and look for plays with this Nautilus as much as possible. We do have Gumayusi quietly 3,300 gold ahead. Of course, the double kill helps out as Croco is passing through. I mean, just saying hello again. Okay, goodbye. Actually goes on to carry. Not sure about that, my friend. As Dove is looking to trade here as well. You guys are you're down 6,000 gold, by the way. As Owner is going in there, nice exhaust. Maybe trying to bait this for the 30% health ice. I'm not sure. Dove is not going to win this trade against Zeus either, as Owner will follow up. And now with Gumayusi here, they will eventually have to back away.
A little bit of flexing, why not, right? As T1 can now take any skirmish they so desire, as well, in terms of plate, Sandbox got a couple. You know, that's only a 300 gold lead from plates.
Yeah, from
from the plates. So out of the 7.5k gold lead, only 300 is plate gold. The rest is kills and minions and turrets and anything that T1 could desire.
Yeah, they're very much in extreme control of this game, a lot more so than game number 1.
Imagine being volleyed by into LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Oh, sad moment for the bear.
For the bear.
For the bear. Good for LeBlanc.
And the cat. Bear and the cat are best friends. We've seen this before. The horse and the cat can be friends. All the animals are friends here on Summoner's Rift. Generally, if they're on the same team.
I mean, otherwise it becomes a little ugly, right?
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of fighting. A lot of fighting. As Drakes have been largely ignored by, honestly, both teams. And for T1, you don't really need to do Drakes when you can just take all the objectives on the map.
Do champions, right?
Yeah. Yeah, basically. I don't know if that's the phrasing I would use, but...
It didn't quite come out the way I meant it to, but you know.
That's Croco looking for a possible counterplay here.
Yeah, Dove is...
oh, no,
yeah.
never mind.
As meanwhile, Guma is going to take down the Dragon and its Hextech Rift.
Hey, I'm not as Closer finds a trap. I'm not saying it would have gone any better, but you know what champion would have been 100% really good here instead of Tryndamere?
Malphite?
Really tough pick. You know it would be. Man.
I didn't even think about it. I just said Malphite because I knew that was the answer. It's always the answer.
Didn't even listen to the question. Well, it's not yesterday it wasn't the answer.
Yeah,
the R5 Malphite was...
We got a couple more as a big 1v1 here. The flash on the charm. Faker.
Ooh.
He is getting hunted down a little bit here. Here comes Croco. And that's not going to be quite in range. This is a big bear as he distorts back. He's got Elise in here now. And you can see Owner, he's just hunting down the Fox now as the Q will be flashed. And flash over the wall here from Croco. They will take out Faker finally in the end, but down goes Closer as well. And Croco with his friendly cat. They will not be having fun together.
Live Sandbox, guys. This one is done, so let's have some fun. See if we can kill LeBlanc. They do. They do in the end. But at what cost is the question. It's a lot.
파랑팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
I don't have that much more to say about this game. there's a point where
I was waiting for your hard-hitting analysis.
There's a point where analysis starts to feel somewhat superfluous, and it is when one team has a 2 Drake and, well, you know, 11
Faker.
gold lead.
But Dove got the objective bounty. So
now it's only 10k.
yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna look at this fight here. Dove no spin. He's going up against Ignite. Jace who's ahead. It looks weird because Xayah takes the Drake at exactly the moment that he dies, but Xayah not the one who got the kill.
Get him, Croco! Obviously, Liv Sandbox, no, they're being collapsed upon, but might as well try to get yourself a bounty while you're at it, as this 1v1 turns into a topside skirmish. Eventually they take down Faker, but Owner gets the kill on the Ahri that started it all off. And do see, in the end, the entirety of the Sandbox get taken down once again, and yeah, might as well start down. I'm on board with this. Pretty good position here as T1.
Yeah, but Xayah, you know, it is Eclipse Collector Xayah, but I mean, it still does damage to the Baron at 20 minutes. Charm here on Nicaria. There's that Jhin utility finally coming through in this game for the first time, as Croco over the wall is just going to get teamed down as Faker is looking to go hunting once again with this Buddy Lee Sin. As Dove going to get knocked back, flash onto Zeus, and that is going to be the end of Tryndamere as well, as we might just have a full ace here. Owner lands the Q over the wall. He has been so clean tonight, as down will go closer as well. There is the full ace, and T1 might just end the game.
Wonderful game from T1. When doing the setup for tonight, we're like, oh, Liv Sandbox, if they can win one game, it's a miracle. Well, if you see this game, it makes you even more appreciative of game number 1.
Yeah.
But T1, when they're angry, they're really angry.
And they're angry. You can see it. They want this win, and they will have it, regardless of what Liv Sandbox have to say about it. And did you see the Jhin ultimate? Fortunately, maybe, you know, second time this game. Nice gate there from Zeus for the extra speed. And that is going to be the kill for him as well. And the kill on the Nexus here for T1. We are now all tied up at 1.
And after what was a pretty back and forth, up and down, gold leads being thrown over left and right, this one felt a lot more like the expected outcome, and one that I think T1 fans will be feeling like, okay, there we go. That's what we were expecting coming into the day, as Liv Sandbox, unfortunately, plagued by many of the problems that we've seen in the past. Just early skirmishes, early all-ins, and laning phase 2v2s, 1v1s, not working out the way that they're looking for, and then going into the mid stages of the games.
Faker, what was that?
Great shout out. Then it was that was basically the end of it. Like, they went into the quote-unquote mid-game, quote-unquote team fight phase with, I think it was 6 or 7k. As I said.
Yeah.
And
about that.
Doesn't matter how well you fight. There's not a lot to be done to get a comeback from that position.
Absolutely. You can see Joker, you know, he's got like a little bit of a smirk. He's like, okay, you know, like, that's going to happen sometimes. They are a great team. Let's try to go back to what we can do. Life's best gift, birthday gift, is a 17 win.
That's a drawing.
Yes, that is a drawing. A very good one at that. 23.5 minutes. Zeus did 17,000 damage.
Hard POG vote. Because there was, obviously, it was Carrier. I think the obvious vote. Yeah, Faker works. I think Owner had a exceptional game. Zeus had a bunch of solo bolos, and the Ignite Jace actually working out really nicely. So, would not be shocked to see a split vote, but
yeah,
who knows?
We will not know. We'll have to throw it over the carpet space after this break to find out. We'll be back in a moment.
야 컨트롤 줘봐.
잠깐만 미드 밀어볼래? 끝날 수도 있어.
끝날만하다.
나 붙을게 이러면. 끝날만한 듯.
아니야.
끝내자. 끝낼만하다.
트린 다 빠졌어.
이거 볼배도 노공이거든.
그냥 한 번 더 싸우면 돼. 더 싸워도 이기긴 해.
아야.
볼배 볼게.
나올래?
잠시만. 뭐야 킬 잘했네.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and we return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and that was a very swift Game 2 victory for T1. They really came out of the gate swinging this time, and it really did feel like things had ramped up after the unfortunate loss in Game 1.
The AD carry pool got really thinned out in this game, and so we ended up with a Xayah versus Jhin Yuumi lane, which can go either way, but when it's Keria on the other side with an engaged support like the Nautilus, we know how it can go and how it did go from watching that game. That's where things really went awry. Didn't dislike the Ahri priority here for Live Sandbox. The Volibear pick here, I think, strong right now in this meta, but very difficult to execute against a team like T1 that's so good at reacting to it. And they gave Faker his LeBlanc, they gave Zeus the Jace, and Owner got Lee Sin. It felt like a bit of a tier list gap between these two drafts, to be honest, in a lot of ways. And T1 just ran away with it after 2 kills going over to the bottom lane, then a second set of 2 kills going over to the bottom lane.
How many 2 kills did they need? I want to stay on the draft just for like 1 second, because if you just looked on the Live Sandbox side, there were things that I actually quite enjoyed. You know, like if they had that top side focused, you free the Yuumi early. Theoretically, Jhin can catch waves because he's pretty safe down there, can farm from range and things like this. And then you allow the Volibear and Tryndamere to do like crazy things while Ahri's getting catches and stuff like that. But Jace, Lee Sin, and LeBlanc on T1 is just too much. And we're going to start with the bottom side of the map because those 3 things were way too powerful, but also 2v2 kills happening, that's a disaster.
In so many of these T1 games, I mean, there's nothing to really like be impressed by here. It's just Keria making sure he lands these hooks, right? And you know, you can see that Ice has no idea where Keria is at this moment in time, walks up very aggressively. He knew where he was moments ago, just hasn't been able to track him. And I mean, so many of these T1 games have been decided by Gumayusi and Keria just dominating, like, before ultimates are available in the bot 2v2. Like,
that vision play was just beautiful from Keria.
Yeah, it made it look like he was towards the top side, then goes around, plays around the exact radius of the vision there. Well, like, they make this play happen, you know, then they do it again. And this is just so problematic for the side of Live Sandbox here. But it's just the bottom duo that wins matchup. They shouldn't necessarily win it this early, get so many kills. Means like sometimes we just sit back as on the analyst desk and we're like, well, I don't know, like that's the end of it. And like it kind of felt like that in this game. Then you're like, but also they have Faker's LeBlanc and.
Speaking of Faker's LeBlanc, let's get into our second replay here because, of course, Faker, one thing that I've always said about Faker's LeBlanc is he's the best at utilizing his clone, and in this fight, he gets a flash with it.
He's able to get his flash with the clone here, really nicely done. You'll see at the end of this fight, and just everything about this team fight is super clean. As right now, T1 are approaching a team fight basically with no prio. They start it down the members, there's the flash you mentioned, and they still pull it off. Xayah is ahead, but not so ahead that this is like a forgettable fight where you can just walk up and take it. They just played every part of that so mechanically well. Even though from before the fight, I was like, I don't agree with your decision to fight, but I will respect it if you win it that dominantly. It just doesn't matter. Like.
But also, if you do have a massive lead like that, fighting more is actually a way to just extend that gold lead, right? And even though they lost the Rift Herald, they were still able to pick up the majority of the kills. I think it was 4 in that fight, and that put them so far ahead. I think it was like 5 or 6K. That early in the game, and it felt like there was absolutely nothing. Like, the Volibear's job is to like do well in the early game, and there was just no early game for him to do well in, unfortunately. As we check out the result of that, and that is the game-winning team fight here.
Yeah,
or T1.
This is just Baron being taken by T1, and unfortunately, Live Sandbox have no vision control here whatsoever. They have to walk through this choke point. Keria is just here to buy time so they can secure the Baron. The second it's done, it's a big turn here for T1. And even with the Yuumi ult coming down in this corridor, half of T1 is beyond it. They have so much chase. because they've got a Lee Sin, they've got a LeBlanc, they can collapse on any of the members here of Live Sandbox with a lead like this. It's just really about cleaning up the fight and winning the games. Owner can go over the wall here, really nicely aimed Q. Yeah. And what we didn't show, obviously, in this death segment is all of the picks that happened from after that second highlight to the third one there, where they were just constantly going over the map. Faker surviving in the top lane as well and turning his death at the last second into like 3 or 4 kills there for T1. It was just beautiful play overall, and a more standard draft gives you that kind of result.
It absolutely did, and now let's get into player of the game and see who's going to pick this one up. It's a difficult one to guess, but ㅅ is definitely no stranger to picking up these POGs. 700 points now from that bottom side of the map, and his Nautilus was just amazing. His play-around vision, as we saw earlier on, but also just hex flashing everywhere. He was all over the map this game.
Yeah, just really tricky stuff here from ㅅ. The vision play also might have been very frustrating for Closer as well. Like, you might be thinking ㅅ is going up to the mid lane, has to play more respectfully. There's so much that goes into this. I ended up voting for Faker because I thought his LeBlanc play was fantastic, but I think this could have gone to basically anybody. It might be a very split vote here, but he had got them ahead on the bottom 2v2 setup. These are the second 2 kills we didn't show, with a really nice dive coming through from Faker, and all of his engages were clean. His hex flashes were awesome. This is another moment where, once again, just starts the fight off right, and I mean, pretty much every single fight you're going to watch if T1 has ㅅ starting it off. And it's really just a chicken and egg, like who you vote for. Like, is it ㅅ who sets it up, or is all the DPS?
It's like winning and winning and winning and more winning, and everybody contributed. But ㅅ, absolutely fantastic.
The 4 out of 13 POG.
Yeah, it had to get tie broken, as the only one missing out on a vote is, in fact, Gumayushi there on the bottom side, overshadowed a little bit by the gentleman that managed to win. So I think we're all probably pretty okay with how
I think so.
As far as the spread is concerned. But that will do it for the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space. Let's bring it back to the boys on the desk for the final game.
Thank you, Chair and Carpet Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. We are here for game number 3. Game 1, a slugfest. Back and forth, Live Sandbox with the big upset. Game 2, T1 took out the giant hammer, and they said, you're going to sit down now and put an end to this. And they did in 21 and a half minutes. What does game 3 look like?
I personally have a sneaking suspicion that it will be more like a game number 2 than game number 1. That is the expectation generally for this matchup, right? And game number 1 showed us a different reality for just a little bit, but unfortunately, we all got to wake up. I think game 2 was a wake-up call for both T1 and for Live Sandbox that were maybe expecting to, what if we do 2 games in a row? What if we're the ones that get it done?
Look at the Gragas man again.
I love it. Especially after last game, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be too bummed if Dove plays Tryndamere again, because it didn't go very well. Also, I think it might be the most split vote we've seen in a long time for POG. Really cool and really indicative of the quality and the form of T1 as a team. Really everyone doing exceptional, and this Hecarim ban on blue side is actually really interesting because it is, I think, maybe one of the few weaknesses that T1 does have is that owner looks a lot more comfortable on pings with more individual agency, like the Lee, like the Xin as well. His Viego has been a highlight for me in many a game, but the Hecarim, a pick that didn't look that amazing on, and also maybe not wanting to lock themselves into that on a first pick for blue side. Ahri has been extremely high priority thus far. Wondering to see if that continues here, as Karma still a possibility in terms of bans here, but going to be Zeri instead.
Yeah, Zeri taken away. So this does leave Ahri, does leave Jace. They didn't get punished really for their Jace first pick on red side. It leaves Jinx and Lee Sin as well. Definitely a pick you can go for early. You don't have to show your cards. It's just a great blind pick in general. And tier list pick for the jungle and for owner.
Owner, of course, the one I voted for POG. It's hard to shine in a team like T1, but had a wonderful league game, getting the priority here that I think it deserves after that first game. For Sandbox, can pick up Ahri, which is my expected pickup. Ahri Jinx would be the most obvious choice here. Alternatively, can go for Ahri Volibear. to go back to what we've seen of them in the past, they clearly highly rate that pick in terms of the pressure it provides early on, although the proactive dive part of it hasn't really worked out for them as much. And it's interesting to see a lot of picks like kind of dropping in priority. Rise, I think, is another big one that has gone a little bit down as Ari has risen, as okay, well, I'm not the biggest enjoyer of blind Tryndamere for many a reason, but especially considering what happened in that matchup last time around. As T1, you know, so well, that's cool. We will just lock Jace again.
Jace LeBlanc
Jace
here.
LeBlanc, yeah, there's no reason.
Might as well.
To, right? And Sandbox, why not a bot laner? Why not a Nautilus? You know, a pick that just fits in any comp, is going to work well regardless. Instead of already committing to your solo lanes, on red side especially, allowing you to effectively get counter picks in both.
Very confusing, especially in that facet, right? They're just not using the power of red side. You know, you give up first pick so that you get last pick. And keep in mind that they did choose red side here after the loss. LeBlanc comes through once again.
Shocker.
Yeah. The Jace, notably not picked just yet, so we do have a chance to play Malphite. Could get Malphite here. We can't get Gragas. We still could get Jace, but we'll have to wait and see what Live Sandbox do go for in terms of bans.
Yeah, maybe you ban it away here, which I don't think should be something that has to be done, but into Zeus it very well might be. T1 is cruising towards having exactly the same lineup that they had in the previous game, which I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy about. That game was not close, and we still see this priority on Renata. I think that Renata is a pick that has a lot of utility in the right situations, like the Xayah ban here, because honestly, into Live Sandbox's champions, the Xayah is pretty ludicrous. Also, even without everything that transpired, right? Gumayusi getting as far ahead as he did, like that Xayah would have been kind of a nuisance to deal with in fights. So by taking that away, you give a little bit more opportunity for Dove and for Closer to actually get an impact in the mid to late stage.
Aphelios taken off the board here as well. Huge favorite for Ice. They will deny it here again in game number 3 as they did in game 2. Will we just see more down the line of 80 carry bans? Wouldn't be surprised again to see the Kai'Sa taken off the board, just in terms of tier list.
Yeah, and also looking at the draw from T1, right? Kai'Sa fits very well. As the felt down list strikes through. Able to get that one down. I think this does open up a Ezreal pick here for the Sandbox. Kai'Sa also, of course, also always really good into the Ezreal. And one of the few remaining 80 carries that I think is something that you'd want to pick up at this point in time. Provided that T1 ban Jinx, which should almost always happen. So do see that come through here as expected. And then you get your jungle counter pick. So maybe we're going to see something out of Croco. I've been waiting for Renata Olaf. I think that is a combo that obviously has a lot of built-in synergy. This is a very different look, and I'm not the biggest fan of it in terms of what it does with the Renata. I think that Renata's cooldowns are pretty high early on and doesn't really give Samira as many all-in winners as she'd like, but post-laning phase, there's plenty of opportunity here.
How about a Draven?
What? Yeah, obviously I would like
Gumayusi can play Draven.
He can.
Come on, let's see it. I think this is a game.
It's gonna be Ezreal, though.
Let's see the Draven game.
I want it. Has he played it ever
Look at him,
since?
he's like, yeah, you know, sounds pretty good, Valdez.
Has he played it since the Gauntlet? Hey,
I mean,
that's fun too.
I'm okay with this too, you know?
I'll take it.
It's all right, you know, casual vein, sure.
Now for Zeus, will he lock in Malphite? Alternatively, he locks in Jace and wins that matchup again, which I think is what's actually going to happen. And at this point, we have many a player where we kind of skirt the rules of what we like, what we dislike in draft. Zeus' Jace has reached that point as well. Croco is going to be able to get Viego here, which, honestly, in terms of individual character potential, is definitely up there. The Viego and the Ahri is a combination that, if it can pop off, is insanely strong. And Live Sandbox comp is very much get the first kill, win the fight, don't get a kill, and watch your entire team get demolished by. Oh, you can pick a champion on T1 side. I'm pretty open to any of them.
Calling carry an angel.
If you don't,
I don't disagree.
If you don't get the resets for Live Sandbox, it becomes incredibly hot, right? Like, there's Bailout, there's Viego passive, there's Spirit Rush, there's Samira. So, the more the merrier in that regard.
Yeah, it's definitely a comp that, you know, you find an angle, you get an engage, and everybody's just diving on in, pressing their buttons, smacking people around.
But what if you fall behind?
Then you just Jace blast them.
No, I mean, no. T1's comp is fine if they fall behind. I'm talking about this one. What if you fall behind? And my answer is, well, good luck. None of these champions really provide a lot of utility. There isn't a front to back to speak of. It's all pick, it's all side laning, so hope you can get through the early game with Sandbox.
Yeah, that's really the question. And the way that the laning phase went in game number 2, and even game number 1, leads me to believe that T1 are in a very comfortable position here, as maybe a little bit of an audio issue here for his mic was a little bit loose, so they're changing the mic. Bit of a hardware issue here. Just try to get this under control.
Oh, it's fan sign time. I feel like we still missed a lot. So
really Happy Bee. It's one of the better emotes in the game.
It is, yeah. I think Happy Bee. I think Awkward Yumi is really good as well.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like that one a lot.
I'm still a fan of the Garen smile.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't really get used here in pro play, but it's a good one to spam in solo queue.
Peanut is a big angry beer, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Or is he Happy Bee? I'm not 100% sure. I think he does both.
Both, yeah. You got the T1 anime there on the left. Coming soon, 2025. That's Teemo. Remember when we actually had Teemo?
What, in games?
Yes.
No.
We did. We had it in pro play. Down in the bottom lane, I believe it was Griffin.
That makes sense, actually.
I think Viper played it, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, there's more.
They're pointing at each other. What does it mean? Thank you for getting the ticket. It is notoriously incredibly difficult to get tickets to T1 matches.
Wow, really? Surprising.
Yes. They're pretty popular here. And elsewhere. Everywhere.
I was about to interject, really. Zeus, again, going for Ignite. Already covered that one in the previous game. The Vayne has been on a little bit of a upsurge in terms of her play rates, like slowly climbing up again. Of course, still very much on the, I want to say, B tier, behind the S tier, Jinx, Felios, although...
And behind the A tier?
On 12.5, yeah, behind A tier, picks like Kai'Sa, Caitlyn, although Caitlyn, obviously, in some situations, climbs up the ranks pretty quickly. Followed by Deft in what was a wonderful game, where he was able to find the dreaded 1v1s, well, dreaded for Vayne's opponents at the very least. Round 2 for Dove. Gets the same matchup, but the first time around it didn't go very well. And he is going to be kind of having a lot of a burden on him to do better, because as I pointed out, this composition for Sandbox stands and falls by how is your laning phase. Because if you are ahead, if you find any leads, you're incredibly strong at pushing them. But outside of Ahri, I'd say, and obviously Kyle as a support, your characters do very little on behind. There is just damage. There's a little bit of lockdown, but that's enough to, you know, maybe kill someone. And then after that, you're reliant on just finding your damage as you see fit. Engage also pretty lackluster. All of this leading to a situation where if Live Sandbox fall behind early, game gets very hard.
Yeah. It's very true. A lot of comfort here for T1. We saw stuff like 8-0 for Faker in this season on LeBlanc. We see 5-0 for Keria on the Nautilus. Lee Sin and Jace also don't have to really be mentioned. The Vayne, very much new here. First pick for Gumayusi. Whereas on the side of Live Sandbox, they're playing a lot of stuff that they haven't necessarily played a ton. And of course, a lot of these players did miss some of the season, but not too much overall. Pretty long season that we do have here at the LCK, 9 weeks, and then into playoffs. And this is definitely a lane where Keria could look for some kind of hook, and maybe they get something done, but early on you would expect that they will not have as much pressure as they did with the Xayah.
And already talked about the Vayne slowly rising. Samira has also seen a little bit of an upswing. Gumayusi himself piloted the Samira in the game where Keria went for the Zac support. That was obviously a series that was rather one-sided. Yeah, it kind of was. And there's a pick that obviously is going to be very reliant on actually creating all-in windows, or rather being set up by the rest of the team, because the short range of the character makes it really hard to have an impact otherwise, and very obvious why she wouldn't be as high prize. Oh, Dove.
It's taking a lot of damage. There's the Ignite. The Q lands, and Dove is dead. Elects not to flash at all, and instead, the first blood will be given to his lane opponent.
Oh, look at that wave.
Yeah, he bought boots, though.
Yeah, I guess.
Very key. You got to get back to the lane fast.
That's a wave for Croco. That's a win for the jungler, I guess. Yeah, it's not great, Veldes. Croco will be able to pick up the XP, will able to pick up most of that wave, but for Dove's 1v1 matchup, this is absolute disaster, right? He got kind of clapped in the first one, and that was without Zeus getting a kill 4 minutes in, and now Zeus on his first back, picked up a Dirk, has 2 cookies, 2 pots, and a tear already. And Dove has boots and a dagger. So it is a bad time for the Tryndamere.
Yeah.
And the usual all-in window, clearly, that you would expect later on in the game, has not been found by Dove in the previous game, and it's going to be perhaps as hard to find as you know, in those mystery movies where they spend like 2.5 hours like finding all the, they have to go for all the treasures, and
yeah,
there's maps and there's riddles, and they go into ancient temples.
Are those mystery movies or adventure movies?
Kind of both.
Kind of reminds me of like.
I feel like there's a lot of overlap, right?
Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Or, you know.
Well, maybe.
National Treasure.
I was about to maybe think National Treasure.
Yeah. Some mystery. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So the mystery here for Dove.
So why doesn't he flash here?
I don't know why he doesn't flash the Q. Yeah, because you 100% die if the Q hits you. So I don't know. Because if you think you're going to die anyway, then you don't ghost. So,
yeah.
Unfortunate mistake there from Dove, who, again, is now starring in his own mystery/adventure movie. And the goal is find the solo kill on Zeus, or, you know, get anything done in the lane. Starring Nicolas Cage, of course.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Naturally. Gotta have Nicky.
Brendan Fraser as well.
Oh, that's
He's
a good
in
lineup.
there. Yeah.
He's been doing a lot more recently again.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's
He's
really
back.
Nice, yeah. Brendan Fraser is back. What a wonderful time.
I really like the Mummy movies.
Oh, they're
very good.
Love the first one. Is
stun. Here we go. No level 6 for Dove. Is it enough? Down goes Croco. And Dove is not level 6, as this immediately turns on its head. And Dove says, well, I've got a flash and a dream, and the dream will come true, I suppose. Saving the flash for that moment will be better.
Hey, there's always someone that thinks that they found the treasure map, but then it's a fake. Or there's the, I don't know, it was a trap. Croco dies, unfortunately, and now Croco is behind as well. That is generally a very bad sign for Live Sandbox, and if T1 can find a way to shut down this bot side as well, then every single lane is going to be behind. And unfortunately here, crucially, Dove doesn't have his ultimate yet, and the Lee does.
The Lee Sin kick got so much value.
Insane. Yeah,
unbelievable.
And Zeus also immediately making his way out, right? Because as we pointed out, crucially, if Croco does get a kill there, then it becomes very easy to play it out. But instead, it is Owner with a very clean play. Zeus immediately flashing out, 2-man CC hits, and it's not even a tournament ultimate, so you can't even try and go for a trade. And now the 1k gold lead already coming through here, but Sandbox at least got a Drake.
Is Faker ganking top? Like, where's he? Oh, okay. I was like, where's he going after that trade? But that makes a lot more sense. Pick up the plants, get some more health back. Don't have to actually go for a back to the lane. This does mean that the Ahri gets pushed. Closer is heading down to the bottom side, but maybe just doing the same in his own right. Gonna refill some of that health.
Yeah, hovering a little, keeping Carry and Gumayushi honest, making sure that they can't take any risks too big, as they need to respect the lack of vision that they have on the bot side. Wards littering that southern part of the river. Left Sandbox making sure that Ice and KL can feel safe in that lane, as Herald has spawned. Slowly going to be making our way up towards that objective. On, 2 camps at once, has of course with the kill a pretty sizable lead in terms of items. And Gumayushi already trading here. That means that with plates like that already getting picked up, it becomes more of a prerequisite for Lift Sandbox as opposed to an option to trade. But they're not going to trade, they're not going to be able to respond to this. And if Guma can just hold the wave, which right now looks like he will be doing, because Ice and KL are rotating up. I gotta hurry up on this one.
Oh boy. Zeus is just gonna knock him away as there comes the Heartbreaker. Stun comes in. Zeus in a bit of trouble here. He has Ignite and he's trying to trade it back, but again it's Tryndamere. As Closer coming on in, but Owner will be able to secure this. Can hop away to Keria as they will just try to get out of this one. Dredgeline comes in and Live Sandbox say, well, we got enough. As guys, not your first time using the Blast Plant. Not seeming to matter as Keria is looking for the kill onto Dove, and Croco says, good luck, buddy, you're dead.
Dove had to, of course, use his ultimate earlier there to get the kill on Zeus. And the rest of T1 says, thank you, we will be collecting ourselves that kill. And even if they didn't get that kill, like Liv Sandbox tried to kill get Herald, completely fine. Doesn't matter at all. Gumayushi could just shove in bot side, so not too many problems there. Crucially, with how long Zeus is able to hold on here, and again, the value that the Ignite is getting, Dove does survive, but crucially has to use his ultimate, so later on it is the freest possible pick, as Owner has to safeguard, but fortunately, Lee Sin having the mobility that he needs, and yeah, Keria doesn't have vision in the brush, but it doesn't matter. No risk being taken by Owner, you know, going for the 100% setup. Keria throwing an insurance hook as well.
Yeah. Just in case he spins, you know, want to be 100% careful. As, once again, you know, third game in a row where we do have a big lead from the laning phase going the way of T1. Definitely bigger in games 2 and 3, but they also had it in game 1, and that was a little bit of a different story where it was thrown back and forth between lead for T1 and then lead for Liv Sandbox. So they're going to feel really good from ahead, as we did talk about here in the drafts. You can begin to start blasting with the, oh, this is unfortunate for Ice. Not the timing you were looking for, as very nicely timed on that ultimate from the Renata, but it will not be enough, as Owner going to stand there and emote him, and that will be the kill over to the Vayne.
That's Gumayushi getting a kill early, going to shove this wave into the turret, possibly also go.
Oh, man. Keria expecting it here right over the wall is Owner, as he does. Have they gone too deep? Closer is in here. He's going to take out Keria. Now the charm will land. Do they have the damage is the question. Owner already has the Gore Drinker. Now he's looking for more. Takes him out. Having a bit of fun. Did not have to do that, but it is still going to be pretty good in the end as Faker nearly takes down Closer. And he should eventually take him out here. Trapped a bit under the turret. But with the Samira coming on in, Faker will just play it safe.
T1 having a little bit of fun. Does Owner need to die there? No, he can just peace out and they can get an objective. They can throw down the Rift Herald. So it's a 2k gold lead, but this is looking a little bit reminiscent of game number 1. So I want to be a little bit tempered with my expectations. But crucially here, Ice, as you should, on the Samira looking for an all-in. Unfortunately for him, the timing not quite right. Doesn't actually have the control and the vision.
Oh no.
Yeah, I've seen this one before.
He's got ults and a dream. And a Viego. Ignite comes in, he flashes, the Q is there, the Ignite, not quite enough damage. As Krako gonna get hooked up here. Maybe sticking around for a little bit too long, but the accelerated shock blast not going to land. As Carriot, he is not done. He is just ruthless. As he will not be able to hit it this time around. Krako also gets away.
And that feels good for Sandbox, but you also lose more waves and the plates. And overall, not feeling too great about the whole experience. Closer now. On his way towards bot side, looking for the dive here on Guma.
Owner's like, well, this is about to time out. Let's go for it. Guma, that was not it, but he's actually setting it up for Owner. It was all a bait in the end. As Owner does go, and he's got the red buff handshaken away.
No.
As he is
Owner.
He's still going in. He's still going for the kill, and he is going to take it. He's still alive here, and he will be finally taken down. Meanwhile, the top lane is just in shambles. And Faker is still here with the Rift Herald trying to get it in. Doesn't look like it will get a charge, but some fun times down in the bottom lane here for T1.
I want POG, says Owner. Give it to me. How many people do I need to take down? It's okay, Owner. You got my vote. Yeah, this is T1 taking these type of trades because they can, not because they should. And if game number 2 has shown us anything, it's that they are very aware of how to play this out cleanly, but instead, they're having some fun. Really nice hover about Owner to make sure that this dive doesn't actually come to fruition, and then Guma goes very low, gets a crucial command.
Calculated.
Yeah, so Ice, it's all a bait, right? It's all a bait for Owner, who then goes in, again, has multiple opportunities here to just disengage, but instead looking to get as many kills as he possibly can. The fact that Kyle doesn't get the kill here and the bailout comes through is also some miscommunication. Unfortunately, meanwhile, on top side, Dove doesn't have ultimate, so he dies. And turret goes over to Zeus, who has now hit his 2-item spike 14 minutes into the game. And Dove is sitting... Oh, no, Dove.
Oh, he's fine.
Okay. Well, is he though? He's 20 CS down. He's
maybe a little bit traumatized after the last couple of games, but other than that, he is still Tryndamere, I guess. Still going to be smacking things with the big sword. And that's about all he can do at this point in time. Spin also, forgot about that. It's a pretty large lead in terms of plates. And it's not ending here. I think T1, they're showing here in Game 2 and Game 3 that we're the much better team. A little bit of a fluke in Game 1. Live Sandbox played out of their minds. We didn't expect it, but now we're just going to kill you. And that is exactly what I'm seeing here.
And they're just running circles around them, right? Now gone to a 5k gold lead, and this is not reminiscent of game number 1. I just want to reiterate and maybe illustrate some of the or the differences that we see between the two, because whereas there are 2 Drakes here for Live Sandbox, their composition, I think, has a lot less leeway when it comes to falling behind, when it comes to actually hitting the damage thresholds that they crucially need. Although, I just want to reiterate...
Everfrost, good item. Strong item.
This is how it started in game 1.
Yeah, you don't have to do that, Zeus. As you don't have to do that, Carria. The Berserk comes in. But again, they're trying to run circles around them and trying to play with their food. You just got to be careful. Hope that food doesn't come back to life. It's now going onto Kraku. He's going to flash away. And that's going to be the end of that, it looks like. Finally.
Okay. T1, that's fine. You know, giving up a kill or 2 is not going to be the end of the world. Just make sure it doesn't happen around a soul point. And you'll be completely okay. That's all I'm asking. And surely after game 2, that is going to be the case here as well. And the moment the chain doesn't land, there's no reason. Zeus doesn't happen often, but sometimes he does show his relative inexperience. Is an incredibly young player. who is a starter for his first split. So moments like that, I think, I'm more surprised we don't see them more often.
Yeah.
But it's like, I can kill them, and you can if the enemy team isn't there. And you have every reason to suspect that the enemy team is there. But in the grand scheme of things, still 5k gold lead here for T1. And again, like looking at the item breakpoints, it becomes so hard for Sandbox unless T1 walks into them because there is no front line. Carrier is a Glacial Augment Nautilus, so he can hook well and he can then throw an ultimate, but if he actually gets focused, will obviously also die rather quickly. They just need to respect the charm and maybe a Croco stun, you know, and that's basically it.
So the thing about Ahri is very good going both ways, actually. You can be really proactive and look for picks. You've got Everfrost, you have Charm, and the same on the backside. You know, if they're going to run straight at you, Everfrost is really good at taking you down. You can get charmed, and you're charmed for quite a while. So, I mean, it's no Morgana binding, but you really got to be careful about just running straight at an Ahri because you can take advantage. Take you down regardless of the game state. As Croco has been hidden here for a while, trying to bait them in. Hope that Dove comes over to help him out, but it will not come to fruition.
Little combo there coming through from Croco, doing some damage, but Ona never really going to be too worried as Carrier continues his quest. The Hex Flashing Nautilus. Oh, that's a flank angle. Will get spotted here.
I wonder what he's questing for. Like, it looks like this Nautilus skin in particular has, like, all legendary gear. Like, what exactly is he trying to find?
Maybe him and Dove are looking for the same treasure. Like in National Treasure, you know, you always got to have the bad guy.
Yeah, you got to have the enemy.
So who's Nicolas Cage and who's Sean Bean? Those are the real questions, Valdez.
I guess Carrie is Nick Cage in this case.
I'd say so, yeah.
Right? He's, quote-unquote, the winning team, the good
yeah,
guy.
He's the good guy.
But,
Dove has died a lot, as does Sean Bean in many of his movies.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Could be a thing. We do have Ocean Drake that is coming in, and Live Sandbox, they want to make a stand here, and I don't blame them. You know, you got to make a stand somewhere. They do have some decent damage, but T1 are ready for it. Carrier not gonna hit him in the mist as closer. Got to be careful, buddy. They have a ton of poke on the side of T1. Croco's staying in, not gonna get it. No charm lands either. The stun is in. Everfrost onto Carrier as he will knock them both up, and in goes Owner after a huge shock blast, and the kick is going to clean it all up. No S-Rank can do anything to the side of T1. They are too far ahead, and that will be the ace for T1.
Quest completed. Carrier goes down, but they're able to win the fight in an insanely decisive manner. Benefit of Vayne is, of course, that in this scenario, you can easily two-man the Baron, even this early on in the game. 20 minutes. Down goes the turret, and Live Sandbox. It was fun having you in this game, but T1 says, no, that's going to be the end of it. Gonna make sure that you do go down here. As Baron gets taken up, entire jungle gets eaten, and this is, again, the acceleration of Zeus really hits the pinnacle here, where his shock blasts do way more damage than they're supposed to at this one in time, right? Because look at the neutral here. They can just stand there, and Closer can't join the fight, or at the very least barely does so. But because there's no engage on Live Sandbox, Closer still has to go into the way of danger to try and hit a charm. Yeah, eventually they kill Carrier.
The shock blast, oh man.
Yeah. And then Owner also following, hitting a two-man. And yeah.
Do you think he can get POG this time?
No. Guma got the triple.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, Zeus did a lot of damage.
He did. I mean, Zeus actually had a great game, barring that.
Hey, Guma hasn't died. So I think, you know. Oh, man. That's not how you guys want to stand against it.
Come on, Owner. Get him.
Yeah, Owner's trying really hard. He wants the POG. Can he pick it up? That's the question now. As we have a one-on-one on the bottom side, down will go Closer as Guma nearly dies. So did get a lot of damage put into him. Didn't have to cleanse, though, in the end. So he caught the tail end of that fight.
Yeah, and crucially, Baron buff is being utilized by Faker. The rest of the team doesn't care at all, Faker.
Nice flash. Gotta admire those really nice reactions. as Ice, unfortunately, hasn't really got to do much in this game, even though it wasn't a huge blowout on the bottom side or anything like that. And T1, they're just hanging around. 22 minutes. They do have pretty nice siege, of course, with Zeus and Faker specifically. And great engage. This Keria is going extremely deep. Huge Berserk comes in from the side of Renata, as the cleanse will get Guma out of safety here. We'll put him in safety as Dove has to ultimate to get away. Noner not quite able to pick that one off. As you can tell, Faker's also looking for this one as well. And the inhibitor will finally go down.
Nice little handshake there. Come on, Faker. Get out of the base. Don't take the risk. And now 2 inhibitors are down. 23 minutes in. And
12,000 gold.
Yeah. It's somehow even more brutal than game number 2.
I think they saw him. Yeah. Now this is a LeBlanc, but Ahri has one extra dash, and the entirety of the enemy team is here. Faker trying to get over the wall. The damage not quite coming in from Closer. The charm is going to miss too. And that's one more distort, as now Kraka will put an end to the funny business, as Owner is desperately looking for the POG, and he will take down Ice. I'm just going to say this every time he does anything now.
Yes, he should. As a Faker, you know, he's in a whole different movie. It's a heist movie, and he's running away.
It's like
Everyone's
Ocean's 11 down on the bottom side.
It is. First it was Guma, right? Now it was Faker, and T1 really showcasing a whole slew of movies here, as bottom waves, mid waves, all shoving in with the inhibitors. There's no way that Sandbox can find a stand here.
Yeah, Owner helps take out that top turret. He's really gunning for the POG here, as the hook will come in. He's going to land that Q. He's looking for the... Okay, I'm not going to overdo this. We'll see if he does pick it up. He has picked up 7 kills. This is just going to be a really clean win from the side of T1. Kind of what we were expecting. You know, this is what we thought we would see in game 1. But the Sandbox stood up to them. Unfortunately, we are not a best-of-1 league. And T1 will take down the 2-1 here tonight, as long as they can get this last fight. As the buttons will be pressed and the Live Sandbox members will be taken down. Ice does not get to go into that S rank and does not get to go for the Inferno Trigger, as he will be taken down, and perhaps only Krako will remain.
Krako dodging as much as he can, but not going to be enough.
Yeah.
T1 continue to streak.
They do 17-0 after this win. GG, as the 2-1 victory will come in here tonight for the side of T1. As even production, you know, they put the camera on this guy, really gunning for his POG. As Pol more comfortable than ever, alongside of Bengi. And yeah, pretty straightforward in those last couple of games. T1 doing the job they came to do. One minor hiccup, one slightly missed record, but it is still an unbelievable run for this team.
Yeah, I don't think T1's gonna be too bothered by all this.
They really don't
care at all.
They don't care.
They got the win, and crucially, the key thing here is that as much as we saw some of the weaknesses that have plagued T1, which is mostly they win too much, so then they play like they are always winning, which can lead to some risks.
I saw on Twitter after the games that Kadriel was saying, you know, maybe they just needed to win now to experience less pressure in playoffs, right? You got to get some of those losses out now, so that you don't lose later.
Yeah, we're not gonna lose track of Owner. In all the quests that we had in the game, mainly the most important one was Owner solving the mystery of getting his POG.
Yeah.
And if this isn't the 13 out of 13, I don't know. Honestly, reason why we're having a little bit of fun with this is because when you look at the actual game, there was just nothing to be done for Sandbox, right? They get matched in every single lane consistently. They lose 2v2s, they lose the 3v3s, they lose the 1v1s, and if you are at such a big deficit from the get-go, then any possible setup, especially with the drafts they went for, becomes basically impossible.
Yeah, it really does. Shout out to that kind of, I don't know, that kind of looks like Caitlyn.
Yeah?
Not gonna lie, but he was playing Vayne. That can be a Vayne as well, it's fine.
It didn't look like a crossbow. Did it?
Kind of. I mean,
Maybe?
maybe. It could be.
I'm
He tried his
no
best.
expert on
He tried his
crossbows.
best. Look at this kick here.
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of stacked for it, right? And it was level 6 on Owner, on the Lee Sin.
Owner really just doing his best impression of a highlight reel. As the more I'm seeing this, the more I'm feeling pretty good about the chances. Obviously, the rest of 2-1 carry out again, having a 1 for game in the Nautilus. Showcasing that, you know, KDA is overrated. Just get the engage and get the job done, and the rest of the team will carry. The rest of the team will follow up. And really, if anything is proof of how dominant T1 is the fact that they are going for plays like this, right? Like, if the game is even remotely close, then you don't go for these continuous skill checks. You don't go, at least in the LCK we don't. You know, I know about other regions, but we like League of Legends gameplay a little bit more measured.
Did you watch game 1 or?
Well,
you
okay.
just,
hey, game 1 is an exception that proves the rule, Valdez.
True. Yeah, just a lot of plays. Some oopsies. We see, you know, saves, maybe don't do that, but that's okay.
As yeah, the shock blast, the follow through, the kicks. Just beautiful.
Yeah. Owner should pick up player of the game for this one. I would be pretty surprised if he does not.
That's why this was close. Got you. Thanks, Guma.
Wow, sick flash there at the end.
미니언 잘 지우자.
Pretty unbelievable.
Tanks like free turret shots.
아래.
Ari.
자, 이거 페인 받을게. 쌈미나 밀었어, 한 번.
오, 10파트다. 다 잡아. 한 마리만 더 잡아.
나도 킬.
나 그래 3초, 그래 3초.
나도 킬 좀.
그래
Saying, give me a kill
빡딜,
too.
빡딜, 빡딜.
빨랑 끌어봐.
빡딜. 난뒤 못 죽이나?
발랑 끌어봐.
It's very scary
간다.
moments when Zeus almost dies.
나이스.
뭐 먹을래?
And yeah, just yeah, that top lane matchup, I don't know what to say about that one. Dove got ganked at level 3, and then he basically just wasn't able to do too much. Got bullied a lot, and Owner was basically everywhere, right? I mean, he was in the top side, then he went bot side, then he was in the enemy jungle and looking for picks there. An extremely clean game. Kind of surprised that T1 even died 8 times.
You saw some of the plays they went for, right?
Yes.
I think dying was kind of. It's like if I trade up.
Par for the course.
If I trade up.
Yeah.
Yes, KD is overrated.
Yeah, and T1, they get the win. Importantly, again, guys, nothing really changes in terms of playoffs or anything like that. You know, T1 are still first. They still have their undefeated streak that's going. And we'll see how far they can go. But for now, guys, we do have the analyst carpet space. Let's throw it over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day for the 3-game series, the unexpected 3-game series. And the one result that we did have as far as T1's streaks and things like this is that they are now incapable of making it to plus 30. So 2015 SKT, their record remains alive at plus 29. It is possible that T1 reaches that with a 2-0 in their next match against DRX, but otherwise, plus 29 for 2015 SKT, Damwon Kia, as well as now T1.
Yeah, that's the maximum they can get. They haven't, of course, secured it just yet. They're sitting at the 27 now. If you take a look at the draft here between these two teams, I had a bit of a
disaster happening in the background.
Yeah,
But
we'll just ignore that. But I had a bit of a concern potentially about how this Vayne was going to do into a Tryndamere running at her. She's very low range. The Ahri that exists, right, and the Viego that could peel for her. I thought the response here from Liv Sandwich was very good. I think Viego was probably what they were going to play regardless of the AD carry pick here for T1, but it played so well into the Vayne. Unfortunately, this is just another case of doesn't matter about what these 10 champions are because T1 just outplayed them in the early game. Huge control going over to Owner in the jungle in the early parts of it, and it started in the bottom lane.
Yep, and the Jace made it all the way through until the final pick as well. So Zeus very happily picks that one up and does a ridiculous amount of damage. That damage gap between himself and Dove was pretty ridiculous. But let's check out the focus towards that top side of the map, because Live Sandbox definitely did take a gamble here. And Dove, I think we're still in that certain National Treasure movie to try and figure out why he didn't flash.
Yeah.
And the results haven't come in yet.
Yeah, we're not 100% sure about this one. And then this happens, of course, the second time where they turn this around and are able to take out Kroko. So 2 great plays from Owner, who is so proactive all game long. Dove is forced to flash, yeah.
Yeah, we don't know whether that was a reactionary one, though, or whether he planned for the future.
He's holding the relic that is the flash for the perfect moment. So 2 early kills that Owner sets up in this game. And then we'll roll forward to the bottom side of the map, where he's again making proactive plays down here. As you can see, looks like it's a pretty decent setup here for a charm play from Closer, but no, he's actually not able to connect here. Gumayusi just barely escapes, and Owner gets behind, sets up for the kick. And it's a nice attempt here once again from Kale, who did have a few great ultimates here on the Renata to try to disengage. But look at this, 1v3 essentially here. He's going in. And
just having the best time is Owner in this game.
Gore Drinker is a pretty good item, and he is enjoying it a lot. Almost threatens Closer there, but is not quite able to take him out. But just some really high mechanical plays from Owner, who doesn't need to prove anything, but he was definitely trying to that game.
It certainly felt like he's like, dang it, stop being so good, everybody else on my team. I want to be able to get some of these POGs. And I think this time around he's going to be able to get it as we check out the Drake fight, which is just beautiful. The follow-up here from Owner as Carrier, once again, I mean, a brilliant Nautilus performance. But Owner's Lee Sin was absolutely fantastic.
His Lee Sin is always in the right spot, and you know, look at Carrier's angle here. He's threatening Kroko, and then the follow-up here from everybody. When everybody just piles in, it's just beautiful to watch. Like how T1 pull the trigger on these moments. They pull Live Sandbox away from the Drake. Carrier's positioning is great, and Trainemir comes in. They safeguard Owner back, and then he just instantly re-engages here with the Carrier. Carrier sacrifices himself. And then the immediate Shock Blast follow-up and the Owner's Sonic Wave come through. He hits the follow-up kick. Like, Ice just didn't get to play the game this whole game. Like, he was just not allowed to. He was a punching bag. He was spending most of his time in team fights in the sky or being hit by Shock Blasts.
He still did 2,000 damage in that fight as well. So if they had have let him run amok, then things could have been a problem. But it's not a problem for this gentleman right here. Let's bring up the player of the game. And Owner, I think, will be successful this time around. And he is 90% kill participation, as well as having a 3,000 gold gap at the end. 7, 2, and 11. Absolutely fantastic performance here from this guy's Lee Sin.
Yeah, he just really was showing off his skills the whole game long. And I mean, just plays like this when you see a player like Owner, who defined, I think, T1's summer season when they fired Danny, and then he was able to bring this team to a finals, nearly bring them to a world finals. The attitude change that when this player came to this roster is so apparent, right? And in series like this, he's not going to get tilted. He's not going to get frustrated about a Game 1 loss. He's just going to keep playing hard. He's going to keep pushing the envelope non-stop. And almost felt like T1 was limit testing in this best of 3, especially in Game 1. But they definitely found I don't want to say they found the limit, but they found the answer, I guess, in the series, which is just go back to normal drafting and use your mechanics to win the series. It just was all over Live Sandbox this game.
He was. It was absolute domination. 11 out of 13. 1 vote for Guma and 1 vote for Zeus there as well. And I guess that's okay. I mean, you look at the damage graph and you're like, that Jace must have done a whole lot of stuff. So,
the Guma vote down there, a little bit less about it. But you know what? I mean, he got what he was delivered by the rest of his team.
It's absolutely true. But Carrier and Owner are standing alongside. So here is Ji-sun for the interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POC interview translation, and T1 is extending their winning streak. It's now 7 wins in a row, and you guys are 1 victory away of having a perfect record of the regular split. How do you feel, Carrier? Well, I mean, before the beginning of the split, I didn't see this coming, but I'm so happy that we are making this kind of record, and we will keep working hard until the very end. And Owner, not only that, you also won POD for 3 matches in a row. Well, sadly, it was not a 2-0 victory, but still, we are keeping this win streak. It's now 17 so far, and yeah, I've never got this like back-to-back-to-back POG, so it feels great. And also, regarding POG, I heard nowadays players are all kind of like wanting to really win the POG. Are you kind of satisfied with the result today? The fact that I won POG, yeah, I mean, it feels great all the time. Yeah, because Keria, you were on camera after game number 2 and we saw a huge smile on your face. Did you hear the news? No, I just laugh all the time. I'm always just happy. And I love spreading this happiness and joy with other people. So Keria, you unlocked another champion in the LCK. Seraphine was your 16th unique pick of the split. Is there anything left in store? Check out my solo queue history and you'll see what I'm playing. And those are all good. What about support Echo? I didn't actually watch that interview. I was not paying attention, in fact, because I'm gonna play it anyways one day. Anything he plays in solo queue will be viable for the LCK. So we had Kaisa mid, Zac support, but not Nidalee jungle. Would you like to make any statements? We have one last match available. I will make sure to play Nidalee in that game. Very straightforward answer from owner. Let's move back to game number 1. You guys lost to Leap Sandbox. So what did you focus on in order to kind of fix the issues and secure the victory in game 2 and 3? We had a very difficult comp in game 1. And we kind of, I don't know what I should say, but we didn't really have many tools to kind of force open fights, you know? So game 2, we actually focused on that. And also, Lee had 100% win rate in all 3 games, which means he was the key pick and the power pick of the series. Why do you think that happened? I think Lee Sin itself is really good with any kind of mage champion on the mid lane. And I guess that's why. And also, in the beginning of today's match, you know, we could see some players striking some cool pose before the entrance. Keria, what was your pose about? Some people say it was a ceremony of a soccer player, and 2 of the players didn't join the party. So can you guys kind of tell us what exactly happened? For me, I did the Heung-min Son ceremony, which he did in the previous match. And Gumayusi, he was doing some Doctor Strange pose, right? I mean, he suddenly just said that, I'm gonna do Doctor Strange. I was like, why though? Like, why do we have to? It's like, cause he was like telling us, you're gonna play Echo. I guess that was not the case. What about you, owner? Was that Heung-min Son ceremony or was that Spider-Man? I was doing the Son ceremony as well. Then why the 2002 club players only did the cool poses? Zeus was like, he had nothing in his mind. He doesn't have any good idea. But Faker said, I mean, Faker doesn't need a pose to look cool, you know? He doesn't need something like that. He's just cool. We have one more question. You know, in game 3, we even had Vayne because of the 6 target bans towards the bottom lane. So about the Vayne pick, you know, our top side picks actually had some long range, so Vayne was pretty viable as long as she can kind of sustain in lane. In T1, your last opponent will be DRX, and you will be the first team to actually reach the 18-0 record if you beat the upcoming matchup. I really want to make that happen, 18-0, and Barrel, you know. I think He's the best support player right now, so as long as I can beat Burrow, I think T1 will be able to grab the victory. If we win that series, you know, we'll be the first team to have a perfect record in a single season, and I will prepare hard in order to kind of stomp Pusic in that match. And this will be the end of the interview from T1 POGs, and back to Atlas and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the fantastic translation there of the interview. Great to hear from Owner, who doesn't get that many opportunities to be on the interview stage, just because it's too many good players on team.
Team's so stacked, man. Yeah. Such a young talent. I think, you know, really glad he finally gets his moment here, because he's really defined, I think, the success we've seen from T1 for the second half of 2021, and now, of course, the first half.
Winning the competition between two other junglers as well last year was really important. Of course, Cuz and Ellen both there as well, both getting a lot of game time. Owner coming in, really changing that team's trajectory. So really, really good stuff. We still have one more match coming up today. We are going to check out the standings first, just to see what has changed after that one, and not so much, as Live Sandbox still be in 9th place here, beneath Nongshim Red Force.
Falling down below Nongshim Red Force here with a -17 scoreline. It sounds sad, but it is possible that any of these three teams could take last place. It's not decided just yet. We talk about it a lot. I mean, nobody wants to be number 10, but one of these three will be.
Well, we've got the race to the playoffs, and we've also got the race to the bottom of the pack. We'll see who's going to win. The first race, so that we're talking about the playoffs, that one's really important. KT, everything comes down to this match right here, creating distance between themselves and Fred Brion and Kwangdong Freaks. We'll see what they'll do up against Gen G after the break.
뉴클리어님.
안녕하세요.
뭐 하고 계셨어요?
저 핸드폰 하고 있었죠. 제가 저번에 관리비도 내고 했는데 롤파크에 할 게 너무 없어요. 맨날 누워서 핸드폰만 하고 있고.
그래서 모범 납세자 뉴클리어님을 위해서 준비한 게 있습니다.
모범 납세자예요? 저번에 한 번 냈는데.
고개 한번 돌려보실까요?
아이 진짜 미치겠네 진짜.
왜요?
이거 나 어릴 때 진짜 많이 먹었던 그 불량식품들인데 이거? 와 나 이거 진짜 좋아했는데. 착한이 이거 아시죠? 이거 진짜 맛있는데? 저 지금 하나 먹어도 돼요?
네.
진짜 돼요? 이거랑 다 아는 것들이네. 막 나나콘, 밭두렁, 쫀득이도 있네. 오늘 준비 좀 잘하셨는데요 근데? 그래도 저 딱지 다 이기고 공기 다 이기고 말은 질 수도 있어. 여기서 일하는 것도 혹시 시급 줘요?
이게 다 관리비로 산 거예요.
관리비로 산 거라고요? 진짜 좀 열받는데? 지금 DRX 선수들 온 거 같아서 DRX 선수들을 문방구 첫 손님으로 한번 제가 섭외해 볼게요. 갑시다. 안녕하세요. 표식 선수, 저랑 게임 한 판 하시겠습니까? 딱지치기 잘해요?
옛날에 좀 쳤는데.
좀 쳤어요? 제가 저랑 게임에서 이기면 상품도 드려요.
지금 싸대기 맞나요?
제가 여기 문방구를 차렸어요. 문방구를 차렸는데 어때요 좀?
저는 편의점 갈 것 같아요.
편의점 옛날 감성이 있지. 간식들 이거 아는 거예요? 그럼 여기서 제일 갖고 싶은 게 뭐예요?
아폴로.
아폴로?
이게 많이 좋아했어가지고.
근데 그냥 가져갈 순 없지. 뭐 해야 될지 알잖아요. 일단 딱지를 2개씩 가지고 저희가 가위바위보를 해요. 순서를 정해요.
네.
안 내면 진 거 가위바위보. 하면서 배우는 거야.
네.
따서 가져가는 거예요.
네.
2개 다 따이면 끝나는 거예요. 이러면 이제 표식 선수가 하는 거. 이거 연습이니까. 자, 가위바위보 다시 하고 하죠.
네. 이게 습관이죠?
네. 안 되면 진 거 가위바위보? 표식 선수 오케이.
바로 할게요. 오랜만에 해서 에임이 잘 안 되네.
오케이, 그럼 제 차례.
네.
근데 좀만 더 뒤로. 이게 게임 예민하다 보니까. 오케이! 이러면 이제 하나 더 까는 거예요. 이게 룰.
너무 불리한데 이거?
그러면 이기셨어야죠. 따이면 끝이에요.
네.
따기 좋으시라고 뒤집어 놨어요.
좀 추웠습니다.
다리가 아파가지고.
이거는 근데 제가 볼 때
그거는 너무 가깝다. 추하다. 바로 이어서 갈게요. 끝내도 되죠? 오케이! 아쉽게도 패배하였습니다. 아쉽죠?
네. 저 달고나.
잠깐만 갖고 가고 싶죠? 그러면 바텀 듀오 데리고 옵시다. 달고나, 오케이?
네.
데리러 갑시다. 시청자분들이 진짜 원하는 분들이 있어요. DRX의 바텀 듀오. 갑시다. 건이야 이거 알아?
오!
문방구를 차렸는데
여기 이상한 사람인데요?
그거 말고 여기 있는 간식들하고 게임들이 있어요. 탐나요? 탐나죠? 건이는 못 탐나.
뭐밖에 없긴 해도.
착하니? 그러면 저랑 게임 하셔가지고 이기면은 더 드릴게요. 가져가고 싶으면, 오케이? 일단 이거 한번 돌려보시겠어요? 어떤 게임 하고 싶어요? 딱지나 공기? 오케이. 갑시다. 딱지예요? 네. 안 내면 진 거 가위바위보. 이렇게 하고 까세요. 저 먼저 바로 갈게요. 오! 예. 학창 시절 많이 쳐보신 거예요? 잠깐. 와, 다르긴 하다 진짜. 저 이제 안 봐드릴게요. 끝내도 되죠? 아니 씨.
전면 플래그인데 이거?
바로 갈게요. 왜 안 넘어가 이게? 안 되는데 내가? 뭐 갖고 싶으세요?
건이가 이거 고스트 했으니까.
와, 서포터 거? 착하다. 야, 건이야, 너 원딜 잘 만났다.
좋은 형이에요.
벨리 선수는 데프트 선수 거 획득하셔야죠. 딱지 많이 해봤는데 뭐 하고 싶어요, 이 세 개 중에?
일단 다 재밌어 보이긴 한데.
공기?
공기 이거 너무 어려운 거 아니에요?
안 내면 진 거 가위바위보! 저 먼저 갈게요.
저 이제 건들면 탈락인데.
아이고. 잘 뿌렸다. 신발까지 벗고 한다고, 공기를?
편에서.
약간 좀 몸친가, 거니까?
아니 몸치가 아니라 공기를 해본 적이 한 번도 없어.
이게 끝까지 저희는 솔직히 다 못 갈 것 같으니까 꺾기로 가죠. 꺾기에서 몇 개 잡나. 다시 가위바위보. 안 내면 진 거 가위바위보. 나 진짜 한 번만 더 기회 줄게요. 서비스 게임 준비한 게 하나 있어요. 쌀보리 알아요?
이거요?
이거요. 알아요? 해봤어요?
알긴 알죠.
안 내면 진 거 가위바위보! 가위바위보! 이러면 제가 쌀. 시작!
쌀.
지금 불이온 선수들도 경기장에 도착해가지고 저희 문방구 손님 한 번 더 섭외 가겠습니다. 가시죠. 안녕하세요.
나가시면 될 것 같은데? 왜 또 왔어? 뭐요?
저랑 게임 한번 하시겠습니까? 저 엄티 선수하고 소드 선수 대결을 하러 왔거든요. 저랑 오늘 대결에서 이기시면 상품 드릴게요. 자신 있어요, 다들?
자신 있어요.
소드 선수가 진짜 잘하거든요.
근데 소드 형이 절대 안 돼요.
오늘 대결할 게 3개 있거든요. 하나, 둘, 셋. 둘, 셋. 내가 막고 있었네.
이거 두장 아니야?
에이.
공기 빼고.
공기 빼고, 공기, 제발 공기. 공기, 공기, 딱. 딱지.
할만하다. 이건 운빨이다. 이거 할만하다.
할만하다고요?
네, 이건 할만하다.
안 내면 진 거 가위바위보.
가위바위보.
다시.
왜 이렇게 쫄았어? 잠깐만.
쫄단. 이거 우리 게이머들 사이에서 쫄단.
아니, 신경전.
오케이. 오케이. 맞네.
안 내면
진 거 가위바위보.
되세요. 오케이, 도전.
오케이.
느낌이 없는데? 느낌이 없었는데?
자, 제게 이거였죠. 갈게요. 바로 끝내도 되죠. 저 방송 분량 신경 안 씁니다, 저.
아이고, 뒤집어졌네.
아이고, 잠깐. 진짜 끝낸다.
끝내기 한다. 보여줘. 끝내기 한다. 보여줘. 잘해.
5개씩 가지고 안 내면 진 거 가위바위보. 너무 크게 웃으시잖아요. 내가 잡기도 전에 웃었잖아. 반칙 아니에요?
아니야. 아니, 너무 좋아서.
알겠습니다. 소드 선수. 자세부터 지금 좀 다른데? 만약에 여기서 승부 안 난다? 그러면 꺾기로 승부 갈게요. 아, 어림도 없죠? 어림없는 볼? 꺾기로 갈게요. 오. 오.
아니요.
두 개, 오케이. 그래도 소드 선수가 이기셨으니까 승리! 두 분 학교 다닐 때 좀 이런 문방구에서 게임 같은 거 좀 해보셨어요?
아니, 저는 그 게임기.
게임기? 그 문방구 앞에 100원씩 넣고 하는 메탈 슬러그, 동물철권 막 이런 거? 그럼 뭐 학교 다닐 때 막 땡땡이 같은 것도 혹시 몰래 치고 그랬었어요?
아, 그건 엄두도 못 냈죠.
엄두도 못 냈다고?
이상한데?
좀 이상한데?
전 좀 놀라운데 대근상 받았어요.
개근상 받았다고요?
상대 학교 없었어요. 없었어요.
너도?
아니 국룰이야 진짜 인정하시죠.
이제 좀 있으면 경기 시작하니까 간식 고르시겠어요? 아,
밭두렁.
밭두렁?
다 괜찮은 것들밖에 없는데.
그죠?
밭두렁.
있고
피자타임 레전드.
피자 타임 있고
이거 아직도 팔아요?
아니면은 코치님을 위해서 보리 건빵은 어때?
평소에 많이 드셔가지고.
건빵 좀 좋아하셔가지고.
아,
사드세요 배달시켜.
아 건빵을 배달시켜 드신다고요 진짜? 이건 뭐예요?
깨돌이.
이게 그 게임 오락실에서 나오는
그죠 그
아.
위생 관리 안 하던.
아, 저희가 그거 먹고 자라서 좀 약간 건강하게 자랐잖아요.
아니 너무 컨텐츠가 틀린데요.
그러면서 2022 열파 이렇게 아름다운 마무리.
아이고. 일단 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리고요. 이 자리에 안 모실 수가 없었는 게 2000킬 하셨잖아요. 너무 대단하고 이걸 기념 안 할 수가 없겠다 싶어서 제가 일단 준비한 게 하나 있어요.
뭔가요?
아, 이거 선물인데 아, 이거 아무한테나 주는 거 아닌데 이게 혹시 껴드려도 될까요? 제가 여기다 네 번째에다가 끼고 약간 그 안정환 선수 반지 세레머니 알죠? 이렇게 와, 이걸 해줘. 아, 너무 감사합니다. 여튼 그래도 오늘 경기 이겼고 두 분 POG까지 받으셨는데 경기 전에 햇방구 좀 들렸다 간 게 도움이 됐던 것 같아요?
일단 여기 있는 사진 보니까 힘이 났던 것 같아요.
아니 데프트 선수는 어떠셨어요? 햇방구 들렀다가 갔는데
경기 쉬는 시간에 대기실에서 아빠 가져간 거 먹었는데
힘났어요?
1경기 끝나고 먹었는데 2경기 치더라고요. 그래서
아무래도 이게 불량식품이라 그런가? 이거 다음에는 조금 더 비싼 걸로 준비 좀 잘 좀 해주세요. 아, 근데 오늘 또 이제 베릴 선수가 POG 인터뷰는 처음이거든요? 핵방구에서 긴장을 풀고 가서 POG 인터뷰를 했다는 소리가 있더라고요. 사실인가요?
어느 정도 이제 이 사진 보면 힘이 나더라고요.
뭐 자꾸 그 사진을 왜 보시는 거예요? 사람이냐고요? 사람이냐고요?
바로 옆에 있는 사람이에요.
코스프레 하신 거예요?
예, 제가 개인 방송에서 카이사 코스프레 했던 건데
오, 감쪽 같아요.
아, 나 이런 칭찬 처음 들어. 와주셔서 고맙고 마지막으로 이거 아세요 혹시? 아, 바로 안 해. 이거 하고 퇴근시켜 드릴게요. 100! 가져.
이거 누구야? 집에 안 가네?
아, 진짜.
여기 사는 친구가
누군가 했어요. 백가족 많은 사람.
네, 부탁드리겠습니다.
나 그럼 뭐 어떻게 해요? 뭐라?
축하드립니다. 고생하셨어요.
원래 이거 아니었나? 이렇게 한 다음에 이렇게 하고 이렇게 한 다음에 이렇게 하는 거 아니야?
와, 그게 디테일이야? 100! 가족! 후!
How strong is our top four right now? Because I think we have to, you have to always talk about each season as what is the top four looking like. They're here in the LCK, the teams that we're going to be sending to Worlds. And what Wolf just said about is Nongshim going to be in the conversation for top four moving into summer, right? Like, is that ridiculous because, right now they're 8th, right? So it should theoretically be ridiculous, but how strong is our top 4 that we have here at the moment? And I think, that's a really cool discussion to have, so let's have it.
So do you wanna compare it to something specifically, like last year's spring, or... Because I think there's some interesting parallels to be drawn where you have one team that's very clearly ahead of everyone else. Last year it was Damwon. Right now it's obviously T1. And then you have 2 teams that you feel like should be pretty close, which I guess would be Gen G and Damwon. I feel like Damwon in a playoff setting is, even though DRX is currently ranked above them, would be in its current form a team that I'd be more afraid of. But I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I think Gen G is a good step ahead of Damwon.
Still ahead. Yeah, I think it's like
T1 is way up there, and then we have Gen G here, and then DRX and Damwon down here.
For me, I think we have T1 is S, Gen G is A, and then DRX, Damwon, Kia are B, and then the rest of our teams are unranked. They don't even get to be a part of this conversation. But I think there's a huge gap between T1 and Gen G, but then I think there's a huge gap between Gen G and DRX and Damwon, Kia at Gen G's peak, right, with their full roster, etc. Because there have been some hiccups along the way. And the question about how strong our top 4 is overall, I think we have a very clear top 2. The question is, how strong are DRX and Damwon, Kia? And we haven't seen their final form just yet. I think both of these teams were ramping up really hard. And I could see a world in where DRX actually end up being the stronger team than Damwon, Kia in the end. And, we might not necessarily actually see that matchup in playoffs, which is really sad. But I think that they're a huge cut above whoever is going to get those last 2 playoff spots that we have been talking about. There's such a huge gap.
Which, ladies and gentlemen, is a good reason to watch on Thursday, because Thursday's game is going to be Damwon, Kia versus DRX. Definitely a hype one. We'll see you there. No, I 100% agree. For me, it's there is a slight difference. There's a slight difference because for me, if I was to go into the tier list creator, it'd be really easy. It's T1, Gen G, Damwon, DRX.
Yeah,
I think that there is almost T1's up here in Ludicrousville, but then it's Gen G equal gap Damwon equal gap DRX because DRX don't have the consistency yet.
No,
I think that they have the potential to be a really good team. And I'm obviously ridiculously biased towards Deft and always have been my entire career. I don't know why I haven't been
the only
way
real
more
bias
called
here
out
at the LCK.
Yeah, I actually I never get called out for that. I always get called out for other. And I'm guys, this is where I'm actually biased.
I've been saying this on stream so many times as well. We always get called out for biases that don't exist when there's super up.
Guys,
have you ever heard Veldis talk about Carry Our Peter? Right? Have you heard Max talk or Atlas talk about obviously Deft? Me with any challenger players no, they'll be good any day now,
you were
guys.
An example of that literally just before when you were talking about Vikla being good against Peter. Oh my god!
And
if you want to actually damage us and our feelings, please actually go for the stuff that's true.
It's really interesting. I personally feel like the Damwon Kia peak is still higher. And I think if you look at the way that Damwon Kia lost a lot of series, and you see this reflected in map score as well, I do think that ever since they settled on this roster, they've gone, 2-1 against all the teams that they lost against, right? T1, actually, they 2-1'd. Gen G, they got 2-1. Gen G, they got 2-1 twice. And I do think that going into playoffs, I'd feel a little bit more confident about that because as good as Deft and Barrel has been, I think Zaka has been slowly ramping up. But King and MPO to me still remain something that I'd be a little scared about because especially with the over-reliance on Hecarim, Kingen's form being a little up and down.
I actually think we might be sleeping a little bit on Kingen because I think Kingen had a really terrible start to the season, but has been and I knew that Wolf was about to talk about this, so maybe I'll let you take the floor on it. But I think Kingen has been actually very consistent in comparison to actual just Pyosik might not exist on a daily basis.
Yeah, I think Pyosik is the least consistent part of the roster now. I think Kingen is pretty good. He's not at Kingen versus Birdall is a really interesting conversation to have because Kingen's like the veteran and he should be better on paper. He's playing more like a rookie this year, whereas Birdall is like ramping up. So like that matchup is really exciting.
Yeah.
And when we talk about the problem with these solo laners is it's Kingen and Zeka, right, versus Showmaker and Birdall is one of the most hyped top laners to come into the LCK. So I think people aren't giving Zeka proper credit, like you were saying, like because the start wasn't great for Kingen, the start wasn't great for Zeka. Where in reality, I think Showmaker and Zeka are a lot closer than like those two names feel like. If you like put those two names on paper, it's everyone's like, who's Zeka? Like Showmaker versus Zeka. But it's actually like a lot closer.
Yeah.
And then I think personally, I was the most exciting part of Dom1's roster for me this season was going to be the bottom duo, right? Okay, Duck Dom and Kellen on a really good team. Like, how's this going to work out? Right now, I think Deft Errol is a stronger bot duo. Like, I think Duck Dom and Kellen have had their moments. Like, but Duck Dom and Kellen have also, like, I think in their best games have been given Prio and just killed plates. And then Duck Dom's like, well, you guys gave me Caitlyn into this. I win the game. I kill a lot of turrets. I think that Deft has been a better playmaker. I think he's been more consistent. I think his team fighting has been better overall. And I think it's a lot closer than we make it seem to be just because those solo lanes do kind of stick out as like, well, Birdall versus King, and there's no way. And then you look at the mid lane, you're like, well, Showmaker versus Zeka, like I don't even want to have this conversation. But it's a lot closer than it looks. Now, Canyon versus Pioshik, like, that's where the real gap is.
Yeah,
like, that's where it's like the real gap. Like, I think every other aspect like is closer than the names show, but the Pioshik versus Canyon is like that's
the way that sentence is supposed to go is like everything is closer than it's supposed to go, but none of it matters because Canyon exists.
Yeah,
is basically what.
Honestly, as long as you don't give Pioshik Hecarim, Canyon's gonna monster gap him, I think.
Which kind of means that if Damwon are on blue side,
yeah,
then DRX lose.
Because I think the only player that we've seen, I think Owner, again, has been extremely consistent, but Owner is really interesting in a T1 team that, like, the players, when they are highest, they're insane, and when they're quote-unquote lows, they're still really good. Owner is just, like, always an 8 out of 10. So I don't think he comes to mind as much. The only player that has truly gapped Peanut, or there we go, that has kept Canyon this split, I think, has been Peanut, who at that Jarvan game was disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, that was actually, it was insane. It was incredible to watch, and
I think Owner did do it, but
no,
like,
he does. But
it doesn't look as obvious because everything is on fire for Damwon in those games.
No,
like,
yeah, like the fact that Owner can get invaded level 1 and then still have a really impactful game. Says
if
an
you peer
incredible
through
amount.
the smoke, you can see,
Yeah.
Owner's doing really well. In,
it
versus
is.
Canyon.
But like
That's
Owner
great.
Owner is literally just suffering from being on T1
Yeah.
in that regard. Like in terms of public perception, because all his other players are way more like high profile. But
guys, can you stop winning as much? I need to look good too.
Remember, like T1 was saying as well, right? I don't remember which game was it. Like, yeah, we tried to get everyone POG points, and like, Owner, yeah, I went for a really nice kick, and I still got no votes. It sucks because he's been so good. But basically, outside of Peanut and Owner, I think no one is going to get Canyon still in the LCK, and I agree with Wolf. The gap is too big. I really liked your Zeka Showmaker call out because Showmaker is still, unless he's on TF, like kind of, what's going on? What's going on, Showmaker? Like,
he's not. He doesn't feel like he's at his peak form at the moment.
No, not at all. Not even close. I'd say he's still top half, but even that, you might pick Lava over him. I think that's a take you can take.
He's the king.
I think I would.
If you're feeling flippy, you can take Carvis over him in some situations.
And you'd always take Vikla over him, right?
No, I'm not. Not even me is that insane, Max. Come on, there's limits. Zeka again, I think has been really good. So that matchup is actually really cool. It just is DRX going to be able to solve the Canyon problem?
Yeah, and
I don't know if they will.
Yeah, that's the thing that's real tough. You got anything to add, Mr. Valdez?
Not really.
All right,
I think we've hit that one. Canyon's really good, and I think he should be able to single-handedly win that one for them.
So
I think that Damwon, with how strong Canyon is going to be incredibly scary when it comes to best of fives. Like, and when it really comes down to it, like, even if Showmaker looks like half of his form right now, I think he'll turn it up for when it really matters. Like, the guy has experienced burnout. He hasn't been, his true self here at the spring season, but I'm sure in summer he's going to look amazing. In playoffs he's going to look amazing. And we see glimpses of it. I think he just needs to, like, the class is always there, right? The class is permanent. The form is temporary. So once we do get into the important games, I think that absolutely Damwon will be a stronger team because they have Kenyan Showmaker. It's just that never goes away.
Yeah, you know what? The one thing that I think sucks is that we're a one-team region again. We only have T1.
All right, okay.
All our teams suck.
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the LCK. It is the second match of the night. KT Rolster up against Gen G. And this one actually has a lot on the line, especially for KT. They really want to get this win and secure playoffs. But Gen G looking incredible as well.
Even a single game win would make a really big difference here, right? And that's how close the bottom of the playoffs race really is, because those top 4 spots have been locked in for what feels like a month at this point. It's not quite that bad, but it's pretty close. But that 6th spot between KT, between Fred and between Kwangdong, I don't know. I honestly have no idea. Single games can make the difference here. There's a lot of tiebreaker scenarios as well. So for KT, obviously a victory would be ideal. They won against Gen G, like the only team that did against the full roster, which I still don't get that part. But crucially, even a single game win would mean the world to them here.
Absolutely. And we are going to take a look at the playoff percentages and the probabilities of who's going to make it, or who has the best chance. Now, you see that KT has a relatively high chance because they have one extra game on Bro and KDF, but they have to face a stronger team than Guangdong Freaks. So they have around, probability-wise, quote-unquote, they have around the same chance to make it in.
The most likely scenario is KT and Guangdong. But for KT, say that you lose 2-0 here and Fred Brian somehow do get a win. That's when we get into tight territory in Guangdong. Although, honestly, even that match against Sandbox, after what Sandbox just did to T1, I don't know.
Yeah.
Guangdong's games have been a little bit up and down, so...
Especially yesterday, man.
Yeah.
That was...
5th and 6th spot. Truly, truly hard to call. And that's why, as long as you can get anything, you'll be happy here as KT. But ideally, the win.
Ideally, the win. A win basically secures it, I believe. And they would love to do that, right? I mean, it's going to be hard, but we'll have to wait and see. KT desperate for playoffs. 5th place confirmed upon 2-0 victory. Round 1 2-0 stomp happened from KT against Gen G. What is the fate of KT, the only team that beat Gen G's main roster?
Which, again, truly one of the more incomprehensible things that has happened this split, because KT after that kind of completely went downhill, and not until Vikla came back in, they started to look better. So very, very wonderful that they were able to do so last time around, but you gotta imagine Gen G, I'm not gonna let that one happen again, and if it is a reverse 2-0, then we usually see that the chances start to drop, right? Because then if Fred Brian can, again, like they have in the past, get a win over the Donbon Kia, situation might change.
Absolutely could. And anything is possible when you're backed up against a wall. Up and coming new mid laner, Vikla. Solo Pog, the moment he returns, how will he do against Chovy? Definitely not going to be an easy laning matchup here. Chovy, definitely known as one of our best laners, if not the best laner in the LCK. How is Vikla going to do against him?
Vikla, of course, having a really impressive debut against Faker, but Faker, while he's strong in lane, isn't really about the laning phase specifically, but Chovy is basically the golden standard, and if you can't match Chovy, at least moderately in lane, going down 20 CS is pretty normal, we'll allow that, but outside of that, and honestly, I do truly feel that we've even internationally seen the results of this, right? Where like LCK mid laners are just used to playing against a guy that's so insanely good in lane that everything else relatively feels pretty comfortable. And Life versus Ruler, always very excited to see that.
Aiming also says my current performance is 70 out of 100 or 7 out of 10. Life says I know Ruler and Peanut well, so it'll be an easy win. It was an easy win last time. It was a 2-0, and it was one-sided. It was a big upset, no doubt, but it was still a relatively one-sided victory. KT's bot duo showing improvements. That they definitely are. What is the strategy against Ruler and Lehans?
Maybe it's set support. Shocking answer, I know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even be surprised to see that one get banned in like second rotation, as looking at the stats here, Gen G, very clearly, they do not care about Herald. This is not them not being able to get Herald, because, again, averagely, they're going to have leads in the early game because their laners are insane. They just don't care about it, don't prioritize it at all. Have instead, as we can here clearly see, made the call to single-handedly prioritize the Drakes. And honestly, if you win generally almost every lane, you know, barring T1, and then you start stacking Drakes, winning the game comes pretty natural. And for KT, it's been a lot scrappier. Right? It's been a lot more back and forth and more carry performances by individual players. Aiming in particular comes to mind.
There is so much on the line for this team. As you mentioned, Chronicler, even one game win would help. It doesn't secure them playoffs. The only thing that 100% secures them playoffs is 2-0. A 2-1 is also like 98% based on our ELO system. So a win is ideal. 1-2 is okay. You just don't want to get 0-2'd, and they will be backed against that wall. You desperately want to make it at least into playoffs to have that on your record that you were a playoff team in spring.
KT and expectations is always a difficult one, and
yes,
if this doesn't work out, then you're going to be reliant, right, on Fred Brian losing against Damonkia, which should happen, but we've seen Fred Brian do the impossible against a much better Damonkia, or a Kwangdong, which against the Liv Sandbox are also again expected to kind of be able to deal with that team without too much of a difficulty based on the recent games. But it's Tianji, and they've been playing so well. Just highlighting again that they got all their losses, right? Like 2 of the losses were against a T1 without their full roster, and 1 of the losses was against KT, which, again, mystifying.
What does it mean?
What are the signs? What are the numbers?
How could this happen? It's very confusing. I remember that day. It felt like Gen G were taking it a little bit lightly, and they were off to a fantastic start, and then that was their first big roadblock. And then after that, they looked incredible, as you would expect.
Oh, look at that.
There's a lot of voice lines, or I don't know, taglines, I guess you would say, on the left one. It's pretty cool for each of the players, of course, here on the Gen G roster. Certainly the biggest new super team for 2022 when we saw them coming into spring, and they have really come to a big peak here.
Yes. It's a 9.3 KDA. And easily the highest leads at 15 again, kind of courtesy of Chovy's incredible laning phase. Something that he's been able to really get a lot of mileage off. I do think that start of the split wasn't too impressive. Saw that the Corki, the Victor meta not really fitting him. As we've gone deeper into the split, although you can criticize the amount of damage he's able to do relative to the resources he gets, he also always has more resources. So it is something that I think is easy to kind of tunnel on. Whereas for Vikla, I don't think that he should be able to send up it to Chovy today, but if he's able to at least moderately match, it would basically for him be a continuation of what has been an incredibly impressive debut. I've witnessed Vikla play in challenges for the better part of a year now, and he was never that much of a highlight play. He was good, sure, but so was the rest of his team. But to then see him come into the LCK and perform the way he has thus far, although there are still some laning inconsistencies, and laning inconsistencies against Chovy is generally a bad time, Valdez.
Yeah, that's a rough combination that no player wants to have.
No.
We might see some contesting over the Rise. Vikla has won a couple of games on that. He also played a couple of games at Galio. As you can see, the chance percentage there to make playoffs for KT going up and up and up. Recent couple of matches have been good for them. And we're just hoping for their sake that they can make it continue, just to at least make this an interesting series, you know? Us being selfish, you know, trying to make this a fun series. We don't want to see a 2-0 stomp.
No.
We want to see it back and forth. We want more of like Game 1, T1 versus Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, not Game 2 and 3. Not those.
No.
From a fan perspective, those are the games you love. From a caster perspective, you're sitting there. So what movies have you watched recently, Valdez? As it turns out, Valdez, big fan of The Mummy. The original.
Great movie, yeah.
Yeah, the Brendan Fraser ones.
What is Lahen's drinking there?
I don't.
Grapefruit juice, of course. I mean, it's the color of grapefruits.
Well, no, I maybe it's blood orange?
No, I don't think so.
No?
No, I think it was grapefruit.
No. Okay, well, I'll take your word for it.
And KT, along the lines, they do select red side, going with the same color. And I think it's okay. You know, Rascal is such a huge win condition here. And Doran has been a little bit, you know, it's like a roller coaster with that player sometimes. Like, he is insanely good, but sometimes he goes way too all in. Sometimes it doesn't work out. And Rascal against Doran is going to be such a huge matchup here, and KT will take red side, try to counterpick for the top lane, and that could be a big win condition for them.
To me, the cool thing about Doran doing that is that whereas we have other players, like, for example, Zeus in the previous game, or Rascal himself at times has done this as well, is they make one of those plays and then dial it back. But with Doran, we've seen him do that for like entire games or entire series.
He dials it up.
Yeah, he does. And
he's like, "Oh, I died. I'm gonna go in."
Yeah,
again.
I'm gonna get him this time. And that specifically is something that could be a win condition for KT. If Rascal was able to pick up another kill and Doran tries to skill check him again, then gets put on the back foot, it is one of the most, I'd say, safe possibilities for KT. As good as I think Aiming and Life have been, I think actually winning through bot side against Gen G is incredibly hard. Mid, we've already talked about. And Peanut is still, I think, although you can argue that Canyon and Owner, of course, going to be ahead of him. I don't think there's anyone that can make a claim to a top 3 spot outside of him and has had some insane Jarvan games. As Ruler is going to get his Zeri here today.
Starting off with the Zeri, and Zeri definitely one of those champions that feels very off or on. Either you get kind of far behind in the laning phase and then you don't really feel like you're that oppressive, or you get ahead and you triple kill like Teddy did and you totally stomp team fights and you're a late game super carry. Ruler definitely, alongside of his team, I would expect him to make it to the second part, but Jinx is going to be picked up here. Let's see how much KT want to go in on trying to shut down the Zeri.
I would actually like the Karma here. I think that Karma has been a very, very strong pick for specifically neutralizing characters with a weaker laning phase. And I actually do think that Zeri and Karma is a great one because it neutralizes Zeri's weak early laning phase. The shields benefit a passive a lot, and in the later stage of the game, you can still get a lot of work done. Add to that Peanut has had, again, wonderful Jarvan, so you can also find some engage from the jungle. Although we're going to see the early prioritization on this Volibear again. Not the Lee, not the Xin Zhao. Of course, have seen some nerfs specifically to Xin that have really made him kind of disappear ever since 12.5 has hit. And it makes sense because of how much utility he was able to get from his ultimate, what made him such an incredible, safe, and really strong throughout the entirety of the game type of pick.
So the Zeri will be followed by LeBlanc and Leona here. Definitely a couple of champions that are fantastic at target acquisition and potentially get that Zeri going in a team fight. Zeri Leona might be a little bit weak in the laning phase. And again, we'll have to wait and see if KT really want to lock down that bottom lane, or are they just going to choose for Vikla here? As Vex is going to be the choice, they did not want to have that banned out in the second phase.
One need to think, only think back to Chovy's Vex, which was ludicrously strong in the last series that Gen G played. And interesting prioritization here, right? We do see that the Leona gets, despite the, I'd say, okay matchup, I don't think it's amazing, with the Zeri still going to provide the initiation, and Lance has been looking very good on those type of hard engage picks, even though, of course, most memorable was the Singed. Now the opportunity for KT to ban out the Lee. I would not be surprised if we maybe see a Viego ban as well, or a Jarvan ban. Jarvan, obviously a much stronger matchup into the Jinx, but I do think that with the Vex being available, there are a little bit more ways to deal with it, whereas LeBlanc and Viego is something that can very easily snowball, find those 2v2s, those 3v3s, and then kind of get the ball rolling for Gen G.
Will we see any focus on Renata Glask as well? It's been a big prio pick for a bunch of teams, and on the side of KT, it can go well with the Vex in terms of disengage, where if, you know, Leona comes into you, throw out the Berserk ultimate, or LeBlanc jumps in, or perhaps even the Zeri, if you can land that. Now, the Viego does get banned away. You're talking about that Viego. The Akali as well will be taken away from Rascal.
Akali priority has dropped a little bit. We still see her as, of course, you last pick here for Rascal. 100%. Love it. Personally, I like live from an engaged board a lot more. I think Kench has a lot of value. But you definitely need as much lockdown as you can get into Zeri, right? And Alistair is a little bit more conditional than I think you'd ideally like. I'm actually surprised they don't go for the Nautilus, which has been such a mainstay pick into this area because you can't really dodge a point and click stun. But I do think the Alistair, especially in the later stage of the game, is going to work really nicely with a lot of the other AoE ultimate or abilities that are available here from KT. As okay, Peanut. Trundle, 1 and 9.
Hey, 1 and 8.
Sorry. 1 out of 9.
You take that back.
Are you excited about Trundle? I'm not a...
No, I mean, Trundle, it feels good in a lot of spots, but then the execution and the actual gameplay comes out, and then we're like, ooh, maybe not Trundle again.
Yeah, ooh, that's also... It's not amazing. I don't think I'm going to be super excited about this. And yeah, Rascal, get that counter pick. Go get him, honestly, because normally I'd be calling for Malphites, as I often do. But into Zeri, it's not amazing. Into Trundle, you don't really want to go for any tank top. So you're looking to get something aggressive. Now, I think the Aurelia is a lot more high risk. Camille is something that offers similar pressure, but obviously is a lot safer and has a lot more utility. Can also play team fights and the side lanes equally well. And
yeah, you can lock down the Zeri too, potentially. If you can get into the back line and not die, stopwatch could be key in that scenario. But if you are diving in, it could be difficult if your team is not ahead to have too much follow-up alongside of the Camille. But we'll see how far ahead Rascal gets. That is a fantastic drawing. Shout out to him.
Wow.
Even the handwriting was cool. Looks like it was done with like a calligraphy pen. Probably not, but looked like it either way. Very nice. We have some awesome creative fans. And yeah, looks like we are just about ready to hop into this one as Hirai and Score exchange some words. Hirai gives him the pat on the back. Says, good job.
Good draft. And looking at the overall picture that has been painted here, I was very on board with the Gen G draft. I do think that the second rotation, Graves, Trundle, not picks that either of which I'm particularly excited about. I think the Trundle early game is strong, but we haven't really seen teams be able to actually use it, even with the power that the pillar should have into things like Volibear and into the Jinx. But overall, it's a little bit of a nameplate case, right? You look at the players, you look at the bot side that is very strong, and the late game scaling that is available. But overall, KT, I do really like the draft here. I think they have ways of dealing with Zeri. They have some strong lanes. And overall, excited to see how this first game is going to pan out.
It's going to be a fun match, you would have to imagine. Again, just to set the stage, Gen G, they're already in the second round of playoffs. They are not going to get first place, but they are going to be very solidly in second place. This is essentially, for them, in terms of results, just practice for playoffs. You know, you don't want to show too much. You don't want to... They're obviously going to play their hardest. That's no question, but...
Yeah, it's more about, like, you're not going to diversify your strategies at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Doran's on the Graves, standard.
If you have a mean fiddlesticks, you know, you don't pull it out here.
No, you don't. Whereas KT, they're up against the wall, and they're about to be devoured into the pit of non-playoffs teams.
Oh. That's not a good pit.
Yeah, you want to avoid that pit as much as possible. Or, if they get even one win tonight, they make their chances of making playoffs even that much better. And we saw Liv Sandbox take out T1. I think that absolutely nobody could have predicted that, unless you're very much banking on T1 taking it very easy in that match. And I don't even think they did. I just think that Liv Sandbox played incredibly.
Agreed.
And can we see KT pull off the same thing against a great team? I'm not so sure, but I'm ready to be convinced.
Do you think that the draft is there for them? The power here, and overall, and as we look into the early game, oh, that's a cheese gang. He's there.
He's right there. He's level 2. He avoids the knockup, puts the pillar down, flashes on in, and life will die. First blood given over to Lehens with the Ignite.
Tactical pause there, waiting for the final tick of Ignite. The healing wasn't enough, and that is a high-risk play, but even more unfortunate is that Cuz is actually pathing from top to bot, so he doesn't even have the opportunity to punish here. And Peanut is going to get that off, and is going to be completely fine, able to clear his topside jungle. No punish whatsoever. Early kill onto the Leona, which, out of all the characters you can get, I'm not necessarily the best, but also going to keep aiming and life in the backfield right from the get-go here. And those experience leads later in the game can provide a very, very big window for KT, or rather for Gen.G to kind of punish what KT has been able to do, but that's Cuz.
But Ruler and Lehen's backing away. Ruler is face checking here, but he must be in the tri-brush. Unless he totally backed away. Okay, he's in the river.
Oh, they have the crash here, yeah. I'm wondering. I think there was a timing here for Cuz, but I think it might be too late now.
He's just waiting for the Scuttle Crab. He's just going to take that down instead. And I suppose that's safer. I mean, what with Peanut is still down on the bottom side. He cleared his entire bot side jungle, and now he's in the bottom lane again. And it's kind of cheesy.
Oh, it is.
But it's great, right? No flash here onto Life, as he will headbutt onto the minion, though. Really fantastically done on the escape from the Alistair. Didn't think you'd see that today, did you?
There we go. Get to the top side, Cuz. And hopefully you'll be able to get yourself a blue buff. The Scuttle crucially being taken by Doran, and I'm loving the early game play here. Like, Gen.G gets off the cheese gang. Has a lot of prio, although as I say that, it looks like Rascal's actually going to be able to get a lot of damage to Doran here. And does have the Ignite, has an advantage in that regard, but then Cuz not really feeling like he has the time. And I gotta say, that's really unfortunate, right? Yes, you have a lead in terms of clear, but I think with that second gank, there was definitely the opportunity to punish Peanut. And letting him just get away with that is, I think, rather unfortunate. Something that could have really swung the matchup in another way is Doran. He's going to spot this and it's going to be completely fine.
Yeah.
Feel very safe here.
I mean, we have seen that Cuz over the course of his career has, especially this season, I feel like he's been quite a passive jungler, and I'm not sure if that's quite the meta nowadays. I mean, we did have Hecarim coming back and some of those more farming-oriented junglers as well, but for a long time it was, you know, Lee Sin Xin Zhao. There's a lot of ganks you can go for, as Rascal once again taking some very aggressive solo trades. No doubt he's going for his own record, trying to get some more solo kills to eventually outdo Marin, who I believe he set the record at 31 in a season. Rascal is trying to get there desperately, as he might be the one that gets killed here, though, as Peanut goes to the top side. The engage goes in onto Doran.
That's it. Can't use your E like that.
Yeah, he does not have hook shot anymore, and he does not have flash. This should be a dead Camille. As around the bend he goes, he's trying to delay, but that will be the end of him. And it's not a solo kill, but Rascal will be taken down by Peanut.
Oh, and crucially, Camille, one of the characters that can actually do a pillar, right? Can use the hook shot to get through that. But unfortunately, use it aggressively, kind of wanting to get as much of a lead in that 1v1 as he can, get as many grass procs. But the punish from Peanut here, and yeah, he's been sacrificing his farm, but who cares? And oh man. Look, yeah, that hook shot. That'll do it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, as
we got a fight in the bottom lane. Will it amount to anything? Doesn't look like it. But yeah, not too much else to say about this trade on the top side, you know. He felt safe, he had a ward, the ward wasn't deep enough to spot the very thin Trundle, as we know now. He's been on a diet, apparently. Going up against that wall and just surviving as level 6 here for both of them. That's a lot of damage already, and flash out of Doran. And Rascal says, well, I don't have any vision now. And Peanut has been a little bit cheesy today. Let's not overdo it. No hook shot available. Just lets him go.
It's actually big. Means that on a subsequent re-engage, Doran, his way to get back to a turret to set up for his jungler is a lot less. Meaning you can go for a Hextech on the lane with a lot more safety. If that is something that Rascal decides to do later on, would love if he just freezes the lane there, because a flashless Doran is a sitting duck for any possible Cuz ganks. We'll see whether he ends up doing that, as Cuz
Yeah.
Good, we know he's there.
It's coming on in. What a fantastic engage comes in from Life. The double headbutt pulverize as, are they gonna do any damage to them? Peanut comes in and they split the damage perfectly. Unfortunately for KT, and they don't get either of them.
And if you get one, you get all of them. Aiming's Jinx. She will get excited, but instead, yeah, you get the Drake, but a kill there on Jinx would have been so big too. Could have completely broken open the game, and that is KT now with a couple of crucial plays not working out in their favor. Getting the Drake. It's a consolation prize, right? It's not really what you were looking for, especially with the amount of summoners that were invested there.
At least one win, they take away from Genji's Dragon Raid.
Nice.
Look at this engage, though. Really fantastic.
Yeah. Really, really well done. And
skill lands.
Yep. That pillar actually from Peanut. So clutch. Because again, I think they get 2 kills if this goes awry. As very, very early player from Genji, and
I think they're gonna get away with it.
Yeah, I don't think KT's in a position. They're gonna try regardless.
Pillar's too good.
Can't do it.
Yeah. And I just love the way that Peanut is playing this Trundle so aggressively, right? It's, you know, you thought Event Horizon was OP, and it is. It is the best basic ability in the game, but Pillar is the same thing, just thinner, right? It's not like a box.
Wow.
Just like it comes out. Same thing.
You know,
in some cases,
I'll take it.
In some cases, it can be even better. Because if you miss your Event Horizon and they walk around in a circle in the box, doesn't really do much. But if you land that pillar underneath them, you knock them up, you send them back to your mid laner or whatever lane, it can be more CC, and it's much easier to land in that case. And, you know, imagine if Vhagar was a jungler. That's Trundle. And I think a lot of our Trundles were like, yeah, let me just farm with the other guy with my much worse farming, and maybe I'll be useful later game with the subjugates, and then they kind of fail some ganks as well.
You know what, Valdez?
I like the Trundle.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Thanks, Chronicler.
You said you started off with, yeah, Pilar's as good as Event Horizon. I was like, whoa. But still don't know if I 100% agree.
You can kind of see where I'm coming from, though.
I can see the analogy. I can see the lines you're trying to draw. Yeah, the more I think about it,
yeah.
Well, I still don't think it's remotely close in terms of how broken the abilities are. But I do agree with you. Peanut playing great, not sitting around and farming his wraiths as a jungler that only has single target damage. But actually out on the map and has been able to pick themselves up many elite in terms of the laning phase, and that is something that we kind of were expecting. I'm actually shocked Viklar's only a wave behind. It's actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good, especially with some of the trading that we have seen. Peanut is in the top side again, this time with Rift Heralds.
Oh, yeah, there is no teleport available.
But there is Alistar and Volibear coming to the top lane
right
now.
Oh, that's big. Oh, no healing. Rascal getting chunked down.
Okay, hook shot in. There's the pillar and the red smite. Do they have the damage? The Hextech ultimatum to survive. And now he's trapped in this one, and that is a dead Trundle. Does not even get to drop down the Rift Heralds, as they took a little bit too long. They were waiting for the hook shot, and Rascal played it perfectly.
Really big moment there. That's a kill on top of Rascal. The one main win condition that you have is KT. I do think, obviously, if you get to late game, Jinx can get a lot of carrying done, but this is one of your more reliable ways, and it's Rascal. So any lead he gets, I think he's going to take and run with. The only downside of this is, of course, that the counterplay is that Genji can just shove up as much as they'd like to. The initial setup for this is beautiful, right? Unfortunately for them, this is a Rascal that still has ultimate available, and the reinforcements are like perfectly in time. They're a little bit later. It is a definite kill. Also, crucially, no ultimate for Doran, so a lot of the damage that normally would be available.
Oh, what a play! Doran's just gonna take his life out from underneath him. 40% health to 0. We didn't quite see how he got that low, but Jonah Strong caught the end of it, and that's what's going to show on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think it was went for the smoke screen into Q auto and cancel the ultimate. So like that's a big amount of damage, and especially with no hookshot available and no flash, you just die.
Doran doesn't want to hear about solo kill leaders anymore. He's like, no. Not in this series. I'll make my own stats.
Okay.
Okay.
They're not low.
Got him.
I think that you got a Krug.
Yeah, I think he got some gold there.
Nice.
Congrats.
It's something.
Yeah. And they're going to try to rush down this dragon. Don't know if they actually can. We got teleport coming on in here. That's a lot of damage from the Jinx already. The Flame Chompers helping out here. The engage comes in from Lehans because it's going to unstoppable his way out of this one, trying to survive. KT do not want to fight. They just want to get the Drake and get out and say, hello, Atlas, it's your Cloud.
Finally, man has had to wait all day, but he gets his Cloud here, and yeah, crucially, that solo kill from Doran is actually, it's really, really big, right? As, yeah, there you go. Smoke screen, Q, ultimate. Especially with that amount of gold he still has available as well, just unexpected amount of burst. Oh, loving this here from Genji, but how's his weight in?
They do have some really nice disengage, but a huge pillar comes in and then they decide they don't want to go in. So Lehans dies, and with Cuz right there at the right time, they say, nuh-uh, you're not diving us.
Yeah, crucially here is that the moment you see Cuz, they're like, no. But Lehans already channeled Xenoblade. So he is a sacrifice.
It's very sad.
He's given over to the bear. That is a kill onto aiming. And we kind of see this back and forth with both teams having some unfortunate plays back to back. First, it is Rascal getting a nice kill thanks to the help of his team. Then it's Doran finding the solo bolo, and he's going to get even further ahead. And then, yeah, like...
It just looks so sad.
Yeah, the moment the pillar comes in, they see Cuz and they're like, no. We know Vex is on their way as well, and don't want to take that risk. But this topside matchup is a big one, because I thought with that kill that Rascal was going to cruise towards his Divine Sundra, and he's going to be able to, at the very least, pressure Doran, but Doran is now just continuing 30 CS lead. 2.5k gold. Wow, that is pretty ludicrous. So the point where this Camille started to win the matchup is very far out.
Yeah.
We're talking like 2-3 items, right? Like almost near.
See you in 30
level.
minutes.
Honestly, yeah. And that is a big problem, because like eventually Camille will start winning. The amount of true damage she does is really hard to match, and Graves can't really rely on a lot of his innate tankiness that he normally has.
Okay, Chovy. Hopping back here might have been the wrong decision. Has to distort again. Ruler with some really nice kiting, though, and Chovy's still getting the leash on the cow, as Life is going to have to go to the Unbreakable, but not too much follow-up from the side of aiming. And his friend is Rascal. 1v2 again. Is trying to run away, but he gets chomped in the back. And that will be the collateral damage that comes through, and Peanut will take the kill.
Peanut, sneaky chomp, wants to get it for himself. Big claw.
Yeah, this is not where you want it to be, my good friend. He flashes the pillar, and he will be okay, but he's kind of hanging out alone in mid, autoing a turret, has to flash away. Not really the look we needed to see.
Mid laner actually have not been relevant at all, either of them. It's only been top side or bot side.
At least Chovy has fought.
Well, I mean, has he?
He has seen war.
Yes.
He has seen battle.
Well, he has, but I see no proof. It's a 0-0-0 on the scoreboard, Valdez.
It's okay.
So, I don't know if you can prove it as... Honestly, Rascal, there's no vision. You have no turret. Just maybe freeze the wave near your inhibitor turret and then keep it there, and then don't ever walk up. Because you're a flashless Camille. As long as you don't have, even with hookshot, and like if you're that far up the lane, you're gonna get run down.
And it's not even like he's in a position to take aggressive trades against double lifesteal Graves.
No.
Like, you can just catch wave, Rascal. It's okay. You don't have to be ahead in every single game. It's definitely his go-to. where he's comfortable, being ahead, putting on pressure, but you're down 2 levels, and you're down a ton of CS. I think from now he will look to play a little bit safer, as Vikla is going to get burst from 100 to 20.
Yeah, I was waiting for the counterplay, but the counterplay didn't come. It was just the play.
What counterplay?
Well, I mean, maybe the Shadow Surge, you know, because it's a stun or that they do something. No. And Gen G, while we have been talking about this and that, are currently, I'm going to wait until this turret falls, but I want to say like
5K?
5K, yeah. A little bit more, like 5.3. Which at 70 minutes is a pretty debilitating deficit for their opponents, because look at the item spikes, right? Doran is sitting on BT and Shield Wall. He is never going to die. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, he's not, actually. Shields for days as well.
If there's 5 people, maybe, but
did you curse the Chronicler? No, you didn't. As we do have the engage, if you can call it that, from Rascal. He's trying to get them on in, and Doran is exactly going to die. Nearly takes out Cuz, though. Even on the backside, huge engage coming in from KT. A double kill now onto Vikla as they find their opportunity.
I'm sorry, that one's on me. As
okay,
he goes.
Here we go again. Thought the Shadow Surge was down. You were wrong. As Ruler knows, he got reminded after that 3rd kill now for KT.
And again, KT, they are fighting for playoffs. Even a win here would mean the world to them. If they get 2-0, their fate no longer in their own hands. They are relying on Frederibrian or Kwangdong winning, not winning in certain ways. If they're able to win here against Gen G, it would be insane. And what is happening here effectively is if you're in a deficit, just fight against less people, Forehead. As that's actually what's happening, though. Look at this. They're isolating 1 target at a time.
Yeah.
Target number 1, taken down. Target number 2, taken down. At no point are Ruler and Lahens in this fight. Right? And by the time that they actually move up here, guys, it's 3 versus 5. Just don't.
It's just like Toby's trying to get some poking, and Lahens is like, yeah, I'm here, I'm helping, and he just gets killed. As we did have the Rift Herald here, the second one, as Doran goes in again, and he's going to take it out. And there's the excited Jinx now. We're fighting front to back. The Shadow Surge is going to go wide through the goalpost. And look at this, follow-up engage. Ruler goes down, Rascal's here. And this is going to be 3 more kills on the board for KT Rolster.
They might go Baron. It just spawns. If they want to take the low-risk play, they go for the mid lane turret, but no. How?
How is this happening?
Again! This is the 2nd time!
Well, I know how it happened in the second fight. The first fight...
No, I mean, this is the 2nd time that KT is doing this against Gen G.
That too, and they will take down this Baron.
What?
Peanut's around, but Alistair and Camille exist. Can't really get in there. I'm just gonna lock down Peanut, say, nope, you can't get in. No, he's gonna steal it! The collateral damage over the wall! Are you kidding me? Doran does it. He makes up for his mistake in the mid lane. Says he thought I couldn't be killed. Well, I can, but it doesn't matter because I'm taking him with me. And now he'll just frontline because he can. Pillar's a really great ability. That's going to be 2 more on KT that get chomped down. This game has gone off the rails.
I don't know, Valdez. What? How do you? What do you? Okay.
So this dash forward, I'm gonna
that dash forward.
Cover your eyes, pretend it didn't happen.
Then we have exactly the same scenario where effectively people are getting picked off 1 by 1, right? Aiming is excited, and even though he doesn't have a mana bar, all he needs to do is auto attack, which he does expertly. And then this is where you're like, okay, that's it. But they don't have smite, and if you don't have smite, like that's fine. But like. That was
27.
That was no burst setup there, right? Like there, you can do that better. There is a way for you to not lose it to a Graves that is blind throwing an ultimate in there, and then Doran this time around does stay alive, as we see one of the best basic abilities in the game here. Thank you, Veldas.
One of the best, yes.
And now I guess Gen G just get away with it anyway. because they actually have, if I remember correctly, I don't know if it's the highest, but like one of the highest Baron power play averages in the league.
I think they do have the highest. And I think
so
KT was like second.
Yeah, so the
actually.
game is now just over, I guess, which it's just
such a huge swing.
It's been a baffling game, fellas. I'm not gonna lie.
Like Gen G gave them some really sick opportunities, and KT they found them and they made quick work of them, and then
you're like, hey,
never mind.
You can have this, and you're like, no, you have this.
Yeah.
No, you can have this, and I just keep. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Gen G is gonna dive again. Doran is still like this. We still have to vote for Doran as POG.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, he stole the Baron.
I know, and he's fucking gold up.
He has another big sword.
That's okay. Peanut exists. We can find an out here.
Rascal is in some trouble. That chain actually lands, and the pillar is enough. The pillar and the subjugate is enough. Peanut flashes in. That's going to be the end of Rascal in this side lane. Still extending the Baron power play. Look at it now, 5,500, and they're not even done. 20 seconds left. 6,000, the Baron power play.
Need I remind you that we talked about coming into this game, Rascal, he's the win condition, you know, can he get the side laning done? Well, Gen G clearly had the same idea, and their plan is just keep killing Rascal. Because he went for a non-flash Camille, and yeah, at this point, it doesn't really get better as a good chomp. Peanut taking a big bite out of him. There's one hope for this team that's 9k gold behind. It's, I guess it's only 8k, which is, you know, marginally better.
8.5k.
Hey,
say.
it's the
Cloud Soul.
Woo!
Well, this Alistair probably should have pressed that Unbreakable Will button, and he might just die, as everybody on the side of KT is trying to get away, including the cow, as he will.
Okay.
It is, again, it is just the one Cloud Drake, but again, it just feels like SKT, you're falling farther and further behind.
Rascal, why is there a hull breaker in your inventory? You're Flame Horizon, my man. Like, you're not going to be able to get any value out of that in the 1v1?
It's give tanky stat. Okay, nice little disengage here from the side of KT. Ruler goes over the wall and ults, and KT saying, no, that's okay. We'd rather not. Doran, you know, regardless of the way the game has gone, he now has 3 big weapons, and he's ready to party. One thing he's missing is a stopwatch.
That's all we need. Stopwatch, Lord Dominic's. Maybe buy a Frozen Heart so all the casters are happy.
Azania's.
Yeah.
Could be nice.
Oh. So out for KT.
You okay?
No. I'm
no outs for KT then?
Well, because this is the problem. Like, normally I'd say aiming third item, but going for a Lord Dominic's, which I do think he needs into the enemy team, because there is Thornmail. Obviously, Ruler's going to be very, very tanky as well. There is the Trundle, self-explanatory, and honestly, there's also Graves with his True Grid and his Steel Caps and whatnot.
You actually got a stopwatch.
I know.
There you go.
There's 3 stopwatches.
There you go.
Great. Veldus is happy.
In a row, too.
But basically, he's not going for IE first, so his 3 item power spike is not going to be that good. His life has to ult defensively again.
Yeah. It's going to happen a lot. I think as KT, maybe you just try to do what we saw yesterday.
Hey, at least Lord Dominic's is finished now.
Yeah. He does have that item. And if you just play around your Vex and hope that someone like a Chovy, like a Doran, jumps into you and you try to peel immediately with a Fear, with a knock-up from the Alistair, try to burst someone 100 to 0, that is a way, you know, because then the Jinx gets excited. You know, we've seen this happen even as soon as yesterday, as recent as yesterday. We saw it here in this game even, with Gen G getting picked off 1 by 1. You're definitely farther behind now, though. And let's see how they do manage it, as Chovy's just in here trying to root people.
We don't know.
And they're looking for the turn now. Cuz gonna get stopped by that Pillar of Life. No Unbreakable Will. Down go the 2 tanky members on the side of KT. There's no more front line. A lot of burst does come in. Chovy is looking over the wall here. Ruler are going to rejoin. And they will eventually clean up the rest of KT. Take a look at where Rascal is. At least he might survive. Unless Doran.
He's 3 levels up, Rascal.
Yeah.
I don't think it's happening. I don't even know. I don't think Rascal gets out. Yeah, I think he just dies now.
They just tasted him.
He could have backed.
He could have just backed.
He could have made it out.
Genji could just do the Baron, but, you know, it's not really the way it's going. Oh! Last cone!
Yeah, doesn't matter. It's the imperfect escape. That was really cute. Obviously using the extension on hookshot there to try and like get his way over to the blast cone. You want to do the honors? I mean, normally it's Wolf doing it, but
this game is over.
Thank you. I don't think I do it as well. Actually, not up to par as.
It's okay.
You got to try, right, to make a play here, but especially with the Super Mega Dapper already taken out and no fault line being available. Yeah, Genji's really far ahead, so they killed them all.
Yeah. They have tons of damage in this comp, and it's not just Chovy, it's not just Ruler, it's also Doran.
It's all of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, not again. So I thought this was really cool. You know, if he has flash, maybe he lives there. And again, like the reason why I keep mentioning the flash isn't like he wouldn't have had flash up for half of these plays, right?
Yeah.
The core issue with the Ignite is that when ahead, it is extremely oppressive. And we talked about the possible Camille win condition, but Rascal then crucially opening himself up to getting taken down multiple times early on, and then it just kind of compounds onto itself because you only have the offensive summoner, and the offensive summoner in a situation like this does very little for you. Don't have, you know, the flash hextech ultimatum for setup. Yeah. So with how this game has gone, it is unfortunately an extremely low amount of value to be found, and 12k should be enough here for Genji.
It's looking like it is. Let's see how they decide to close this one out. Doran is just standing next to his friend George, the cannon minion, hoping to slowly take out this turret. Whereas the rest of his team just hanging around in the middle, the mid lane, as well as in between the mid lane and the bottom lane.
George now pieced out.
He's dead.
Steve is still there.
Yeah,
Steve's hanging in there.
He's also a great hard worker. Life just not even going to help. He's like, well, if I die, I die. If they want to overextend for me here, maybe I deserve it. As they are going to take out the inhibitor in the mid lane. And now the minions coming into the bottom side. They will take out 2 inhibitors. Will they push for the end? The answer is no.
Don't really need to take the risk. Ooh, Jerry just saying hello. And second Drake gonna get picked up, of course. Drake stacking is never gonna be truly relevant for Genji. All they're looking for is denying it to KT, and now they can just 5-man top and wait for KT to run into either inevitable doom by team fight or inevitable doom by endless waves of minions sieging their base.
Yep, that's really the question. How is this one going to go down?
Hey, Viklas had a perfect game thus far.
True.
And from a player that's fresh from Challengers, that's pretty cool.
He's the highlight of the KT team right now.
Yeah.
Spare got lost, went into the wrong neck of the woods.
And normally it's the other way around. When you walk into the woods, you find the bear.
I mean, they did.
Well, yeah,
and they took out their.
But normally
they're gone.
Normally it's bad for you, not for the bear.
The bears are having rough times nowadays. There's a lot of fed hunters out there. And yeah, just like you said, Genji grouping up as 5. Up on the top side, just going to take down the inhibitor. They can essentially take whatever they want at this point in time. As I feel like Toby's job in this game has been to dash forward and never cross. The engage does happen. Do have a front line here for aiming, who is trying to tip away, but the minions now crashing into the turrets. And Cuz getting lower and lower. There's the engage. They're going to take out a GA. Can they get anything else is the question. Even Lahens is going to live as he eventually picks up his own stopwatch. Will die to the Ignite, I think. No, he will actually survive. And that is going to be the end of KT here in game number 1. Doran looking to get that final kill and take away the perfect game. Yes, he will. Down will go the Nexus. Genji are up 1-0.
It was a wild, a wacky, a wonderful game, but in the end, the expected outcome. Gen.G taking a dominant game number 1 victory here after some mid-game troubles that we should not speak of, because I'm sure the desk will.
Never happened.
High detail. Never happened.
Don't remember what you're talking about.
And honestly, overall, I am pretty stoked with what we saw here. Barring, again, the very unnecessary, I don't know, what was it, 3-4 deaths that were given up. Because what Gen.G did show, and as much fun as we had with this game, it's important to be said, is that they very clearly identified, which we did as well at the beginning of the game, which is Rascal is going to be the win condition for this team. When Rascal does well, this team looks amazing. When they don't, or aiming doesn't get his Kaisa, then the other win conditions are not nearly as consistent as that is indeed. I assume it was something to do with Chovy, because that is, you know, the trophy Pokemon.
I think it was about Gen.G.
Gen.G in general?
It said like Gen.G King.
But isn't that just Chovy?
Maybe.
I don't know. Doesn't really matter.
Maybe Chovy's the king. Could be.
That's a reasonable take, I think. And for KT, we're gonna take a look at that. You see that little dip in the gold graph?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see it.
Yes, you do.
Doesn't look like anything to me.
Could have been a crucial point for KT. That could have been the turnaround. Could have been where they somehow find their way into a lead in the series and maybe get themselves a crucial game win.
Yeah.
But instead, just move upwards afterwards.
Someone got a bit, I'm not going to say the word, but
you can't.
A little bit as K2 were beginning to come back, and then that was the end of that. Gen.G, a very dominant performance outside of that one tiny dip. And yeah, 2 Barons as well for Gen.G. Don't forget the stolen one that Doran does take away. Probably going to pick up the POG for this one, but we have to wait and see. As guys, we are going to go to a break, and then the analyst chairs and carpet space will be back after that.
기둥 1초, 기둥 1초. 백스로 먼저, 얘들아. 알리 먼저, 알리 먼저. 나 상관없어. 알리
잡았어.
나 볼배 빨아놨어.
천천히 해, 천천히.
기둥 5초. 볼배 지금 노공이야. 야, 타워 먼저 치면 들어올 거야. 봐줘. 봐줘. 백스 먼저. 아, 카멜 먼저. 카멜 잡았고. 링크스 신난다, 터진다. 기둥 5초, 얘들아. 기둥 기다려. 아, 재혁이 봐주면 되겠다. 기둥 2초. 기둥 대.
대화, 살았냐? 나이스.
기둥, 이거 보자. 나이스.
the sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I am Atlas. This is Wolf, and we're here to talk about Genji versus KT. A match that looked like it was turning around until it absolutely wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the drafting we saw here, the Volibear as a pretty nice response potentially to the Zeri. They decided not to go for any sort of Karma pairing. The Caitlyn was removed by Genji, so it left the possibility of that Zeri first pick open. But they weren't able to make those dives work because the golden nut himself, okay, Peanut, he pulls out the Trundle pick here in last rotation here on blue side, and he ends up dominating and absolutely shaping the early game here. Yeah. And KT's draft, I mean, it had its good parts. The Alistar, which was played so well by Life, the Vex, which was almost a perfect game for Vikla, just didn't work out in the end because Genji had such a nice tempo advantage and that steal at the end.
No, exactly right. And there were so many parts of this draft as well that were so interesting to sort of nitpick as well and go over, because we saw the Zeri first pick and we saw that the Karma was left up. We've seen this so often. Users that punish didn't come in, right? It was different priorities that were met instead. And you have to wonder sort of where the heads were at as far as like countering what Genji were doing instead of just looking for what you want to do throughout that draft. Because I don't think KT's draft was necessarily all that bad, but Genji, they had all the answers.
Yeah, it's really tough to play the Volibear into the Trundle as well. It's a good pickup here for Genji, and I think that's really what took a lot of the wind out of the sails of KT, because they were really dependent on shutting this Zeri down early, not in the 2v2, but actually with the help of their jungler, because great Volibear player in his own right. Yeah. But just not able to make that impact.
Well, let's get into some highlights here, as Peanut certainly got to work very, very early in this game. Camps did not exist for this man. He was sinning all over Summoner's Rift, and some of the play around vision here this game was actually fantastic, this being the first example.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, he sacrificed the early jungle to actually make a lot of these early plays, ended up giving over double scuttle to Cuz, and was very far behind in farm, so he really needed to make these ganks work, and that he did. And this was a really incredible play from him as well, just stopping this. We saw, unfortunately for Cuz here, he switches aggro over to Ruler, hoping to get both kills, and then he ends up coming up empty when Peanut comes over, drops the pillar down there.
Yeah.
Really proactive counter gank there on the bottom side of the map. Peanut was everywhere in this early game and just gave Genji such a massive lead.
Yeah, and we saw that he picked up first blood onto Life as well there towards that bottom side of the map. So including that certainly was a very active early game. But let's go into how some of the things may have fallen apart a little bit towards that mid game, as this is the Drake setup, and I love this from KT. Chronicle went over this as well. It's just choose a target, kill a target.
Yeah, choose a target, kill a target. And the first one they get is the Graves, and that's one of the hardest targets to kill, but if you get them first in this fight, you have so much power to just continue to chase and collapse, take out Peanut next year. Just a really cut and dry engage here from KT, and from this point on, it's really difficult for Genji to actually stay here, and yet they do, which opens up another Shadow Surge possibility here. If you're down, your Graves in a fight like this, you're so fragile, you can't actually stick around here. They got really greedy and thought their lead was actually bigger than it was. KT won that one, and a subsequent fight leading to the Baron.
Yes, and then the Baron happened, and there was some very interesting shenanigans that went on to allow this one to happen. It was a fantastic teleport in and steal from Thorin, but a very, very unfortunate switch of position of a control ward.
Notice that KT have a control ward here on the right side, and they think they've got this one locked up. They're like, okay, there's no way Doran's here. They don't see his teleport. Rascal even ults in, actually, here with the Hextech ultimatum to make sure nobody can get in. They feel like, bam, we did it. Then ward is replaced. Right at this moment, the control ward is replaced into the Tri-Brush, and that ward on the right side disappears. 1 second, less than a second before Doran walks into that very brush. So very unlucky here for KT Rolster. KT feel like this one's locked up, and look at how low it goes. 866, 500. Don't even need to smite this one, right? Bam! Takes it at 27 health.
I think Cuz had already, Smite was already on cooldown or something. I mean, sometimes we do see that the cooldowns are a little bit messed up, but as you can see there on the screen, it wasn't available. But regardless of that, they had absolutely no idea he was there.
Yeah, I mean, in moments like this too, as Genji, you feel priced into, or as KT, you feel priced into like try to maybe turn this, try to fight this, but they lose Baron and they've got Doran in a really nice spot. Perfect pillar here from Peanut to lock them all up.
Yeah.
And that was the moment that KT, that one moment they had wind in their sails, it was just ripped apart by Doran just taking the dagger and tearing it all the way through Peter Pan style.
Yeah, it was not a good time, and I wanted to applaud them for their setup, and then it all fell apart. Let's have a look at the player of the game for this one. I have a feeling it's going to be the Peanut. Okay. Doran not going to pick it up. I thought with some of his plays around the early game and that steal that he might have grabbed it, but it will be Peanut that is celebrated for his early use of the Trundle, and I think it's well deserved.
His early game was fantastic, as we highlighted. We're going to look through some of these again. But, I mean, his control of a lot of these team fights, his pillar placements, as was pointed out several times in the cast, were super good. One of the best basic abilities in the game, but when utilized like this, it just feels unfair. As he got Genji to such a massive lead, and the bottom lane was basically free. Zeri was able to scale very easily. It wasn't really the pivotal point of this game, but that's one of the roughest times that Genji's comp is going to face. This did not happen at all, and so many times shutting down KT's retreats. I personally voted for Doran because of his steal at the end, which was really proactive, a risky play, but it really saved them there in the end. I don't think that just getting Baron would have guaranteed KT the win, but it gave them a nice advantage.
He also had like 6,000 gold on his opposition, and I think this is exactly the kind of spread that you want, right?
They'll take it.
Half of them going to Doran, half of them going to Peanut, both of them playing an excellent game, and they have an opportunity to now do it all over again, as we are going to be going towards game number 2. Can Genji stop KT in their tracks? It's actually very, very important, of course, moving towards playoffs as well. Fred Brion with a chance they can take a game and KT lose this one. We'll see what happens as we get into game number 2.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for that wonderful breakdown on the carpet space. As, yes, Peanut gets the win there. In the POG, Doran also picking up 4 votes across the board, but the God Nut comes through at the beginning of this game in a big way to get them ahead and makes that... Whoa, that was extremely quick. Like, if you guys blinked, you might have missed that fan sign. But yeah, it was about Peanut.
I, of course, was happy with Peanut's performance. Me and Velas were having some fun with one another about the vote afterwards.
I don't remember that happening. Yeah, no, I don't remember.
But I agree with the desk. I think that it was a nice split of votes, very justified. Doran Redder both getting himself in a great position, then getting killed twice, and then winning the game again. You know, a little bit more up and down. And honestly, the key takeaway from that game is that while we were like getting excited, oh man, look at Doran, what is he? Chovy was never ever threatened. Ruler picked up like, I don't know how many it was in the end, like what, 6 kills?
Something like that.
Throughout like the entirety of the game, and that really tells you the tale is that at no point, even with how the game was going, did it truly feel like Gen G were actually pushed with their backs against the wall, right? Because could have had a Ruler carry moment, could have had a choke, didn't even need those. They got the Baron after all, and then every single subsequent team fight was found out, and KT will be swapping over to the blue side. No counter pick for Rascal, and with Doran's form today, you know, that one dash forward in the mid lane notwithstanding, I try and find an alternative win condition as well, because Peanut is clearly feeding himself in terms of ganks. Started at level 2, never really stopped. And that's a risk, but if it works out, you know, the value is ludicrous.
The way of the Trundle, those pillars can be deadly. Yeah, and I wonder where KT are going to look for their edges now here on the blue side. Try to get an early pick for one of their laners, because they had the Jinx and Alistair. I mean, the support pick a little bit interesting, but the Jinx at least, you know, that's a pretty common first pick. You might just get that again here on blue side, but it wasn't necessarily what was winning or helping to keep up in the game.
Jinx will always remain a win condition in the later stage of the game, and if you do get her fed, then she can completely take over, but mostly she is just a save AD carry that doesn't really have any bad matchups, although Zeri is winning more and more and more and more. And
6-1
against
Jinx.
Exactly. Really happy you pointed out, because I'd honestly like to see team pivot away here from the Jinx. You know, get something that can actually pressure. Yeah, Caitlyn is already off. That's not going to happen because Jinx is open, and Jinx is the after Zeri highest champion on our tier list, so we're going to just pick her up.
Yes. Jinx good, pick Jinx.
Like, if you go something like Varus Karma, I think you just absolutely...
Who's Varus? I haven't seen that champion all year.
Varus is pretty... it's not in a bad spot. I mean, it doesn't have to be Varus, right? Like, it can be Jhin as well.
Yeah, I'm just
Jhin,
memeing because that's just the way that sometimes our LCK teams like to draft.
Yeah.
Volibear, again.
I thought you were... I need to trust you, Val. So that's... honestly, that's on me for thinking you were making fun of me. I apologize. Volibear, again, honestly, outside of the Hecarim, has grown into the premier jungler here. Xin Zhao, as mentioned previously, completely fallen off the map, and teams seemingly preferring the Volibear over the Lee, and Lee, of course, a little bit more execution heavy, and I do not want to see blind Tryndamere, but we are gonna power through anyway, and I personally wonder what we're gonna see here. Is it gonna be a mid lane pickup for Vikla here? Or are they going to get themselves a jungler as well to prevent Cuz from getting banned out in the second rotation?
Talk about a laning phase that it exists, but...
Does it really?
Does it really? If you can make it through the laning phase, you're really happy. But can you? Is the question. Will we see any priority here for Lehens or just another LeBlanc pick? Wouldn't surprise me either.
No, it's just going to be like, it's going to be Leona or Kench, surely.
Imagine they pick Tom Kench.
Into an Enchanter, yes. Self-counter pick.
There's so much punish potential too.
I know.
Yeah, well, could definitely happen.
Yeah, to be fair, I do think with the Jinx that a lot of the traditional punish lanes that you pick into Renata are not going to be nearly as impactful.
Yeah.
As it becomes a lot easier for her, even with Zeri, who isn't the greatest, to kind of make your way through. Now, obviously, KT wanting to see a Malphite ban here. Are we going to see that? I don't know. I think you should. Although Genji hasn't shown it yet. We've seen both in the LCK and in Challengers the Malphite slowly rise in priority. Absolutely ludicrous matchup into the Tryndamere. And as we have seen, Tryndamere has been a pick that is still pretty highly coveted, but also suffers from the champion, as much as we joke about right-clicking, also doesn't offer a lot. With how teamfight heavy the meta is right now, actual split-pushing win cons, how many have we had like this split? Like 3 or 4 games where it's actually mattered?
Yeah.
It's been mostly about the fights outside of that, right? And Tryndamere, one fallen behind, just doesn't fight well at all, doesn't have the kill threat, instead just goes in, presses R, and then kind of sits there.
Hey, he gets a couple of crits.
Yeah, I guess.
And then he dies.
Yeah, that part's the part I'm not too happy about.
I'm really happy that Leona's banned, so we don't get to see Leona. But that might just raise the chances of the Tahm Kench. So let's see what they do decide to go for here, if they want to try to counter, or will they just say, sure, I mean, we have Jinx, we're confident in Ruler to late game carry, we don't need to punish the lane.
Yes.
Or...
Yes. Yes, Lion. Nice. Okay, this is all a Malphite. It's gonna happen. I have faith.
Do you? Okay.
I have faith.
All right, I trust you. Ooh, Lissandra comes through. They do want to counter Chovy.
Don't let me down. Come on, Doran. Don't let me down.
Look, he's got 2 coaches behind him.
They're all giggling. Giggles are good. Okay, so before actually something gets locked in, let's talk about Lissandra very quick. Really good into LeBlanc, obviously. Provides a lot of lockdown that works well with the rest of the KT team. And I didn't name... That's on me. That's on me. Should have seen that one coming. Still great. Not as amazing, but if he builds Frozen Heart, I'd be willing to forgive him because this is a front to back. Don't giggle about this. That honestly is wonderful, I think, from Genji, right? You have an insane amount of scaling. Your mid-jungle 2v2 is still really strong and can get you for the early stage of the game. And your late game front-to-back team fights are truly, truly wonderful. The only thing you lack in to a certain extent is hard engage. I'm personally not the biggest fan of Sion as like your primary initiator for many a reason. And I do think that KT's composition has the outplay potential, right? Like a champion like Zeri, hard to get on top of her with the KT comp, or with the Genji comp rather. Tryndamere in the side lane, not really going to be matched again, unless we see Frozen Heart. Please buy that item, it's really good. I keep telling people, and it's not happening, Valdez. Unless it's on Rise, which isn't quite the same.
Not quite the same. Will this composition be enough to grab a win? At least one win for KT Rolster. I'm excited to see if Cuz is going to be a bit more aggressive on the Lee Sin. Look for some more plays. I think he was a little bit too laid back in game number 1, and Peanut took most of the value of the early game, so definitely something I'm looking at.
Yeah, Cuz wasn't even able to find the punish, as we talked about during the cast as well, even when Peanut went for those risky ganks, right? The downside of flipping ganks like that is that even if they do work, your jungle should be sacrificed. That wasn't the case. He was on a delay, sure, but he was still able to pick up most of the camp, so not gonna, or not where there wasn't at any substantial deficit. And just want to highlight again, the Seraphine, I guess at this point, just a standard counter pick into the Renata. Obviously, Encore works extremely well into the Berserk. In addition to that, Seraphine's laning phase, if she isn't an AP carry, is kind of so-so. When she is the main carry, obviously a wave clear is so strong that it's kind of akin to Ziggs, becomes really hard to punish, but as a support, it is more about the utility that she does provide. And the sideline pressure, obviously, ludicrously strong here from KT with the Lissandra. It's something that we have seen teams execute well in the past for KT. They're very up and down, right? So if they suddenly are able to actually utilize Vikla, get Rascal, or aiming ahead in the early game with nicely set up dives, especially in addition of the Lee Sin, then I'm willing to believe in KT. But if you just let this scale, and you go late game against Genji's comp, even with a Zeri that's going to be kind of hard to pin down, I'm going to feel a little skeptical here, Valdez.
Yeah.
Little skeptical.
Sure.
Just a wee bit.
Just a tad.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of first picks in this game. It's like 4 or 5 across the two teams. Doran, he had his moment to carry, so now he is just going to be on the Scion. And Scion can, you know, he do his fair share of carrying. I like Scion. He, at times, you know, even in the past when we used to see some unsealed spellbook, he could even look for some plays a la Ornn, you know. Ornn used to do that a lot in the past when Ornn was a champion.
I remember.
He's not anymore, unfortunately. He's moved on.
He's just, you know, in the cinematic, he doesn't actually want to fight. He just wants to make cool stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
so he's doing that. He's living his best life.
He's like that guy in the MMO. He's like, why do I need to level my character when I can just level my trade skills?
Yeah.
Be a 300 out of 300 lumberjack.
Exactly. Well, I mean,
before I make it to the second zone.
I wonder how many of like the tradition, because we have Gwen, obviously, she's like tailoring.
Yeah.
Then we have Lumberjack Scion.
Yeah. Ornn is the blacksmith, actually.
Obviously, yeah. Corki is engineering, maybe?
Yeah. Sure. That works.
Yeah. I feel like it would be, maybe it's Heimerdinger.
We got Alchemy for Singed.
Yeah. I guess Heimerdinger is engineering.
Oh, yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah. What else?
How many professions do you think there are going to be in the Riot MMO?
Oh, I don't know. I hope there's a lot. I love professions. Make me very happy.
Still waiting on that one.
One day.
Still waiting. Rascal is just getting a Demolish proc on the turret. Might not be the most exciting lane up in the top side unless Doran really messes up.
Oh, Rascal, you have the crash.
Or Rascal messes up because now he's going to be slowed and Peanut is here.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
To get the ghosts out of him.
And I said he doesn't have the crash. So
why is he running at him to emote?
I was going to say hello.
It's like the game that they desperately need to win to try to get into playoffs. He's like sprinting after him with ghosts to emote. You got to win that mental game, you know. It's not like he was actually missing anything because Wave was pushing it to him. It just looked really funny.
And I don't know, Valdez. I've been outspoken about this Tryndamere. In the previous game, I was also not a fan of the Graves. The Graves actually ended up working out splendidly for Genji. So gonna give the benefit of the doubt to Rascal here after what was a pretty rough game number 1. Gonna be feeling a lot more comfortable, at least in terms of safety. As expected, bot lane not a lot happening. Ruler getting a cheater in and now sitting on the call. He has been one of the AD carries that does this the most consistently within the LCK. Picking up the early call.
Okay, you get the aftershock, but Chovy is still around. Another Q comes in. And I suppose Vikla will get Chovy's passive away, but pretty close trade there. You know, a couple more autos. Chovy could have looked for some flash execute plays, but not going to actually pan out. Wave in a really good spot here for Chovy as they do both teleport back in.
One really nice back for Chovy here, right? Crucially, he's able to pick up his Merc threats. Vikla only sitting on 2 amp tones. Not going to be the greatest back. And we're both using teleport. They're going to be locked into that for the foreseeable futures. It's like when you leave your house and you're like, oh, I forgot my keys. I gotta go back.
Is that the way you run back on all 4s?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Up the staircase.
Oh, what a Q! But Ruler is going to flash and avoid that damage. Really just max range over a very thick wall. Nicely played by Cuz, but Ruler will lose his flash now.
And that's extremely big, because he also had to cleanse. And with those 2 summoners gone, the possibility for Vikla to go for a level 6 dive, which he has now, get themselves in a much safer position, maybe get some bot side vision, try and keep a good track of Vikla, or just have Chovy permanently out-trade. That would do it as well. As, I don't know.
Uh-oh, Ruler, this time. Oh, the toppers, though, were perfect. As you are still going to be on the run here as Genji. KT will take control of this bottom river. And keep in mind, they took that Dragon as well. So bottom side of the map right now for KT. Very much in their control.
Doran, as expected, going to be a little bit behind in CS, but that is not going to be the end of the world. And with Lahans also picking up the Lucidity Boots now, that is effectively full build on support Seraphine. Don't really need a whole lot more.
Rascal, he's going in on this one. Doran has a long way to run. As you see the crits are coming in, spin to win on top of the train. Doran will get away.
Eat some cookies. Oh, don't eat the cookie and then go back. That's the
waste of the valuable cookie.
Man!
Oh, he stayed.
No, he stayed. Okay, we're good.
It's the fake back.
It's the fake back to freak out the casters about cookie value. What's your favorite cookie?
The soft, you know, the red package of Chewy Chips Ahoy.
Okay, very specific.
Yeah, I'm, that's one place where I'm definitely American. Because probably has some chocolates that I think Europeans would probably not enjoy. But it's good. I really like them. I like soft cookies, not the hard, sandy ones that you get here in Korea. Not a big fan.
You like whatever you like, you know? That's the point of candy and cake and whatnot.
Oh, he's just trying to kill him here. Once again, can he roll high on the crits is the question. Gets a bunch. There's first blood, and that will be enough, as Rascal will pick it up under the turret. And that is another solo kill into his bank.
That puts him at 29, if I'm not mistaken.
That's a high number.
Only 2 away.
He's got time. He's got time.
Well,
oh, going in on Chovy here. The kick is perfect, and Cuz, this is what I wanted to see. He gets the flash out of Ruler on the bottom side, comes mid, gets the play on the Chovy. All of a sudden, this is a big lead now for KT.
Again, this is effectively a must-win game for KT. It's not a must-win series, right? Because even if they lose the series, there's still a lot of scenarios in which they make playoffs. But losing 0-2 makes it so much harder for them, so much more likely that they're not going to make playoffs. Ever since the LCK went into franchising, this team has not made playoffs. And considering the history of the Orc, that's obviously pretty ludicrous to think about. Doran doesn't have any defensive stats yet, no plated steel caps, no Warden's Mill that he has now picked up, so easy pickings as Chovy. Yeah, that's what happens when Lysandra has the jungler around, right? And is something that feels a little bit akin to game number 1, where at times Gen.G maybe not quite respecting the capabilities of their opponent.
Here we go again. And the trades get better for the side of Vikla, who actually has AP. With that lost chapter, he got a little amp tome for Chovy, but not quite the same. And you can see those trades just slowly beginning to go the way of Vikla, especially after Chovy goes down.
Yeah, I think once Vikla gets his Merc threat especially, it's going to get even worse, as Chovy also going to have less CC.
This top lane is becoming a problem. Doran he really doesn't have any... He doesn't have a way to deal with this, right? Like, you can clear waves. You can, I suppose, try to stun the Tryndamere. That's not really going to work. So Rascal just gets to do whatever he wants, and Peanut can't just sit up here and babysit.
One day, Press the Attack Malphite will make its way, and we will be rid of Tryndamere forever. But today is not that day, and even with the Warden's Mail, Rascal is playing around the lack of kill pressure that Doran has available very, very well. And this is a substantial difference from what we saw earlier on.
Again?
Yeah, I mean, he has ult.
If Chovy makes the same mistake...
And even if he doesn't, right?
Just heard the sound effect of Cuz going over the wall. And yeah, I mean, Rascal is going to push another wave in, and it's another threat. This time he is going to go back, probably has to go by a Gale Force. That's what I would imagine. Or maybe he can just do the Rift Trail.
Good, yeah, absolutely. And once Doran is able to pick up a Barmies as Peanut.
Hey, Peanut in a lot of trouble here, and that might just be the 100-0. He will heal up and flash away, and just barely he will survive. But that's not winning. Just barely surviving means that Peanut has to back. It means that the Dragon and the Rift Herald go the way of KT. Peanut, though, is wrapping around here very intelligently.
He has Hex Flash!
Too late. So close.
God.
So close. But again, that just means that KT get this pretty massive lead early on in this game.
They do, and it's honestly, it's humongous, right? Because not only does this get them the necessary pressure that they have in side lanes, but it also means that Gen G, if they mismanage a single team fight, then we're going to get to that point where like team fight comms just don't have the damage available. And
this turret is dead.
Oh my god.
100% of the gold into the pockets of Rascal. All Rascal has to do, he didn't even have to attack him, but instead, maybe he'll just kill him. As he dodges the stun, the flash comes out of Doran. Doran doesn't have his ultimate anymore, and down he will go again. Another solo kill for Rascal. Make that 30 on the split. One away from tying Marin.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Ruler almost getting that kill. That would have been so big, because that is a huge shot, then it would have gone over, and Rascal was out of control, right? Because of this pressure as well, because of the top side has been under so much threat, and Peanuts had to path there fairly regularly, Ruler has also bled a ton of blades, which normally doesn't really happen.
Yeah.
And it is just compounding leads building here. Cuz just goes in, takes him out, and look at that Kraken, look at that Kraken Slayer. You know, normally we're Guild Force type of people, but in this situation, that Kraken Slayer is going to get so much value in the 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of conflicted, you know, because it means that he stomps the 1v1 even harder. But did he really need to? I mean, I suppose so. As Doran will get more resistances, I suppose that yes, the Kraken Slayer is going to feel very nice, but like the Gale Force just, I feel like it offers you more opportunities, you know?
Yeah.
For more plays, especially once the team fights begin. But I can see why he's going for it.
You're definitely relegated to side lane, but the key difference here is KT's up 2 in Drakes. So the amount of side laning that they can actually get off in the current position is way easier for them, especially if you're on the top side of the map. If Gen G try and group for a Drake, who cares? It's a Cloud Drake as well.
It's Cloud Soul again. Thank you, Atlas, for blessing us on this wonderful day.
Well, I'm sure Rascal is going to come up after us and be like, hey, thanks, Atlas. That's awesome. I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, of course, Rascal and Atlas, best of friends.
Yeah, if there's no relevant Drake. Yeah. I don't even know if Rascal speaks English.
I think it is actually pretty decent.
Nice.
From what I've heard.
For him. Yeah. Well, that'll do it.
Speaking languages is hard.
It is.
Very difficult.
They speak Korean very well.
Okay, not this time, cuz. Not this time. But it doesn't really matter, because, I mean, name a winning position right now for Gen G. It's okay, they're going to try to get on top of Vikla, who does not have his ult, but who cares? As the damage is coming in, Peanut is going to get zapped by aiming, who KT as a team are playing this wonderfully. They come in together as 5, and that rocket's not going to do much, and now they're going to take down the mid turret as well.
And it is just a disaster, right? Like, everything's going wrong for Gen G here, and this is one of those positions where Doran, run. Run like a train. Why are you not running like a train? Okay, he's fine. Never mind.
Trains don't run.
What?
They chug.
Run like the wind doesn't sound as cool because he's a train. Yeah. Come on, Velda says. Yeah, this is really well played. He has 2.7k gold in the bank.
I think I got him, is what he said. Yeah, and make that 3k.
And the real issue, of course, is that, yes, as mentioned, I think the Sion doesn't have as great a matchup in the Tryndamere, but if you get to this point without dying, you're completely fine. Right? Like, once you have your steel caps, your Sunfire, like, you're okay. You can just survive forever in side lane. Your wave clear Sion is actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
And then that's the end of it. But if you fall this far behind against a champion like Tryndamere, he's going to just push and push and push his leads indefinitely, as no matter how tanky you are, he can just keep diving you.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the questions where it's like, Doran, the player that he is, do we put him on Sion? Is that really the play?
But
I'm not sure.
Okay, so the reason why I don't shut up about like PTA Malphite is because it's actually, like, it bullies in lane. It's actually really strong. You're actually able to go head to head, right? And Sion
have some sort of ability to fight.
Yeah, no, you really do, because your trades, especially with the auto reset and the attack speed slow that you have, is actually, it's so good. And that's the reason why it's even a viable option into the Tryndamere. And I think the sign, if you can get some early coverage, which unfortunately was not really a possibility for Gen G, then you would be fine. But now from this game state, you have a Rascal that's unanswerable, even with 2 people, right? Like, I think he just gets out. I don't think he ever dies.
Yeah.
KT is about to pick up a 3rd dragon for themselves here. And I'm pretty sure that Kwangdong and Fredda Brian fans are quivering in their boots because it looks like KT, with how they are playing right now, is going to be able to, at the very least, pick up a win and raise their chances for a playoffs run considerably.
I mean, it's looking really likely at this point, right? I mean, 5,000 gold lead, 3 dragons. They got the first Rift Herald, 2nd one coming up here in just a moment. Rascal unanswerable, and Vikla's having a lot of fun against Chovy's LeBlanc.
Yeah, and that's the main issue, is that the only win condition now for Gen G is Ruler. Because normally Chovy would be, but look what Chovy's playing into. He's playing into Zeri, that's incredibly hard to get onto. He's playing into just the entire champion that is Lissandra, and into a Fetra in the mid.
Oh no. We were just talking about this, Chovy. Remember, you're playing into the entire champion that is Lissandra.
Yeah.
Chronicler just said that. Those exact words.
I mean, it's just everything she does is obnoxious for LeBlanc, right? Yeah,
it's a really cool back animation too.
Oh, she does. I love this. I'm really happy with KT have drafted here. Again, I do think that the Tryndamere was punishable, wasn't punished, and now you have winning sides, a Lissandra that has insane amount of value, and as Gen G, it's basically Turtle until Ruler has 3 items, right? So, and even then, I think that if he gets to Kraken, which he has, Rapid Fire Cannon, which is pretty far towards, and then IE, then maybe you can play the game. If you can fight it front to back, but with how fed Rascal is, I know what's happening.
Boy.
Yeah, never mind.
They didn't even see aiming. As this is an engage, I suppose, as Vikla is going to go very far away, and Doran extremely deep in this one. Remember that Rascal's not even here, guys. A gigantic rocket, actually.
He has the Shirley's top!
And aiming is going way too deep, gets rocketed, but it's not enough. Just barely not able to get that crit there. As, guys, your base, your base is dying. Rascal is going to take out a Nexus turret and back away.
Oh, Gen G! What's going on there?
Where'd he go? Oh, there he is.
In moments like this, I feel vindicated when I mention that, like, Sign's not hard engage. He's great follow-up, you know, and if you have some lockdown, he's wonderful. But this was a very unfortunate scenario. Chovy is the bait, Lahens is the prize. Of course, Seraphine in a position like this, always going to get taken down as the train riding into the station, not hitting anyone, which normally is ideal, but in this scenario is bad. And honestly, if Ruler maybe gets the, you know, gets the get excited, gets the resets, and
yeah, watch this one.
I love that. Like, if he gets that kill, then he probably gets a double, and then maybe he can become a wing con. Maybe he even kills Vikla. I don't know. But this not gonna happen. I don't see it. I don't see the lines anymore. The gold lead is too big.
There were never lines after like 5 to 6 minutes, and KT, they are running away with this one. It's not looking good here for Gen G, as we do have a lot over the wall, but in goes the Lissandra. They press all their buttons and smack them down with their wallets. Lahens over the wall, gets a nice little encore. But they'll only have an encore of their deaths, potentially, as down he will go. Chovy and Peanut get away for now. But here comes Rascal. He's got Flash and he's got Ghost. And he's still chasing after you. That's going to be the end of the Bear. And will it be the end of the Magician? Not quite yet, as we're nearly diving into the fountain at 21 minutes.
At 21 minutes!
That's the end of the game, guys. GG. KT smash Gen G in 21 minutes. And they bring us to a game 3. That's it.
I don't know. KT is an enigma. KT is a wonderful mirage that beckons and resists any form of explanation, of understanding, because how was this the same team that we saw in Game 1? And how is Gen G the same team that we saw in Game 1?
Welcome to the LCK.
Man, yeah, well, okay, I know there was some discord in the previous voting, but come, if this is not a Rascal 13 out of 13...
That's Rascal.
I don't know. It's actually, I'm pretty sure it's also supposed to be Captain Levi from Attack on Titan, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe.
Which
Does Rascal hate you?
Character.
I don't know if that's his last name or something. But
ooh, I don't think so. No, it's something else. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a sign for Rascal.
Yeah, it was a great sign for Rascal. He had a stellar game. As for Gen G, I like drafts like this. I think drafts like this are playable, but if you make substantial mistakes in lane and you fall behind extremely far very early on, as we saw here, then good luck. They didn't really have a way of dealing with the Tryndamere. If you look at the composition, KT, wonderful pickup of the Lissandra, and quick 1-1. Nothing to see here, I guess. Yet we don't know what's there to go. And like, look, Chovy's damage is almost exclusively pre-50 minutes, because what was he gonna do? Like, there was no one for him to jump on. There was no play available. Same for Rula.
And the game only lasted 21 minutes, so for most players, the damage was pre-15.
Hey, look at Aiming.
Yeah, Aiming was the only one who had a big team fight there. As it's 1-1, guys, nothing to see here. We just go straight to a best of one. KT, in extreme fashion, they shut down Gen G in such a quick game, and they bring us to one more shot for them, and they keep their chances of making playoffs really high. We'll be back after the break.
가자, 천천히 넘어가자.
맞아. 스턴. 떠올릴게, 황영.
야, 들어가도 돼.
앞으로 가자.
바론 가자, 바론.
가자.
쭉 가죠. 아, 되겠네. 오케이, 가자.
예. 르블랑만 잡으면 끝낸다. 끝내라. 볼베 노플. 라인 쓰자. 야, 끝내자. 끝내.
오케이, 밀자.
미드 라인. 잘했다. 나이스. 한판 이기자. 한판 잘해봅시다.
20분 컷인데? 20분 컷 실화냐, 우리?
11분이야. 아니.
빨리 밀어.
잘해, 우리 팀. 나이스요.
What do you guys think, to round out that T1 topic, like 2015 versus 2022? Because what I was going to say at the end of that point was, like, I think 2022 is actually more impressive so far. Like, just because of how far we've come in 7 years of League of Legends. Like, I think that having a team that's this strong, yes, the region right now at the bottom rungs is a little bit weak, but like there's a lot of great competition in Gen.G, Damwon Kia, DRX. You know, I think this might be the best team we've had in a very long time. I think, in my mind, they're better than Damwon was in 2020, but we have to see it at summer. Right?
Yeah, that's my main.
I think that's the problem.
It's
right?
definitely 100% the best team since 2020 summer Damwon. Whether it be better or not, I think, because Damwon also then went on to just Goomba stomp Worlds. So if T1 then goes and like murders MSI, then I think that is pretty.
I think if T1
pretty easy take.
If T1 dominates MSI and then loses 2-3 to an LPL team in the final,
I will cry.
I will immediately then say that they're the best team in the world and they will win Worlds. Because
You've
history
learned.
cannot repeat itself that accurately without that coming true, okay? Because 2015, like, that was obviously the time where that happened to 2015 SKT, and that team, as the year went on, just got even better and even better and even better, and that was absolutely terrifying. And I think that that's where the comparison's hard, right? Because how much better can T1 get?
I don't think the ceiling is even close.
I don't think so either.
Zeus is as ludicrous as he is for a player that inexperienced, right? Is still not even close to where he's going to be.
I think Guma has room to grow as well.
Yes.
Like, he's very young, and he's right now, I think, in a place where, as a player, he's kind of just limit testing at times, where he knows he's really good, and he's sometimes cocky about it, and he has a good reason to be. A lot of the time.
I love it.
And that's because his team and him, they just absolutely wreck everybody that they come into contact with, and he's alongside of the best support in the world, in my mind, by far.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
Carrier
like,
doesn't
not
have
even
room to grow.
close.
He's
I don't
already
think it's
obtained
close.
perfection. Like,
Carrier, for him, it's like, can he maintain?
How long can he
that
be
level?
perfect is the real question for Carrier.
How long can he single-handedly carry this team?
One will probably be like, pull out that Echo support carrier. Give us the Zac.
Yeah, give us
Go
the
get
Zac.
him.
There it is. And you guys may have just watched a Zac support game that happens in the Fred series.
Guma has also said that, like, he's really frustrated with the win streak because he doesn't feel as stressed out. Like, he feels like, oh, this is kind of like LCK is kind of free right now. Like, we're just kind of rolling through and winning everything. And he's like, I used to show up for a match feeling like, oh my god, like, I really have to kill it today, or like I have to carry, or maybe T1 won't win this really important series. But right now, like, they've already guaranteed their playoff spot. They've already guaranteed round 2 of playoffs. They're very close to guaranteeing first place of the regular season. And as cool as it is to make history with records and stuff, he's already also now done that. Like, he doesn't have to get the perfect season. He's just like, I want to feel stressed out. Like, I want to feel the pressure. And I think we will see that in playoffs. And that's where T1 are really going to have to prove that, like, the 18-0, if they hit it, translates into an LCK final for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, Showmaker has been talking about, it's a very short point, like Showmaker talked about this as well, that it's much harder to remain on top than it is to get to the top.
Yeah.
Right, and that's literally my only fear with T1 is that they peak in spring and then they find it hard because the LCK actually doesn't give them enough and then they're not in the best shape they could be. That's the only thing that, like, I'd be worried about. And if that's your worries, that's a pretty luxurious position. So, like, I'm not going to complain too much.
And also, another thing that I just want to do a bit of shouting out the LCK for a second, because we once again have, to bring up the format change. And we get to see 2 T1 matches instead of them waiting in the final and then never actually, like, getting to perform twice against 2 teams, right? And I think that is, like, a really, really cool thing. Like, we don't have lower bracket yet, but baby steps, we might get there, and then that might, give a little bit more
I don't want lower
but
bracket unless we take one of the playoff teams away. Just on that note, like, I don't want 6 teams in playoffs and then also double elimination in the LCK. Like, how many chances can we really get?
That definitely wouldn't wouldn't be a thing. But, like, I think, like, I really, because I'm a fighting game fan, I just really like double elimination brackets because I think that it's hype. It's really exciting.
Big shout.
Thank you so much, Atlas. Fighting games are indeed hype. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I am another Atlas. This is Wolf. And let's go through the draft, because I think Gen.G made some mistakes. Harkening back to what was that game 2 that KT Rolster were able to pick up. We are going the distance here this evening. And there were a lot of blind pickings of stuff. And things done a bit face up here.
The ban on the Twisted Fate instead of Lysandra is one that really jumps out at you.
That irked me a lot.
Yeah, as Chovy is a great LeBlanc player, and he's a much better player than Vikla is. Vikla is still figuring out how, I mean, he's an up-and-coming mid laner, right? Don't get me wrong, but he's still figuring out his way in the LCK here. So I guess in some ways you could trust Chovy confidence-wise that he'll be able to win that matchup into the LeBlanc, or the Lysandra, excuse me, if it does end up happening, but it does. They also then pick the Scion here into the Tryndamere, which is going to give you a lot of power as Rascal on the top side of the map. And these two solo lanes are where things went very wrong for Gen.G so early on in the game that there was just almost no recovery.
Yeah, the solo kills just kept flowing forward from Rascal. There was absolutely no response, really, and not a whole lot that Doran can do, right? Like, he's not even safe underneath his turret, and so Peanut needs to be there, but there's fires all over the rift. And yeah, leaving up the Lysandra was the biggest gripe that I had. I was watching the draft, and I was just like, well, it's a Vex Lysandra ban, or things are going to go very wrong, and things
went very wrong. Yeah, they certainly did. I like the Seraphine as well. I just want to mention that. That's one part of the end of this draft for Gen.G I really liked, because you're going to be able to put a lot of pressure on the Zeri in the early parts of the lane. But even that part of the game didn't go as well for Peanut as he planned with his Volibear pick. So the strong part of the map they had, they couldn't find success in. And the two solo lanes they set up for failure really did not.
Yeah, and there's a chance that when you do get pushed in, right, then the Volibear can find some extra value with some early ganks. But let's jump into our first highlight and demonstrate that it's not really how that works.
Rascal just played this early part of the game so well. He forced Doran to queue this wave. So he actually has full power here to actually just auto him down. He has ult, and it's just, bam, it's that easy. Then in the mid lane here, this is once again Lysandra into LeBlanc. Just ults him here, and the follow Q from Cuz was fantastic. Cuz also had such a great game.
He did.
Putting the glue between these solo lanes together. And when the Rift Herald was taken by Rascal by himself, mind you, he then just decided he was going to kill Doran because there was no turret there, and Doran just sadly runs away to die. And unfortunately for Doran, he did build his Wardens first, and not actually the Bomby Cinder, so had problems CSing after queuing, even under turret. There were a lot of problems there on the top side of the map.
Yeah, things certainly fell apart very, very quickly up there. And I really liked how Chronicler put it as well. Like, the Scion doesn't do as woefully as this every single time, right? Like, the Tryndamere needs to get that early advantage, but Rascal is one of the players that we trust to be able to get an early advantage like this, and I think a more aggressive counter option would have been a better one instead of attempting to neutralize. We've seen the Gragas come out and things like this and do fantastically well into the Tryndamere, but didn't happen this time around, so wasn't really the way things were going to go for Gen.G. Let's jump into our second highlight here. It's about 18 minutes into the game, and KT finding a really nice skirmish and just getting pickoffs left, right, and center.
Cuz played this into Lehen so well. Lee Sin is so strong into the Seraphine pick because he can execute her 100-0 in almost any scenario if he plays it well and dodges the ultimate. And that's exactly what he did here. And then for some reason, Gen.G decided, okay, Seraphine dying after missing her ult is our call to go in and fight this. And they're already so extremely behind. But these were the last few nails going into the coffin here for Gen.G because they forced this fight regardless, and KT were in such a better position. Like, notice how free aiming is to 1v3 against a Volibear and a LeBlanc. Okay, he is not afraid of anything. Now, he probably should have been a little bit more afraid. He just barely survives here. But that's just how dominant this fight win happens when you're able to instantly kill the support whose engage is wiped off the map free and then kill the tank.
Yeah, and there were so many whoopsies by KT in that team fight, but it honestly didn't matter because they already had such a gigantic lead. Let's check out the POG and see who it goes to. Surprise, surprise, it's Rascal, obviously.
Yeah.
Solo kills 2, that means he's up to 30 now. 1 underneath. 2015 Marin on SKT. One of the most ridiculous top lane performances in a single year by any player ever. and Rascal is about to get there as far as solo kills are concerned, at least.
Yeah, and he played a fantastic game. You know, took down 2 solo Rift Heralds. Those don't count, but he certainly was just taking this game into his own hands. And this is also, mind you, against his former team. Both of these top laners playing against their teams from last year, as Doran, of course, was on KT Rolster in 2021. So feels kind of personal in a weird way in that matchup on top side. This is the final fight of the game, which we didn't highlight just because it was so
This was a giant
one-sided.
wallet with KT written on it, falling on top of Gen G.
It fell in all the right ways as 1 vote going over to Cuz, and that's the one we'll take
I knew
it.
there was a Cuz vote sort of in the back of my mind there, and yes, I think that Media Keck W is required in the chat if you could. However, I don't know whether it's as deserved this time around. We'll have to hear what the casters have to say about it as we throw over to them for game number 3.
Thank you, Carpet Spacers, for your input. Yeah, I don't know. I think that Cuz had a great game, but Rascal was the obvious POG in my mind.
Yeah.
So if one guy wants to be a super hipster and say, hey, Cuz had a great game too, sure.
It's not the... I think that within the context of some votes, it's all right. You know, it's not coming out of completely nowhere. As the cast pointed out, I think Cuz had a really big impact around the map, was able to get a lot of his lanes further ahead, but Rascal single-handedly took a lead and then won the game. Is now, if I remember correctly, up to 30 solo kills.
Yeah, 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step left.
Yes.
To
so
hit
one
solo
step.
kill number 1.
Well, with one, he evens up.
Ties for number 1.
Yes.
That's what she forgot to say.
And then, but with, like, if he has 2 solo kills, he will break the record set by SKT Marin in 2015 summer.
Yeah.
Like, and
7 years ago.
Well, what's even more impressive is that KT is barely on the verge of making playoffs. It's not like this team is like dumping, like, because that's something that's really important to mention, is that if you have a team that's like winning every lane and your jungler is like running the enemy jungler around the map, like, that's cool, but it's even more impressive what he's able to do because his team has struggled so much.
Imagine if KT on the backs. I don't even want to start this monologue. I don't even want to start this monologue because we know what road that's going down. We do not want to go down that road. This is just another day in the life of the LCK.
Nothing's happening.
Just Gen G versus KT. Nobody's getting, you know, I'm not even going to say it.
Maybe we go back to soothing, calming night radio cast. No
WLCK.
Yes. For your late night entertainment. As Trindamere taken away after Rascal had a wonderful game. No, okay.
I was enjoying it.
I mean, I'd rather do it after draft when we're actually in game because I feel like it's. We need to actually talk about the draft because it's going to be really important if the last 2 games are any indication. KT now back on Rat's side. I say Rascal's side because
Rek'Sai?
I don't know. Lee's still available here, although I'm pretty sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, the pick has been largely ignored, and it's really good. So I'm not too shocked to see this happen. I'm expecting it to be combined with maybe a Jhin. That would generally be the expected pick, and for KT, this does block off things like the Kai'Sa, obviously, where that aiming has really preferred. Aphelios, though, has a considerable amount of wave clear, and combined with a Nautilus, I think the first 6 levels are going to be pretty rough, but post 6, your all-in potential is so strong, especially if aiming, as I expect, is going to go for a PTA build, especially if Gen G will go for, into a Jinx pick here, that the threat of an all-in is enough to kind of leverage and mitigate some of the pressure that's otherwise going to come out here.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. Be surprised at all. Jinx, very available. The Jhin you mentioned, very available. Also the Ezreal. This is something that we've been seeing more and more of. I know that Wolf is a huge fan of Ezreal in general, but also Ezreal Karma. Try to get on top of Ruler in this game, I dare you.
I like this a lot more because I do think that, as mentioned with the Jhin, the amount of pressure that you have in your feelers is kind of negligible. With Ezreal, it's not like you're going to have more pressure, but in the later stages of the game, you can very reliably stay out of his effective range, and in that way, poke him down, and he is not going to be nearly as much of a nuisance. And that is a risk that you run, right? As this is going to be 100% the Rek'Sai pickup now for Cuz. I have no doubt in my mind that that's what's going to happen here.
Or just Volibear.
No, it's Cuz.
I'm glad one of us
yeah, of course.
paying attention.
But let's go back to this Aphelios pick, right? Because we talked about it a lot, and I think early prio on Aphelios is a very risky thing, and despite the fact that the LCK at large has been able to navigate a lot of the rougher matchup for the champion just through sheer force of will and finding small but significant windows with the champion and playing it more like kind of an assassin that just Guild Force, Moonlight Vigil and blow 3 people up, it is putting a lot of pressure on aiming. Now, Cuz picking up his trademark Rek'Sai here, great matchup into the Lee. Pretty abysmal into the Ezreal in the later stages of the game. I'm not going to feel great about that one, even with Prowler's Claw. As long as Cuz doesn't build the whole breaker, I'm willing to see what he can get done. Just don't.
No whole breaker.
Never again. I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
But he hasn't in the recent past, so I'm feeling confident.
Yeah. Could happen. Could happen. What's going to be the second ban here? Will they ban away a Vex out of Chovy? Even just blind? It's generally something that gets as a counter pick, but Chovy's Vex is kind of insane. But instead they will take away the TF, which I feel like that makes more sense now that neither team has a LeBlanc.
Wondering what the pick is. It's feeling like a blind pick for Chovy, right? But there are so many mids already taken away. Could be looking towards a Galio, but with the Camille already banned away, that loses a lot of power, right? So that's actually a really nice ban from Genji, and something that is definitely going to impact the potential for any type of those backline dive comps. And I'm talking about a blind pick for Chovy. I'm talking about a blind pick for Vic, obviously, because it's going to be the Rascal counter pick. Akali, though, I kind of like. A lot of the normal picks that you play into are kind of banned away. I think Galio is like one of the other obvious ones. But no TF, no Rise, which often are somewhat neutralizing picks here. A lot of that 2v2 or post 6 is...
yeah.
That's something.
Could potentially be flexed, but... Speaking about
if they lock in Renekton and Azir...
Well, it's you know...
No!
The next step, it's Renekton Corki. And it doesn't quite fit into the chronicler monologue, but still counts as Volibear.
Oh, that's a throwback. The Volibear top used to be a incredibly, unless we're going to see something actually completely mayhem, but like it should be Volibear top because this used to be a counter into the Renekton. Volibear actually outtrades the pick, and many times in the game, oh he's going to do it. He's going to go ignite Volibear top. 2 more, Valdez! 2
more solo kills! Can he do it? Volibear could be the pick that gets him there. Whoa, that's a lot of writing.
Aww.
I think it was all the combinations of the players that played for Genji, including all the subs and emergency call-ups during the split.
Aww.
And you know how we have like the Donut Churros meme, which is combining all 5 main names of the main roster? It was just doing that with all the different rosters. So, everybody getting a little bit of a piece of the puzzle there. And Corki comes back too. And, you know, after a couple of games from Chovy's LeBlanc that were okay, I mean, he didn't really pop off in a big way. Now he goes into something entirely different.
Honestly, I greatly prefer the KT roster comp here. They have all the tools in the world that they could possibly want, and they're facing an Ezreal, a Corki. Like, the only sources of power is the prio that you admittedly do have on bot side, but that can be punished as well. And then a top 2v2, but I don't even know if you win the top 2v2 because that's Volibear and Rek'Sai.
Volibear feels great into the Renekton. The Rek'Sai feels great into the Lee Sin. Even if they do get into... That is a really funky run
I love it.
animation.
Playful.
Even if they do get into 2v2, though, KT is going to have a very fun time up there. You have so many potentials for plays, right? Like,
Jonah Strong, he's messing with us.
They're probably like not even there.
No, I don't think they are.
Oh!
Wait.
Ah! Hook! Roots! Ruler takes E first to survive, and he will survive.
Ooh, E first is
not sure about that ward, guys.
That's an unfortunate one. Lance gonna get the ward. But yeah, obviously getting your flash blown earlier is worse, so there's not really a good outcome there. But again, I gotta reiterate, like Gen G have the best late game insurance possible, right? Like, it doesn't get better than this. You have Corki Ezreal. Like, if you get to the late game, doesn't matter what the rest of the map state is, you can win. But the map state should be pretty bad. Because, again,
I would have liked the Blind Gragas better.
Yeah?
Myself.
No, this Renekton is...
That's like the one thing where I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that one.
No, because especially, like, if you look, the Corki and the Ezreal, like, even if you get punished with, like, a Gnar, right? You can hold on. You always have value. You just take the L in lane, right? Yes, you might bleed resources, but at the very least, you'll be able to provide value for your team. But like Renekton is just something that Aphelos uses to get more life back in late game team fights.
It's just Aphelios' tool.
Yeah.
Oh no. So sad, that Croc. Jovi has played 15 games, of course.
Whoa. Thick also he's not going fleet. Man, he's like, I don't need the extra sustain. I don't need movement speed. I'm just gonna forfeit the first 6 levels, but then I'll be so strong.
He'll also forfeit some of that early farm.
Oh yeah.
Because of it. Doesn't quite have the same amount of sustain.
Level 3, that's what you're looking for as Volleyball. That's when your combo becomes obnoxious. And that's when you supposedly should be able. There's a lot of fun interactions here. Obviously, Doran is going to have the option of trying to use his Empowered W to cancel the shield that Rascal has available to him. And honestly, I just want to watch this top lane matchup, like from start to finish.
Yeah. Where's the second stream?
Yes.
Where's the solo lane focus matchup?
The pro view
with the sidecasters Atlas and Wolf breaking it down.
But early on, fortunately, there is no such stream.
Ooh, nice hook comes in here. Gravitum available. This is something we always see. You wait for the Gravitum, you have Nautilus, he exists, and then you land a hook, and you get a really nice trade. The thing is, it is Karma, who can shield a lot of that damage. He can survive and be healthy and fine.
Oh, no. Wait. Oh, boy.
Oh, this is a sneaky shark.
Oh, boy. This is... I mean, Doran should still suspect.
It's also pushing...
might be up.
They have a big wave up there. Peanut's here, though.
I think
they spotted the ward. They pinged the ward.
They know. Cuz has got to get out.
Cuz has no idea from what I can tell.
No, he's gonna.
Now he sees him.
Yeah, he knows.
He only saw the minions moving before, but now. Okay.
He's still gonna.
And keep in mind that he's on vision. Getting some of that XP, I guess he's able to hit level 4.
Yeah, that's actually kind of cute.
He will go back.
Yeah. That's fine. He's level 4. He's gonna feel. He's gonna feel a little better about that. Still not the greatest of sequences, obviously, because. Is going to be a little bit behind in terms of farm. I think should be able to get the bot side scuttle before the Lee Sin arrives. And yes, back to top lane.
Indeed.
Bear versus Crocodile.
There's a lot of roaring and sound effects.
Yeah, so it's a Thunder Bear versus Sand Crocodile, right?
Yeah.
Like the subset.
I mean, ground type wins against lightning. So
generally, yeah.
Should be an easy win here for Doran.
Oh, that's
obvious.
Early.
I mean,
I thought it was actually. Yeah, okay, he is.
Yep.
Okay, good. Yeah. I really like that.
But
let's get spotted, but they have prio, and I don't think he contested this one. Honestly.
Peanut is contesting Vikla, who's in a shroud right now and is getting a lot of damage done. No hook comes in there. Lahens Really trying to make a case for this one, as the smite will go to Cuz, but he will be taken out. First blood given to Gen G, make it 2 as Peanut takes another one. And he takes way too long to go down in the case of KT, as now Vikla will be handed over to Chovy. And yes, you got the dragon, but at what cost?
Yeah, that's probably not worth it. There's a lot of gold into the pockets and accelerating exactly those who should not be accelerated. Corki already sitting on a kill this early, going to really help out that mid-game low. And unfortunately, with Cuz going that low early, there isn't really any substantial fight for you to be found, right? And if you are Vikla and you're level 6, then I think you can take that 4v4. I think you can definitely win it, even with Cuz being a little bit low. If life hits the hook, the outcome might have been different, but a lot of things going wrong there for KT. And that is going to be a really nice early game lead here to come through for Gen G. Very important again, because if they keep control of this game early on, it gets ugly for KT pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, you saw this bot lane wasn't exactly fantastic for the side of Gen G. Like, they were just getting by. They were down 10 CS. As maybe another hook here. The flash comes in. Arcane Shift must have been down, but Ruler is going to flash that one, showing immense respect. As second flash will come in. There's no grab at him right now, so they're essentially just being kited back. They desperately look for the engage, but that's not going to amount to much outside of aiming having to go back.
And will be the shove in. At least it's cannon wave, so not the end of the world, but Rek'Sai not able to get anything done early is always going to feel like a losing situation. Cuz we'll spot the ward there, clear that one out. And Vikla, if he can get a kill, it will be huge, but Chovy, of course, going for the Hex Drinker early. Yes, it delays his spike a little bit, but it doesn't matter because he has a Cull. He has...
And a tier.
Well, yeah, and also a kill. So all of those are very helpful. And again, there's a couple of key points here, right? Like, if that hook hits, Peanut might die. If Vikla has ultimate, you might actually be able to get something done here. But instead, you lose life and you lose aiming immediately. And the fact that you get a return kill on Vikla might turn out to be big if they can play some of the next skirmishes very nicely. And it is important to note that the gold lead that KT or Gen G rather has it right now, I don't think really translates into power yet. It just means that the window for KT is smaller, right? And obviously KT can still win late game. Like, they have Aphelios and they have Akali. Both these characters skill very well, but the VOD Bear and the Rek'Sai part of the composition into Corki and Azriel, not great. So then it becomes a much harder situation. I really like this, although I would like to see a response here on bot side, because I'm pretty sure that otherwise Ruler's going to say, thank you for all the plates.
Yeah. No, he's definitely going to be saying that. What else can KT get as they're going to shut down the turret? And now Doran in a bit of trouble here. Peanut is around. He's trying to get on top of life. And actually the kick onto aiming with the turret shot is enough. And Peanut will take him down. Can he escape?
Yeah.
He is Lee Sin, though. Lightning comes down, and the flash is going to be enough. And yeah, we got Rek'Sai coming in as well. The Q here on the life as, well, he does have to take the kill, and that is a shutdown kill as well.
Oh, Ruler. Oh, I was waiting for Vikla to go in. Oh, that was spooky. Oh, he still might go. Round 2. Ruler has no flash.
And yeah, Vikla has taken a little bit of damage. He's got that as he runs straight into the True Shot Barrage, but the ult should be enough. The Shuriken, though, misses flash on, and the heal here from Ruler. And one more Q could do it, but it's the Q from Vikla who is going to take him down in the end.
Oh, and if Ruler had flash there, he probably would have won that. And that showcases that you might be in Ezreal, you might be in a great spot. He'll still have the heal available, and Vikla might miss his Shuriken, one of the most damaging abilities that he does have, but still an assassin into an 80 carry, and that's always going to be something you're happy about. Aiming has both sums available as well, but doesn't walk up, so Peanut no punish opportunity. And that was actually a really big sequence of plays, because it got the Rift Herald, it got some more gold onto Vikla, who now has more carry potential in the mid game. And I wonder where they're going to throw down this Herald, because if this leads into a first Turbo Blood for KT, then they kind of fight their way back into the early to mid game dominance that they should be having. Getting a Drake here will be really helpful as well. Yeah, there's no wave, so it's greedy, but we're seeing the Volley Bear dive be used.
Yeah.
That always makes me happy. as unfortunately it's aiming, tanking the turret there, and
just at the end.
Yeah, he did, unfortunately for him. And of course not expecting Peanut, and Peanut really nice counterplay here to kind of force out the mandatory. Okay, don't contest it, Genji. I really don't think you should. I think you just let them have this one. It's fine.
Peanut has other ideas. He's looking to dive and get a huge
really
take a look at the farm difference right now. Yeah, the farm difference is huge, and Cuz, he's looking to take names. He's like, oh, I got a Prowler's Claw on a Dream. How about a free Corki for me? And how proactive is that? That is so cool to see. Vikla is just going to die a little bit too far behind enemy lines there. As Ruler gets the call from his buddy Peanut, and they will shut him down, and now Life in a lot of trouble. Doesn't even have his flash available. He will be taken out, and Ruler is going to take him down.
Oh, that should have been the play. That should have been it, right? Like, you get the kill. You have the Heralds, but instead they're going to overextend. Vikla crucially misplaying and getting taken down very, very early. Oh, and if you get the Drake, if you win that fight, get the kill, get the Drake, and get a successful Herald crash up afterwards. I think that's what you need, SKT.
Ooh, this is...
Yeah, it's kind of grim. Giving solo gold to Rek'Sai.
Ugh.
It is definitely the right sound to make in this situation, Valdez. Because now Ruler is more fed, right? And he's, yeah, he got killed. So what? Once he hits the 2-item spike, he's going to demolish everyone on KT.
And not only him, but the Corki as well, who is 30 CS ahead right now. A finished call. And yeah, I mean, he had to Hex Drinker as usually do into a lot of these matchups, but as you mentioned, you know, it's just the window, it's slowly shutting. For KT, they are going to have a less and less time, especially with Genji picking up the Drake.
And I think the 2-item spike might provide a little moment of respite for KT still, because when he hit the presumably Edge of Night, when Rascal gets his Divine Thunderer, maybe they can force a skirmish, maybe they can get themselves the next Drake. Ideally, you try to fight before Genji hits those crucial 2nd-item spikes, right? Chovy, the Manamune, and the Ludens is what you want to avoid at all costs. And I'm going to take a look at this, because this starts off wonderfully, right? Like, Cuz is able to get the solo kill here. But crucially, Vikla is playing into a lead, which means that there is pretty much full vision of him. So he just dies. And yeah, that's really the end of it. Also, KT and aiming, not wanting to go in too deep without Cuz, but a little bit of disjointedness there on KT's side. I think if they are collectively there on that play, then maybe it works.
And I think we've got someone in the brush. Yeah, we do. I'm beginning to learn Jonas Strong's patterns.
Sees the lines.
Yeah.
But Peanut's in the general vicinity.
This looks a little bit much for Life to be forcibly taking that away. And I think Lahenz is sniffing it out. Peanut is also here, so 3v3 should go the way of Genji, and in fact, Cuz he's just going to back out and take some more tunnels towards mid.
I don't think he's been spotted yet. And yeah, crucially, I think you can win the 3v3 if it's played out well, as Cuz is definitely spotted there, but he is Rek'Sai, so he doesn't know.
He doesn't know, Pepe. Laugh.
Oh, man. It's very funny.
It's hilarious.
Is he still going to kill Peanut?
And now he's bot.
Is it going to matter?
Really using these tunnels so well. He's going to get the flash out of Peanut. And that's a win. Just being so annoying on the bottom side of the map here. Really trying to show the power of Rek'Sai's mobility with his tunnels. As he's spotted again.
Not again! Oh, now he knows.
There you go.
Oh, sad. Sad. Oh, boy. Good luck, Rascal.
It's okay. He is a Volibear. Is it enough, though? Sees the Corki pretty late. Takes a big one. And he's still on the run. Still has his ult and not his flash.
I think he's fine.
Yeah, he'll just ult the wall here. See you later.
Dunks away. And that will be the end of that. And KT, yeah, they're still hanging in there, but of course we gotta look at the compositions to know the true state of this game and where the goal is for Genji. Most notably Ruler. Peanut starts up the Drake here, and with Rascal taken down, going for the Ignite as well. The 1v1 hasn't really worked out thus far. Does have the Divine Thunderer now. But yeah, Cuz is not going to do any damage. This is a Hullbreaker and Accent with played the Tiltex, and he's Lethality Rek'Sai, so
yeah.
That's not happening. And
time to go back to the jungle.
Yeah, I think at this point, Genji played slow, you know, can give up the next Drake, who cares, gets your item spikes, 2 items on Ruler, even 3 if you want to take it leisurely, 2 items on Chovy, and then you should just win the neutral. Crucially, again, KT does have a feelers on Akali, so like late game still, if you miss position for flanks, if Rascal and Cuz ever make it into your backline, you can still lose, but you've got to try a lot harder. Becomes a lot easier to play out.
Yeah. Cuz has just been on the prowl for quite a while.
Ah, see what you did there.
I don't know what you're talking about. No, but he's been really hanging around a lot of these lanes. He even went mid, but he got spotted. So based on the way that Chovy was playing that, he was able to clear out the ward as well. Vikla, speaking of wards, you're on one.
I think he knows now.
Yeah.
Might have a sneaking suspicion.
The top lane, I mean, we haven't really seen too much 1v1 action. It's been a lot of farming back and forth with some help from his teammates. So Rascal might end the season with 30 solo kills. Could happen.
Still an incredible amount, but...
Oh yeah, I mean for what, like a 6th place team?
Might not even be a
5th place team. Like they might even not even make playoffs. Marin did it with the best team in the world. Still counts as life in here, as this is getting pretty low, trying to burst it. Lee Sin will get it. Life with the engage, but he will get burned down by that one, as meanwhile, some solo kills. Rascal hurt us, but it's not going to happen. No solo kill this time.
Oh, if you go for that play, you need the team there. This is the 2nd time that KT has looked disjointed. Life is going for an all-in, and aiming is on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
Nowhere near.
Another charge here in mid.
Yeah.
And you can see the poke. It's hard for aiming to fight if he doesn't have a team in front of him, especially against these champions. At least Rascal is winning his lane.
It's something.
Some things never change.
I wonder where he goes next. Honestly, if he's like really cool, he goes Demonic Embrace.
Frozen Heart, maybe.
But he's gonna go with that place, probably. No, don't bring it up.
Sorry.
I'd rather you not.
One step too far there.
I don't. Okay. This is like you're Renekton, right? Is Ruda?
Okay, he is an Ezreal though. The hook is going to land wide as there's the ult, and see you later. No heal, no flash, no arcane shift can save you this time, and Cuz looking pretty good in the solo plays. This Vikla, yeah, huge underestimation of his damage and Chovy's damage, and that is a mistake that he will not want to see again.
Vikla really showing, I think what Wolf said earlier, right, where this is a player that has performed above expectations, but it's also a player that is fresh out of challengers. And I think it really reminds me of something that we've seen with Chorus. Hold that thought, I'm not sure what Rascal's plan here is, as... No, never mind, they both
killed turret.
Nothing happens, yeah. Where there's really great moments, but there's also a lot of moments like this where a player is just really showcasing really their inexperience. Trying to go for a 1v1 as Akali in that situation can work, but you have to be very secure about your execution.
You can see Doran, he's trying to clear the wave, and yes, this will not be a solo kill, but it's a kill for KT, as Rascal will pick it up, and down will go the turret eventually. Yeah, they do get it there. And yeah, nice little clap back from KT when there's no objectives on the board. They've been pretty good about this.
Oh, Vikla knows.
Yeah.
And with this, KT are remaining relevant, but like they're just always trading down, right? And honestly, credit to Gen G with a composition like this. Very reminiscent of all Gen G, with Rascal, and of course BDD.
Uh-oh. Ooh, didn't quite spot him there. I mean, he knew he was there, but not quite able to get underneath.
Need to hit those Prey Seekers, otherwise not going to get a vision that you need. If he does find it, Chovy probably has to flash, which is just Rek'Sai things. Cuz gets to do this for about 10 more minutes, and then he's not really a champion anymore.
Hey man, he went Edge of Night.
I know, of course. It's a great item.
He'll survive through one of those misses.
It's really nicely done, right? It's like he gets off both the auto to give him max fury and then using the true damage on the E to get the maximum amount of damage. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
There are players that can pull it off, but if you front load the entirety of Corki's damage, it's unfortunately not going to happen. As a lot of counterplay on this one for Doran. Probably should not have been where he was. That's really the only counterplay to that one. Rascal getting closer towards that man's played and is going to win this matchup indefinitely from this point onward. The only problem is, like, is it going to matter? In the grand scheme of things, probably not.
Hey man, carry Volibear. Maybe this is the game. And he's got a lot of help from his friends, right? Life's been here and now trying to turn this one around, aiming with a huge ultimate onto both, but the damage not quite there onto Peanut. Because now on the disengage, Vikla takes a giant chunk of damage. As here's the poke. It's already online, at least when you've already taken this much damage, as Flash comes on in, stun onto Life. He is going to be the sacrifice. The rest of the team trying to just get away. Aiming going to be forced to flash, and it's not going to matter. Rascal not able to get in front. The leash comes down, and down will go the bear. Double kill for Corki.
And this all goes back to that first skirmish in the river at level 4. One that you couldn't afford to lose is KT. They greeted for the Drake. They gave Chovy kills. Chovy took those kills, invested them wisely, and is now a fed Corki. And we're back to the start of Spring Split. Although this time he actually had to work for it. So I'll take it. I respect it. And yeah, unfortunately here, if they get the kill immediately on Peanut, it might work out, but crucially aiming late on the ultimate. And with Peanut still alive and it being an even fight in terms of numbers, you see the kite back and the even with the lack of hard engage to death for Gen.G doesn't matter, because this is a dream scenario, right? Like when you're kiting forward with Karma, you're poking with Ezreal and Corki. It was a very easy game to play. So well done by Gen.G. And yeah, as I pointed out, very reminiscent of old Gen.G, taking a mid to late game comp, winning the early game even though you have no business of doing so, and then cruising towards a smooth and swift victory.
Yeah, now we sit at a 6,500 gold lead. Chovy has a package. And 23 minutes into the game, we think they could do Baron.
Oh yeah?
Definitely a possibility with the comp that they do have. So they will play at least around the vision here. Peanut trying to help on the assault against Cuz. And yep, Roller's just going to start it up. And I'm not sure that KT have any hope at stopping this one.
Oh no, they can't really, I don't think. Let's see what Chovy thinks.
Yeah, curious about it. He does have the package. Just waiting to use it, waiting until he can kill Life with it. And that's going to be a giant two-shot barrage to the face of everybody else. They got 3 kills in the span of about 0.3 repeating of 4 seconds. And that's going to be the Baron going down. Gen.G, it looks like they have taken full control of this game.
And Vikla, he's had some great moments, but he is clearly not ready to pass the Chovy test, right? As Chovy, at this point, completely taken over the game. Ruler also providing great supportive fire to a Corki that probably barely needs help, but will appreciate it all nonetheless. Again, with package, there is so much built-in safety, right? So Chovy can just walk up like that and not can. Be completely fine. And everyone just gets taken down. It's like, so there is Q, True Shot Barrage, and then the kick.
True Shot Barrage value is insane.
Yeah, that was just shooting gallery for Gen.G, and that's what you want to do with this comp. That's what they've been able to do thus far. And unfortunately for KT, they got the win, and that remains big. But I don't think the second time that they face off against Gen.G is gonna work out for them.
Yeah, it's not looking likely here. I'm not sure. I guess the Volibear has been on a diet recently because that big one went right through him. But either way,
get him, Cuz. He's 3 levels down.
They might be able to. He's pretty tanky though. As you mentioned, the Hull Breaker and the plated steel caps might just keep him alive. Another hook comes in and that will be enough, as here comes the rest of Gen.G. Peanut going a little bit too deep. That's 2 kills now for KT. Ruler doesn't seem to care about numbers. Says I only speak with letters here, as he will jump forward. Rascal now getting himself into a lot of trouble. He will be able to flash to survive, but Gen.G say, 3v5, sure, whatever.
Yeah, just keep on pushing. They're still a Baron. They're actually relevant members are still alive. Doran and Peanut getting a little bit overexcited there, getting caught out, and will donate some kills over. But the itemization, even though I love it from aiming, him going for the BT second, which into this comp you desperately need, is also quite bad into killing a Hull Breaker, Gore Drinker, Plated Steel Caps, Bramble Vest Renekton. So, and same for Kaz, right? So like, as you can see, Doran doesn't really care about all this. It's not until Vikla gets involved and...
The true damage looks nice.
Yeah, it's okay, I guess. That's basically it, right? Then when Vikla come in, the equation kind of changes, but he gets taken out himself, doesn't have a Shuriken Flip or Shroud available until it's too late. Could have maybe used the Flip to get over the wall there, but yeah, the relevant members are still alive. They are able to push on. And it is a... it's a 9k gold lead, Velda, so maybe it's time for a smooth radio transition. How do you feel about that?
The WLCK.
Coming at you late night from Seoul.
Yeah, it is pretty late, 10:50. And Gen.G, they don't care about the time. They're just going in, taking out the inhibitors here. Nice little engage. They're trying to get on top of Chovy. 100-0. Can they do it? And they can in the end. But is that enough as Doran comes in? They have another carry. His name is Ruler. And he will be taking names here. Takes down aiming. Also, Cuz died on the backside. And that is going to do it for the series. Gen.G will take the 2-1 victory tonight.
They got Chovy, but it cost them everything, Valdez says. Gen.G, they have plenty of carries. They don't care about one measly Corki. Will get the expected winning today. A valiant effort from KT. I like the draft in game number 3, but I was reliant on getting some pressure early. Literally the first skirmish, the 4v4 in the bot side river, went alright. And then Chovy said, okay, cool, I guess we win. Now we scale immediately.
They scaled kind of out of control, faster than we even expected, but that's the way it's going to go. KT took a lot of fights. They were pretty aggressive. I like their proactivity. They were trying to make some moves with their composition early on, and they kind of had to. But at the end of the day, Gen.G took the fights early, and they took the fights mid, and they won the game.
In the interest of symmetry, I'm happy both T1 and Gen.G had a happy game today. Just so we can possibly still look forward to when those teams face off with the full rosters, because obviously the game that KT won was questionable from Gen.G. When you see the way that they can win, there should be no business for KT, although again, Rascal really doing the heavy lifting on that one. Ruler having a wonderful day today. I do think even in the games that they lost, I think he was one of the highlights. Chovy, I mean self-explanatory, Vikla, unfortunately, not able to stand up to Chovy.
Yeah.
No shocker. But really in moments like this where consistently the impact of and the experience of a players of Chovy's caliber is shown, right? Because Akali does nothing if you don't get the 1v1s, we don't get the solo kills. And from my top of my head, he won 1 against Ruler. And the rest were just pickups that he found in skirmishes. Every other attempt at a 1v1 didn't end well, and it's not something you can hold against the player, but it is something that is definitely going to get exploited, and should be, by a Gen.G that ends strong here tonight in War Park.
Yeah, for sure. See a lot of Chovy signs out there. They were happy to finally get the carry in game number 3. We'll take a look at some of these replays. Again, this fight was critical. Trading all of that for just an Ocean Drake.
Yeah, it's a really good read from Gen.G, and if this fight is played better, I do think that it's possible to win, because Kuz was so low, fighting was never an option, and then any subsequent kill was just adding more. So Rascal is gonna end on 30 solo kills.
Yeah.
That's still something I think we need to celebrate.
Oh, it's
it is
huge,
still
yeah.
a monstrous achievement on a team that, as it stands still, doesn't know if they're going to playoff.
Yeah, I mean,
it's ludicrous.
If Damwon has a bad day, Fred and Brion take a couple of games against them, Fred and Brion are going instead, right? Who knows what the
we have no idea.
What Live Sandbox is going to do to Kwanglong Freaks? I mean, that could absolutely go the way of Live Sandbox after what we saw at Guangdong yesterday, it is all up in the air, and Rascal might not go to playoffs with 30 solo kills, and he would definitely feel individually robbed, I would imagine. But we're not there yet. I think that KT are a playoff team. Like, in terms of their current form, I would love to see them in playoffs. Will they get there, though? I mean, the numbers will decide. The play will decide from the other couple of teams that they are competing with.
And Gen G showcasing that, again, as
얘들아 렉사이드 쪽으로 쭉 쫓아. 애들 미드
some
걸린다.
fun to be had. Some games not as clean as you might want them to be. But crucially, when it really comes down to it, they are a dependable team that has many a way to play through. In this case, it was Chovy, it was Ruler. And overall, I do think that Gen G going into playoffs is still going to be a formidable opponent for every single team that is looking to extend their, that is looking to get into that round 2. It's going to be a tough gatekeeper. You're going to find that in Gen G. Oh, well, I guess Gen G is like they greet you after you get through the gate.
Yeah,
because you have to get to round 2.
If you can get through the gatekeeper.
Yeah. Then you get to the second gatekeeper?
No, you get through the gate and then you face the boss.
Oh, they're the boss, but the boss is...
They're the boss inside the castle.
I'll take it.
When you get through the gate of the castle, yeah. Anyway.
I like it.
Rascal did a lot of damage, but this kind of went the way we expected with Gen G scaling out of control way earlier than they were supposed to, but they eventually got there, and that's what this comp does when they scale. I mean, it's Ezreal, Karma, Corki, and whatever. You know, like anything else could have been Teemo and Evelyn, and they still have the Corki, Ezreal, and Karma. Might not have been as good, but you know, they still do some nice poke. Anything else you want to add, Chronicler, before we hand it over to the carpet space?
I kind of want to see Teemo Evelyn now. That sounds wild. I think it's good, but it sounds exciting.
It's a lot of stealth. It's a lot of stealth. A lot of fun. But that's going to do it for us, guys, on the cast. Thank you for watching. We're going to throw it over the analysts' carpet space with Atlas and Wolf right now.
Thank you so much, Valdez. I think we'll need Tarzan and Viper to come back if we want Evelyn and Teemo. Unfortunately, there is still a chance for the future. Who knows what 2023 will bring. But we are in 2022 right now, and we just witnessed Corki, the best 1v1 champion in the game, absolutely obliterate an early game and a mid game, which he absolutely should not have been able to do. And Gen G really finding advantages where I think the comp said they probably shouldn't have.
The Ezreal pick here is one that we see very rarely, actually, with Karma. I mean, I think we should see it more often, but it's one that I think
we see it too rarely.
Yeah, like I think KT were kind of feeling like maybe they'll do something different here, like maybe Karma Jhin or something like that. So they feel pretty okay to do the Aphelios Nautilus here. That's the first part of the problems. Then they go all in on this Rek'Sai pick that they love to play. They have played more than any other team in regular season. But it's how they end their regular season as well, and it didn't end up getting the value they wanted. Got some value, and then the final pick, which we're gonna dive deep on here, is that Volibear, which was hoping in their mind to actually crush the Renekton matchup. And it's one of Rascal's favorites, right? He's played it 8 games, and a lot of that, of course, was flexed when he was on Gen G last year with Clid, and you know, there was the jungle top flexibility that Volibear had. But it just didn't work out in this game. I think it's a little bit of a dated strategy here.
Yeah, I think him and Cuz used to do it as well. Back on, DRX or Kingzone or whatever the team was called back at that time. He's actually played 15 games of it all up as well with a decent KDA. He did really like playing the Volibear, and Volibear has, I think, globally, analytically, like a 57% win rate against Renekton. It has always been one of these good picks into the Crocodile. However, you can't just pick for lanes. You can't just pick for the jungle matchup. You have to pick for a comp that's going to work together.
And, as we start going into these highlights, we'll see just how Gen G got ahead. Like, this is one of those memes where, like, the Gen G early game comp, because the comp was not supposed to get this much value this early. But Vikla did not have a great game. I was just mentioned by the casters, and these are some of these exchanges you take greedily as KT with your comp that's supposed to win the early game, but your positioning is so poor. Now, notice how every single member of Gen G is able to freely do damage. Like, Ruler's on the edge here, and yes, it's a really nice root setup here when they try to turn this one around, but it's just too late, and Ruler is just free farming. So both Chovy and Ruler pick up a ton of gold. 3 assists to Ruler, who then gets plate gold on the bottom side of the map, Chovy, I think, gets 2 kills in that fight.
He was 1-0-2.
1-0-2.
Yeah.
He picks up early gold, and like you've suddenly got a Corki problem, you've got an Israel problem, about 10 minutes before you're supposed to.
Yeah, exactly right. And this was a composition of KT that was supposed to absolutely smash the top 2v2, right? You're supposed to have Rek'Sai in a good matchup, you're supposed to have Volley Bear. That's the cool flex. That was the cool thing we managed to come up with. And then you're supposed to dive Renekton over and over again, turn the Crocodile into a handbag, and then you go from there. But the problem is that skirmish existed in this game. And if that skirmish didn't exist, I think Chronicler mentioned it as well on the cast, then maybe that's a strategy that works, but as it stood, it's just not possible.
Yeah, and if we go into our second highlight, it's another team fight that was kind of a defining moment. This is only at 21 minutes into the game here, but Gen G are in such a massive lead that they could basically do whatever they want. As this is an attempt to try to collapse onto Doran, of course, and he's got his ultimate up, and then it's just so sad.
It was like who's setting up on who?
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
I mean, this fight is about as good as KT can make it, right? Vikla just so far behind in this game, takes so much damage. And like you could just see the moment that they decide to run away. It's like, oh, we can't do it. And this was just the turning point in this game where Gen G were just too far ahead. They have so much range advantage in this composition.
Yeah, this is like in the episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! When you know that Yugi isn't going to win. You know, this is where the penny drops and the bad guy is going to take over.
Yeah.
There was no checkmate, Kaiba. The trap card was too.
It was when all of Yu-Gi-Oh's cards turned into Karibos, and that was the end of it.
I don't know why I decided to go for a Yu-Gi-Oh reference. It's not really my field of specialty, but it felt like the right time. And all of the rockets were starting to land. Corki became absolutely gigantic. The very end, the last team fight, of course, we're not going to go over it, but the amount of damage Corki did before he died was just insane. Because we're going to check out the POG. I'm not entirely sure who's going to grab this one. It will be Chovy
in the end.
Yeah, 1,000 points. Joins Deft, his former teammate.
He was able to get those early, one early kill, several early assists, had a great laning phase, and then unfortunately, just frankly was gifted kills like this one against Vikla, where Vikla decides to try to ult him in 1v1, but he's just so far behind. And I didn't really like the Akali and the Volley Bear picks here into the composition that Gen G showed, because it felt like they really had to win super hard early and coordinate so perfectly. And their plan is so one-dimensional that Gen G just played around it super well. And then once Chovy got fed, it's like, well, guess what? He's just going to do a lot of damage, and he's the safest POG vote for everyone because he did his job perfectly. When given the gold he needed, he was like, yep, I will hit those rockets and I will kill them. And at the end of the game, he has that moment where like his lifeline buys enough time for the rest of his team to just win. We didn't show that, but like that last team fight was pretty nuts.
Absolutely crazy. Of course, former Harmer Life Esports teammates here, Chovy and Deft, played a bit together on DRX themselves as well. So now teamed up at 1,000 points behind Canyon, who's taken just every single POG point that he can possibly get.
Love the ruler votes here as well. I thought he had a fantastic game of Ezreal. Really nice mechanical plays.
Yep, some interesting votes for Peanut, who didn't have, the greatest of games, but in a difficult matchup was still able to get things done. But, ladies and gentlemen, that does mean that it's time for the interview, so let's throw it over to Jason.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POG interview. Translation joined by Peanut Chovy from Gen G after their last match of the regular split. How do you feel, Peanut? Yeah, this was the last one for the regular split, so and was the final one before the playoffs. So I thought this is really significant, and we won 2 and 1, so it feels good. Yeah, it was the last match before the playoffs, so it was our final track kind of a match. So that was what I focused on today. And the performance kind of tells me to work harder. But still, Gen G was able to pick up a good victory to round out the regular split. It was a very long series in general, so let's get back to game number 1. Trundle was the pick you secured. You had the chance to actually complete the mid-jungle comp with the early LeBlanc lock-in, but you guys decided to actually pick Leona first and then pick Trundle later. Can you kind of break down this kind of draft strategy? So there were a lot of bends for the jungle picks, but still I was pretty sure that we can have a lot of options in the second rotation of the pick. So, and I also thought that Trundle is still the best option left available. And you went for a very early gank to the bottom lane. could you kind of break down your plan early on? So we started off with the ward in the brush near the bottom lane. So we set up for that gank, and it was not as clean as I expected, to be honest. And Chovy, early on, you were not able to actually have a lot of action together with the jungler this time around. Was that tricky? When you're playing LeBlanc, you don't really get to think that you're going to have a lot of support from your jungler, you know? That was not what I was looking for, in fact. Well, game number 1 was a little bit dicey, but Doran was able to steal the Baron and save the team. I was so busy, like, having a team fight, so I didn't even know he stole the Baron. Yeah, and also the skirmish on the mid lane was really kind of risky. So what was your shot call during that fight? I wanted to kind of push harder on the mid lane, but it didn't really work well. So the enemy was able to connect that into a Baron, but I mean, Doran stealing away, that was also very critical, but still, had it not for that steal, we could kind of still secure the victory in the end. However, game number 2 was a pretty quick stomp from KT Roaster, and then Genji decided to go back to classic Genji comp with Corki mid, Ezreal for ruler. So game 2, I think we were not able to just like throw a shot, you know? We got shut down, so we wanted to go harder for game 3, you know, a little bit more aggressively. So we kind of secured a very well balanced comp in the end. Then was Corki Chovy's idea or from the coaching staff? After seeing Rek'Sai and Akali, you know, I wanted to bring up, you know, something good, and our coaches told me Corki looks good. I also agreed, so we decided to go for it. And in the beginning of the interview, you both kind of mentioned that this is your final track, a very important one before the playoffs. And how do you kind of look back the entire spring split? Was there any good things or any kind of disappointments throughout the spring split? So many stuffs, you know, but we ended up on 2nd place, you know, which is never a very low result. And this is our first split with this roster, so this is a very impressive result, but still we have a long way to go. I think we have to really work harder in order to win the entire split. And we will make sure to win all the playoffs and head to the finals. Speaking of playoffs, Chovy, what is your mindset or resolution heading into the playoffs? I hope we can do, I mean, because we worked so hard, we were able to make playoffs, but we will prepare as hard as you can and perform well during the playoffs. And this will be the end of the interview from Peanut, Chovy. Back to Atlas and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation. Great to hear from both Peanut and Chovy after picking up their POGs and finishing off the 2-1 victory and their season almost this time around.
Yeah,
as well.
It's really exciting to see how KT have evolved, and they started off the season really strong. They ended on a pretty high note here, and so they're, of our 3 teams now, very much likely to go to playoffs with Kwangdong Freaks. So we take a look at the standings, we could break it down a little bit closer because we mentioned earlier that if KT 2-0 today would have been guaranteed. That was not actually necessarily true, but take a look at where they stand right now with Fredit Brion. Fredit Brion play against Damwon Kia tomorrow. Because they're at the exact same scoreline, if Fredit Brion lose with any score, they'll be at 7-11 with a -6 or -7, so that would actually put KT ahead of them. Now, assuming that Kwangdong wins their match against Live Sandbox on Sunday and takes that 8th win, that would actually push Fredit Brion out. So there's a lot of stuff to break down in the next coming days because of this, but it has become very simple right now, and that is that Fredit Brion, we don't even know if they're going to have a roster to field tomorrow or how many of their original players are going to be on it, but they will have to defeat our 3rd place team, Damwon Kia, in order to get the playoff spot, assuming, again, that Kwangdong wins that Live Sandbox match.
Yep, let's go into what's happening tomorrow. Of course, Nongshim Red Force up against Humble Life Esports. Not necessarily the highest of stakes for that one, but it's going to set us up for Fredit Brion trying their darndest to stay alive here in the LCK, up against none other than Damwon Kia, who have certainly been doing a heck of a lot of winning recently. Their matchup against DRX was intimidating, to say the least. But that will do it for this evening. Thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you tomorrow for the second last day of regular season LCK Spring 2022.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls of